Looks like everything went out. Looks like tweet went out. Looks like the stream's going. Hopefully Twitch will actually let people know that we're live tonight. Actually, it's been screwing up the last couple of days, I guess. Which explains where some of the numbers have been kind of odd. But we'll see. We'll see if people make it. I hope so. I barely hear the in-game sounds. Turn stuff up a little bit more, maybe. There we go. Watched first handful of minutes of the fight in Talon Hall, where everything kinda was lining up the way I expected it, aka low slow ball pitches for the vice president, but that's fine. Just shows people how much they're bending over for him, I think. Alright, so let's see, where are we at? We are level 8. Means we have 6s. We were doing some bigger 6s, if I remember right. But we don't have to keep doing like Reaper 4s or whatever. In fact, I think just for speed purposes and getting things done for the rest of the 6s, I'm kind of inclined to do... What did I get in a chat? I did not. I'm inclined to move into back to like Reaper 1 mode here, especially if the 6s we're ready to do are actually the 12 here. Yeah. See what we have left though before we move into that. We have, if we want Glade Watch Outpost Defense. It's a pretty quick one. Dead Predators is really quick. Redwillow, this can be really quick. So we have a couple of House P ones that we can knock out super fast. That is not House P. House J ones we can knock out really fast. Should have just ran across the thing. It would have been faster than... I think. Maybe not. House Jonasco. It's a house in Jonasco. Alright. Whew. Team Savage helping us out. Appreciate it. New tool apparently is on its way to Twitchers, called Ads Manager. I wonder what that's going to turn out to be. I actually like what they have now. Oh, but it looks like...
How fast there, me hearties. It's time for all good pirates to search for the treasure of crystal gold.
There we go. But I've now lost the ability to run an ad. Is that what's going on? That seems fair. Also, looks like I've lost the ability to have a watch party too. That also seems unfair. I'll have to see what's happening. Good evening, Tlabby Poo. If you're having a good one. My neck sounds like Rice Krispie treats. Or Rice Krispies and a fresh bowl of milk. Not yet. They made an announcement that a little bit ago some people were given privileges to a tool that's been removed, and some of them have changed or whatever. But I've just noticed I no longer have manual control over running ads. And I'm just like, but I used to be able to have ads. Can you do me a favor, Tlab, and check the YouTube side and see if everything's running over there? YouTube is changing how they do things at the end of the month. So I'm trying a different way to send stuff to YouTube here. I'm honestly not 100% sure everything is going to kind of work correctly. Oh, nice. Perfect. Yeah, it's an event now instead of live streaming, I guess. I don't know. Apparently, if everything's running correctly. That is all that matters. I went, got a chance to work on the bus for a little bit this afternoon. It's part of the reason I started later than I kind of had planned. But it was still fun. Chat delay over there is real bad, though. Well, that doesn't surprise me. We don't really get that many people that watch the stream on YouTube. We do get some people, but we get quite a few people watching it after the fact, which is a little bit surprising to me. I want the collectible. I don't really care about this like 200 experience points, but I don't know. Anyway, got a little bit of stuff done. I have more stuff I need to get done tomorrow, and hopefully over the weekend. We'll see what kind of stuff ends up happening. We'll just see. You gonna make it to your LGS for pre-release at all? Or should I give you the phone number to my shop so you can buy some pre-release kits? We are currently straight up selling kits for 20 bucks. I'm going to buy very many. I have almost $400 in store credit. That is a lot of pre-release kits. Probably won't buy them all, but it's pretty good, I think. Grab what we can grab. Send one to your buddy to lab. If I could send things to people, you would already have stuff. I'm so bad at sending things through the mail. Yeah. Like, I should teach or force myself to have a Patreon reward to be send a letter or something, just to get used to the idea of physically writing, like sending letters, but it's just crazy. Besides, if I sent something now would be the time that the fire would come and get your house. That's when it'd be in the mailbox. That's the final sign of the apocalypse. Samus actually sends a letter. I'm trying to think of the last thing I mailed. That I mailed. Not that the wife sent back or... Like, the wife sent some packages back to Amazon, and that's like the last thing I think. Last thing I could think of that we sent back, but I didn't even do that part. It's great. We have this wonderful division of labor in our household. I think every household probably does. But she hates talking on the phone to people, and I don't mind. Although I'm not a big fan of like making appointments for her or whatever. But like if a product is wrong or we need some customer service adjustment or something, I don't mind talking on the phone for that kind of stuff, and she hates it. But I am terrible at getting things mailed out. I think it's a comedian that has a theory. Maybe it was on a TV show. I don't remember. But it was the olive theory. No, it was fine. So like we bought that master lock and the mount that went with it. And then Beef pointed out that the master lock is a really poor quality lock. So we had to like send that back. And that was like, I don't know, $40 or something to get returned. And then there was something else that we got for the bus that we decided we weren't going to use. Time to go wash your stinky butt for work. Delicious. Well, have fun with that. But see, like right now, the restream is telling us we have 3 viewers. And Twitch is still saying no viewers. And I bet it's probably closer to... I bet it's more than both of those. I'm going to start another... Okay. So now that I've restarted Twitch, I at least have my ad buttons back. Twitch is saying 3 users on your... Okay. Yeah, I'm still showing nobody. That's alright. Talk to all these people. Alright. You have to take an assessment? Is this for your would-be promotion? Sweet. Well, I hope you do well. I mean, I understand taking on an opportunity without pay. Like I've done it many times to make things better. So I feel your pain at wanting to improve things. So hopefully it all works out the way you need it to. I know you will, actually. You're a bright guy. I mean, you support this channel, right? Only the smartest and most intelligent people do that. So you'll be fine. Always like running on this pillar. Mostly for me, but also because I like to avoid the scorpions over there in that corner if I can. Like how I'm worried about a bunch of trolls making a meal out of me. Specifically, like, oh, they're gonna make a meal out of me. Like, honestly, I don't know if I care what they do with my corpse if they get me. Like, especially if I turn into a rock. What are they gonna do with a rock? Yep, I'll be here if you decide to sit around naked while you're drying off. Go get showered. It's important. It's important to look good and feel good for your jabs. I was gonna say, I thought I saw a fragment. And then if we run way to this side, we can avoid that group of scorpions. Zerg on back through here. Avoid the scorpions fight if we can. Summon our army. Yeah, we in good shape. So you can get this quest very quickly with just a little bit of work here. You do have to be careful. It can be a tough fight when you first come through this barrier. Like, there's a lot of giants and a lot of other trash coming at you. That's a weird noise. Oh, what's up, buddy?
My mic was that good.
Oh, sometimes it's real good. We got Plague Reaper. Well, I watched, like, the first 5 minutes of the Biden town hall, and I decided that was enough of that. I was going to turn on the stream.
And say, why would you watch anything he has to say?
Because I like
Gonna be stupid.
checking out all the sides. Well, there was a mostly like pretty low slow balls. Some pretty soft questions.
Well, yeah, like if they're not soft, then he can't answer them.
I don't know. We'll see. I'll watch the quick replay tomorrow or whatever, or later tonight if someone gets one out. But I don't know if he gaffes enough or just like goes completely insane enough. I mean, it could make a difference. Gets violent with somebody. I mean, which
I
he's
guess
done.
That's worth watching.
Yeah, I mean, he's done that. You know, guy come up and said, "Hey, I'm a supporter of yours," but he asked him some question. He's like, "I did," and like told the guy not to puff his chest out, and then
the factory worker guy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't remember all the details exactly, but yeah, he like shoved him and
Put his finger in his face.
yeah. I mean, again, it could be good. You know, I didn't watch I watched bits and pieces of the
you're
Trump
not watching
one.
it for him to do anything, say anything smart or political. You're doing it to see if he screws up.
Hell yeah.
So you're the NASCAR fan that watches for the wrecks.
I mean, I watched the Trump wrecks today, so
enough. I watch those and I go, God, he just sounds so dumb sometimes.
well, like I said, it's hard to keep your thoughts together. I think like
trust me,
that
I got
all
it.
the time.
I know. I've done debate. I understand how it works. Someone comes up and asks you a question you weren't expecting. You're just like, what?
Hey, like, hang on a second. Let me gather my
Let
thoughts.
me just hold on.
I just think the big difference is that one of the candidates it might take him 2 minutes to get to a slightly rambling question or answer, but the other candidate, I feel like, can't answer
do
the
that
question within 14 seconds without losing his train of thought. So I'm just like waiting to watch the disaster.
You'll see all the good bits, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, let's see.
That's 10.
So you ready for rotation day?
Yeah.
Already
I'm
happened,
on
right?
Right now, looking at, I just opened a bunch of packs.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't
I've got a bunch of
pre-order.
rares now and a bunch of mythics.
Watch out. Nader Tater's on the way.
Maybe. I'm back. I'm ready to do some stuff, but I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I gotta think about some things. I feel like I'm very likely just to put together some variation of the red-white Capricorn deck or whatever it's called.
Oh, the one where, like, if it takes some damage, you just
Yeah.
put counters on it?
But a lot of the sweet cards are like really...
They rotated.
rotated, yeah. So like the
Is it like
dinosaur that says when it comes into play it shocks itself.
Yeah, Deafening Clarion was a good part of that deck.
Yeah. So I have to look and see if there's still a deck there. Yeah, I'm gonna miss Clarion. That was a strong card. Yeah, I don't know. Red-white control is probably my favorite-y type way to play that kind of deck, you know what I mean? So, that's not the right spell. I'll have to wait and see if there's what kind of blows my skirt up in the new world order. Didn't
I
they?
listened to a podcast and they were doing like, their top cards for whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about the Eldrazi one, or the 5-mana artifact that like gives colorless spells or creatures +2/+2. All I want to say it's basically an Eldrazi card, but I was like, oh man, they're not wrong. 'Cause there's a bunch of like colorless lands you can play, and turning them all into like Eldrazi temples seems pretty solid.
I mean, there's one of the monuments, I think, right? An Eldrazi monument, maybe.
Yeah, there's an old actual Eldrazi monument.
I think that's what it's called.
That was the original one. I'm talking about the new one.
Oh, there's a new one?
Yeah, there's an artifact in this new set.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at the new set very well.
It's Forsaken Monument. It's 5 mana, right? Colorless creatures get +2/+2. Whenever you tap a permanent for colorless, add an additional colorless.
Actual butthole color, or
yeah, butthole, not generic butthole.
Okay.
But I mean, technically they're the same.
They're not, but okay.
I mean, unless it specifically has the butthole, they're basically
Correct.
the same.
For a lot of purposes, they're the same.
Whenever you cast a colorless spell, you gain 2 life. Like, the bottom part is just gravy on the other 2. Because, like, think about it this way. If you play this on turn 5, right, and you have a Mutavault, your Mutavault becomes a 4/4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've noticed, they've got a couple different man lands that are colorless in this, like, just crawling barrens.
I haven't really, like I said, I haven't really looked at the set that much.
Yeah, but it's a land that makes a butthole.
Mm-hmm.
You can pay 4 mana to put 2 counters on it, but it's colorless because it's a land, right? So then that means you pay 4 mana to get a 4/4 that can attack for a turn.
Yeah.
The next turn, you get a 6/6. If you played the Planeswalker one, right, it's cheaper for every Planeswalker, it's like a 3/3, right?
Yeah.
So that's a 5/5. But here's the thing.
Did it
I
not
wanna push
rotate?
it over. Think about if you went turn 4, Thought Not Seer, a removal spell, untap, turn 5, play that, now your Thought Not Seer is a 6/6.
Yeah.
And you're probably playing it like a mono green. So you can go like turn 1, dork, untap, play a 3-drop on 2, like I don't know, Mad Reshaper or something.
I know. This is where I'm a big fan of the, what is it, Ruin in the Wake spell.
Yeah.
Really like Ruin in the Wake on those kind of decks.
But yeah, you can play that. You've got plenty of ways to get there.
Sounds super so for modern, sounds medium for frontier. Yeah, this would be Pioneer mostly.
It's not so great for modern. I think it's super good for Pioneer.
Yeah. Modern's I think about 2 years away from being Legacy.
Probably.
I really do. I think it's not going to be the preferred format very much longer.
Oh, that could be good too. Reclaim the Waste.
That
So,
sounds
like, you can
familiar.
It's a new card. It's 1 green. Search your library for a basic land. Reveal it. Put it in your hand. Shuffle your library.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I don't
sounds
mind if it
good.
puts it in a hand, but it might be okay if you're trying to do things that set up for the next turn.
Well, it lets you play mostly colored sources and
Well,
then in a waste. Oh wait, wastes aren't legal
Not
unless they
in,
printed a waste.
in Pioneer they are,
Oh, I know, but I'm talking about in.
but it's a basic land, so you can get a waste.
Yeah, but I meant in standard here.
But then if you kick it, which is 3, you get to go do it. Surge 2. Hold on, I'm going to let my dog in. We'll quit barking.
24. Okay. Whew. Took a little bit more damage there than I want. No one cares about standard. Yeah, that's mostly true. I mean, I'm going to be assembling a standard deck again pretty soon and carrying it around on Friday Night Magics just in case. So I have the format covered. I haven't been doing that for a very long time. So I'll be taking a look at it. I just haven't decided what exactly I want to assemble. Unsub. Well, it's part of my job. So.
But it's part of your job.
Yeah. Well, it's just like I carry around a pauper deck that we play like, what, once every 2 months?
I would love to play some Pauper.
We play pauper. We play, let's see, I have a couple of Pioneer decks, which I actually like Pioneer. I think it's my favorite format. I've got a couple of modern things. Oh man, I had so much fun last week. The playing it was good. I enjoyed playing it too, but it was really the Nathan looking over and it's like, oh my god, that's not something new.
Yeah, you're like, it's totally new. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's almost mono blue. It is new. No one's put that version of it together. 75 and certainly not that 60.
Just because it's a Ryan version of a deck doesn't make it new.
Yeah,
It just means it's probably not good.
Aww. Beach, you're
Well, I
sorry,
did-
bud.
I did the same thing about most of the stuff I put together. If I put it together, it's probably not good.
I know. I thought it played pretty well. Most
I
things
think it did
considered.
fine. I'm still not sure if you want to add the red, but I think you might want to.
I know I want to. Think your standard deck should be 60 islands and 1 Stasis Oracle? I mean, that's certainly what it felt like. I ran mostly mono blue whirl, splashing white for what do I even have white in there for, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I know sideboard cards, some of my sideboard cards are white. I'm trying to think, I know I had something in the main. I, for the life of me, can't think of what it is now in the main that's white. But basically it runs a very few non-blue cards. Like, less than 5 for sure. Oh wait, I know why it's gotta have white in it. Dummy. Thopter Foundry's white.
But you don't need to have white.
It can be black. It can be black.
Yeah, it can just be black, blue.
Yeah, I think the white's stronger though. In our format, having access to uncounterable brass are really good. Hey, Storm Blossom. I play on the Sarlona server, aka my favorite server. What server do you play on? Hey, how come I didn't throw my Sarlona hype up there? Sarlona hype.
No one cares.
Oh, I care. There we go.
Well, tells you how many other people care.
Talab cares.
It's not around to back that up.
There are actually, I think Sarlona's the most popular streamer server. Because there's myself and Voodoo and Talab, Nimvin, DDO Dom. There's another guy, I can't think of his name. I caught his stream for the first time the other day. There's a Tobrel. There's a pretty good, like, there's almost 10 of us, or I think, that stream DDO on the Solana server. Do you still count as a streamer? I don't know. I'm going to continue to give you credit until someone tells me you don't get credit anymore.
He doesn't get credit anymore.
Sorry, you lost your credit.
Instantly. You said what? Done.
It's been your first 6 reincarnations, Moso solo. Seems like nobody talks here. The chat's kind of quiet. We just started the stream, so people haven't like trickled in yet. If people are even going to trickle in. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Just trying to see. Yeah, the LFMs are not great on Sirlona. Oh yeah, people... almost everything is in private chats and or Discord groups now. You can find people who do... Alright, I have to remember that. That do TRs, and you can get like a TR group together. But it really depends on your... on your schedule.
It's a very intense moment. The chance to try something nobody's ever tried before.
Hey Legion, thanks for the sub, my guy. 17 months. Jeez. Appreciate you.
Got yourself a dedicated follower there.
I've got my group, my followers and supporters may be few, but they are mighty. Hey, thanks for hitting the follow button. I appreciate that as well, Storm Blossom. You've got an occasional till asking to join quests, but it's always shorthand. You don't understand. When you say you're fairly new, you don't understand. You don't reply again after that. Yeah, so there's a couple of rules in this particular chat room, or stream, whatever. If you're level appropriate, you're always welcome to join me. That's one of the rules. But I move quickly, and I don't wait for people, and unless you ask for help.
Help.
Yep, exactly. If you ask for help, I'm happy to slow down and help you out, but otherwise I keep moving. And I'm happy to carry your stone to the end of the quest. It's not a big deal. Yep, if you're level appropriate, I'm level 8, and I just about ready to finish this quest. If you want, all you have to do is send me a tell. Anybody in the stream is welcome to join. Yeah, I went through House K stuff yesterday. Oh, that reminds me. I think this weekend is shared storage again, so I'm going to probably end up having to buy some shared storage. I won't let you do this, Jimmy! That is true. I will tease you without mercy if I see you use the word tune instead of character. Because we do not play cartoons. This is not WoW. This is not WoW.
So you guys have a bunch of tunes, huh?
No. Some people have lots of tunes. I have a character. Look, I bring up my character sheet. It says character sheet on it even.
Ooh, look at you and your character sheet.
That's true. Crystal Cove is this weekend also. It ends on your first day off. Uh-oh. Gotta get some time on the Crystal Cove. You're gonna need swashbucklers. You're gonna need floatsomes. It's gonna be glorious. Yeah, I type CHAR for characters. I said I don't believe in playing tunes. Makes me feel like a hillbilly. Can't use proper speaking words and all that shit.
Let me open all my packs, but it may not let me.
I learned that no fast tunes. Again, I just give people a hard time about it. You can say whatever you want to say, but I will make fun of you. Oh, I didn't. I just meant you have to use your time off to get some shit done. Gotta get that earned. Gotta earn them Crystal Cove points. You're gonna have to log on with Rhett. You guys are what level now, too? $17? Yeah, I won't be 17 for this weekend. Plus, with pre-release weekend, I'm going to be busy. But there's an opportunity that I could help out with some Crystal Cove action at some point. They like to sneak new stuff into the Cove, so I'm hoping there's going to be something sweet. I suspect not. I suspect it's going to be very blah, but hope. Well, I mean, I can understand and appreciate that, Storm Blossom. I will tell you, however, that I have all modes. I have all modes. I can go fast, I can go slow, I can go high Reaper, I can go no Reaper. Although I tend to go at least Reaper 1. Reaper 1's like my new bottom level. No new stuff? Really? That seems a little bit disappointing. I would have assumed there would be something new. Even if it was just like one thing. I would assume something new. This guy's just like, diddly, I'm not paying no attention. Oh, there is new stuff, but it's lame. Perfect. I love figuring out that the lame stuff's not actually bad. It's like my favorite. Like, a lot of people don't think the floatsom's good. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's a wooden dagger that has disruption on it. That thing is insane. Oh, that's terrible. Okay.
Terrible.
Okay. Oh, magic.
Yeah, it's going off.
Pretty sure that's not it. You're also comparing it to your regular gear, so results might vary. Well, that's just it. For me, there's windows for a lot of stuff in the TRing process. But 3 human lives left to go, and then it's iconics all the way. So even my normal patterns for things are probably going to shift real hard. Oh boy, he's really excited.
Yeah, someone's walking their dog.
I hear Quinn has started, or Jersey, probably Jersey. Say one thing about my dogs, they got good ears. Alright, so we got a Carnage Reaper in this pile and it looks like a Famine Reaper. Alright, well the Famine Reaper died. Once again we lost Ellery. Rip. Which iconic stance would you go after first if you had none of them? Wow, he's really going at it. The only one that I currently have at all is the Purple Dragon Knight. Because sprint boosts are good. Other than that, I couldn't tell you. I don't even know what they all do. I haven't looked at them. I don't care for iconic lives very much, so I don't consider them. Yeah, the speed one's pretty good if you don't have a Quiver of Alacrity. I gotta have to look at them and reevaluate. But I'm just trying to get through my three healing lives before Shifter comes out so I can have this awesome window where I've got it. Got everything I'm kind of looking for. So many. Hey, did you get Chandelar to work? I'm jealous if you did. I've been trying to get Chandelar to work forever. I downloaded like 2 or 3 different things for it. And it's considered abandonware, so I don't know if someone could like take it, modify it so it runs well. I did. Want to play Among Us with me? I have not actually. I know that like LSV plays it. I have not looked at it at all. Yeah, I have to run a lot of stuff in admin mode. Like I have to run DDO in admin mode, and I don't know why. Yeah, I just know that a lot of people are playing it, and I have not looked at it myself. Yeah, Luis Scott Vargas.
He does play it. He loves it.
Yeah. He is the Magic the Gathering player I love to detest. I like LSV. It's just I've learned some things about his personal life that have turned me off of poor LSV. But I still watch all of his stuff. He's the player I love to hate.
Oh, that'd be good now.
You guys played LSV at a team event? Oh man, that'd be fun, I bet. I said I think he'd be a lot of fun. I'm an old-fashioned person when it comes to relationships. Wow, there's a lot of multiplication tables here. That being said, though, I used to really love Conley Woods, and now it sounds like I can't be a Conley Woods fan either, so I guess I just know how to pick Magic the Gathering people. It's $5 on Steam. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Remy and I were looking at something to do today, and we landed on just doing a watch party for first 2 episodes of Suits. But I know we're about to roll into a new Mario game. Well, not new. A collection of the old Mario games. Man, I really want to get this book before I leave this room. I just have no mana. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. The game where you like jump around and you try not to fall down, that game looks like hella fun to me. I don't know what it's called either. Did I read Rich Shea's write-up? Of what? I haven't read anything about Magic, like, in the last 3 months, probably. Fall Guys? Yeah, that sounds right. That game looks like hella fun to me. Well, we'll take a look at it. Scheduling things with Remy is super hard. Because he works evenings. So you got to get him on one of his days off. And I asked him to mow the yard today and was basically told to piss off, so...
That'd be fun. I would never be able to do that.
Well...
Oh, really?
Were you... He didn't really say piss off. He said he would try to get to it later, but...
I know, but my dad would be like, no, you didn't hear what I said. But like...
Yeah, but he's 20-year-old.
I get that he's got work and he works off.
Yeah. He's got things going on.
Yeah, my parents didn't care. They said, well, we told you to do this.
Rich Shea quit Magic because of the racism bans. He's Middle Eastern and he was really hurt by the fact that they banned cards like Jihad and Crusade, which are cards he connected with as a kid. Yeah, that's... I don't know. It was pretty... We had a moment at the at the arena where a guy who doesn't play a lot of Magic competitively came in and he signed up for the Friday Night Magic, and it was, I think it was Modern.
It was.
And he was like, I don't know if my cards are legal, but I think it's okay. And I'm like, alright, whatever. Like, if there's something wrong, someone will say something. And he, like, slaps down a Crusade on turn 2 or something, or 3. He's playing this white weenie deck, slaps down a Crusade. And whoever I'm playing, I don't remember, I think it was Riley. Riley goes, Judge! I'm like, I go, get up over there, and I'm like, really? Riley? He's like, yeah. I don't know how to explain this to him. And it was like the week after the bannings. And I look down at it and I go, Riley, is that card even Modern legal before the bans? He's like, no. I'm like, okay. So we look at it and we go, okay, this card is banned for racism. And he, like, looks at us like we're crazy. I'm like, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. And I say, now this card costs 3 mana. And he's like, what? Like, it says it's 3 mana and hits all your creatures. No, the reason for the ban had nothing to do with a particular card, although that card does have, in my opinion, pretty questionable artwork. No, they were just looking for an excuse to get ahead of the game. That is literally all they were trying to do. They're looking to get some media attention ahead of the game. Oh, everyone died? Wow, okay. And they, in this particular climate, it's cancel or be canceled. I mean, so this is what my thoughts of the matter is. Okay? If you base a game off of history, right? And you're taking inspiration from history, and you have a card that's intention is something like Inspire Prejudice, right? Something that is not particularly popular, and somebody puts the cards together, I don't think that infers prejudice or infers racism. I think it supplies people being not very, there's a word I'm looking for here, aware or astute or sensitive but is it necessary to ban a card that nobody played anyway for a potential racism clause? No. That was... It's the same thing like Crusade. Like, Crusade to me is easier to come up, like, argument with or for. Because that's more of a card based legitimately on history and events of history. You know? And it makes a lot more sense to have a card when you're trying to talk about those kind of things. Now, should they have picked that card for the artwork in the first place? Probably not. I don't even remember what the card does, if I'm being honest. So, like, I can't even tell you if the card should been printed or not. I suspect it probably should have been, but a lot of people were unaware or didn't think of certain things, especially then, and they didn't matter. To me, it's just like removing the pentagram from Demonic Tutor.
Well, I mean, there for a while they didn't have demons and whatnot in Magic because they were afraid that they were going to lose customers that were Christian.
Correct. Invoke prejudice is never used in a positive manner. Possibly, but at the same time, like, it is something that people do. People apply prejudices to people nonstop, and they think of it as a positive way. So, like, right now, it's really easy to see people applying or invoking prejudice comments against people who are more right-wing, and those kind of things are considered very popular. It's all about who's in power and where the negative feelings are going, in my opinion. So, like, to me, I'm not a person that feels like anyone should be prejudiced about very many things at all. I think you should listen to people before you come up with an opinion, and then decide if an individual or a thought is bad. So, like, it went through a whole approval process. Somebody thought it was a good idea. It's probably several somebodies. So, again, it's a result from a different time. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or bad or good. I'm just saying I don't like people tearing down statues. I don't like people banning cards. But if someone's going to ban a card, it should be Wizards of the Coast, and they have the right to, like, look at stuff and say, hey, you know what, we're not about this kind of stuff, and we want to take a second and make sure that our product no longer reflects these attitudes. I think that's fine. Like, they should definitely have the ability to do it. Alright, we found one of the books. I seriously out of mana again?
Always out of mana, bro.
It certainly feels like it. Alright, put everybody over here and have them stand still, do nothing for a second. Go pick up Ellery Soulstone. Just want to make sure that we stay, here, actually, let's just go over here. Should be safely out of everyone's reach from here. I don't know, I'm not a person that wants to revise history by deleting it. Hey,
I
you.
remembered where my Red Harley Quinn shirt is probably at. This is in our suitcase, which is where these shirts are in case you've been looking for them.
I kind of was.
Yeah. It dawned on me a while back, but I just kept forgetting to look.
Well, I'm glad we never took anything out of our suitcase from
Christmas.
Obviously, we found it to be extremely important.
do it before I washed my clothes either.
Alright. I don't know. Anyway, my final thought on that particular subject is Wizards of the Coast has the right to. That is, it's their tournament. Oh my god, I can't believe you teleport up there. I gotta crawl back up there and get your stone. Wizards of the Coast has every right to do that kind of stuff if they want to. I just personally don't think it's a great idea. Because what, in my mind, what happens now if they print something now and someone decides that it's insensitive?
Tell them to lick it.
Can they go, do they go back and they're like, oh, we should have done better again, like after 6 months ago or whatever it is now, they said, hey, we're gonna do better going forward, and then they turn around and do something again.
I get in trouble if I talk.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
From me or from the dog?
No, just in general, people will not like what I have to say about it.
No. Well, I appreciate you keeping overly political or highly charged opinions, as long as you can voice them in a way that's not. I'm trying to figure out how to word it. So basically,
Brian, you know me.
I know, and which is why I'm warning you now.
That's why I said I'll just not.
Just not us, be quiet.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I don't mind people taking on tough subjects as long as they are not derogatory at a particular person when they're making the comments.
Oh, I'd just be derogatory to a lot of people in general.
Right. So, like, I would not expect you or anyone else to be like, Nathan, your point is, obviously you're dumb because of blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And I don't think you would make that argument in general.
Well, I wouldn't start off with you're dumb.
Yeah.
Unless it's Sam.
No,
But that's just because...
Even if Sam was in this chat room and he was being himself, I would not let you call him dumb.
Oh, you wouldn't have to worry, because dumb would not be the word I'd use.
I know, I wouldn't let you use any of those things.
But...
Yeah, I don't allow those kind of statements.
But...
Suma.
Sam.
Yeah, that's not how life is here in the Sam. It's not a democracy. It's a Samocracy, and I just.
Your argument is dumb as a you.
We just, we try to keep everything civil. Let
Whoever
people.
wrote that, you're a freaking genius.
Katsasuma
I love it.
is a good argument.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I don't know. I try really hard to keep this stream a place that people can share their thoughts and opinions without name calling or having those thoughts or opinions attacked in that particular manner. Ugh. My pets are getting rickety wrecked. Alright. That should be the last one between us and the shrine, I think. This is not where I parked my car. That way lies danger. Where did I get turned around at? Here? It's probably here. Man, I can't believe I have this shrine again. It is feeling very tight. I 'cause, 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 'c Oh, this might be up Nathan's alley. Bulletproof Vietnamese coffee popsicles. Row 9 of the stacks. Don't think I'm gonna waste my time buffing my hirelings in this one.
I swear I love my dog.
You swear you love your dog?
Mm-hmm.
I love your dog. He's good. He's rambunctious.
He's a pain in the ass.
See, you can't talk like that about people.
I can talk about however I want, about whoever I want. First Amendment.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean there would be consequences.
Long as you're willing to deal with the consequences. Why can I not find number 9? Unless that was not 11, it was 9. I hate Roman numerals. Actually, I love Roman
We'll
numerals.
go back to it. I'll tell you what it is.
But I hate when they,
That's 6. That's 1.
I hate when they...
2.
This is a 9.
3. It's a 5.
But I hate when they don't do
That's
something
9.
to signify. Yeah, but what if I'm looking at it from this direction, Nate?
Then it's 11.
Yeah, there you go. A lot of the times that you can figure them out, but 9 and 11 in particular are ones that are squirrely.
Quarterly.
X is the same both ways.
Quarterly.
You know, like Daniel. How are the monsters even attacking them? Lost Fin Fang Foom again. Rip Fin Fang Foom. Let's see, I think that's all the books. Yeah. Fergie, heal up Fin Fang Foom. $101 Scylla jokes. The problem is I don't have a good way to attack these uncontrollable urges because they don't care about negative energy or lightning damage, and I don't really have a really great damaging spell for them. So I'm heavily relying on the NPCs to kind of clean them up. Oh, my dog's going off again. Maybe it's not your dog's fault this time.
It's never my dog's fault.
Not what I heard.
Well, it's probably mostly true.
I think we're just gonna have to spend mana to kill these things individually. Sucks, but I think there's gonna be too much damage to not clean up. Boo, no sweet hats. So let's go pick up this Fragmente. Then we'll run off and we'll recall. Recall where they can't see us. Recalling. Oh man. All right. Let's get everything rebuffed up here. We'll just finish up the rest of them. I'm just trying to figure out, should I take the time to do some research and start drafting this set, or should I just wait until for a couple of weeks to go by before I spend any time or energy trying to figure it out?
I don't know, man.
Because when it felt like the drafts and stuff would actually happen at the arena, it was worth it to take the time to figure it out.
But they're not happening.
But they're not happening. So I don't know. Alright, everybody. I'm going to use the restroom really quick, which means I'm going to take a 30-second ad break. Back in 30 seconds. Bear with us, please. We'll be right back. Alright. So, everybody, for those of you who don't know who Nathan is a person here physically here in town. And I have been trying to get Nathan to do like almost a podcast type thing, like we'll start our own YouTube channel. And I think we should call it Two Dudes in a Picnic Basket, and we should always record the podcast at a picnic. Like we should go to the park or something, have a picnic blanket, and then lay down so the camera's just facing us, and we record the podcast.
Negative. There's no talk about picnics or going places.
And I think what we do is the opening credits is we take turns skipping along with the picnic basket.
Nope.
And we say it like that every time. Picnic baskets. Come with us as we go on a picnic. And then, like, when we take questions or whatever from people, we keep those questions in the picnic basket. So let's pretend we have a random question from Katsusuma, and we'd be like, Katsusuma, you know, we'd reach in, like, let's answer some questions. Let's get out our picnic baskets. And we would reach in there, and we would answer the question. Nathan just sent the and for that reason I'm out gif. No, I think you'd love it. I think it'll be great. A little bit funny, a little bit outside the box. I think it'd be amazing. Who doesn't want to go on a picnic basket?
Perfectly fine going to a picnic basket with someone that's not you.
What?
I'm not taking a dude to do a picnic with.
Let's go on a picnic. Come on.
Incorrect.
You're sounding very homophobic here. I'm not saying it's got to be a romantic picnic.
I'm not picnic basking with you. There's a lot of reasons. Let's start with the fact that A, I don't want to go to a park for any amount of time.
Well, it doesn't have to always be at a park.
B, I don't want to have to go anywhere to do that. If I have to go anywhere, I'm already out. I can just walk to my computer, get on Discord, problem, done.
Oh no.
Having to go somewhere means there's a lot of extra effort involved.
It's all about where you shoot it now. I missed that one. I mean, like I said, I would just do it as YouTube videos. I wouldn't even like make an audio version or anything now, unless like people
Why
are.
do you want to put my face out there? Nobody wants to see this.
Because your facial expressions are great. It's a big part of your arguments. Like how mad you get. It's an important
Just
part.
because I get passionate about what the things I think about.
It's an important part of the argument. It's this unbelievable passion, as you say. Besides, everybody loves a redhead. You show me somebody who doesn't love a redhead, and I will show you a terrible monster.
Well, you know a lot of terrible monsters.
Oh my gosh. I've never met a person that doesn't love a redhead. Chat, you guys show me hands showing support and love for redheads. Prove me correct or incorrect. Love redheads, hate redheads. Go. Burn them at the stake. Put them in the bedroom.
I was like, did someone say burn them at the stake? Like, ooh, that's a little bit more violent than I expected.
I'm just, you know, I'm evoking some prejudice out there, trying to figure out exactly where people lie. Ah, stupid fly. Hate you.
Yeah, it doesn't hate you much.
Well, it doesn't have much thought other than, oh, this guy smells real good. Because I was out in the bus today without having time to take a shower.
Who showers?
I mean, I'm generally pretty down for taking a shower on a semi-regular basis. Just the time kind of got away from me. I thought I was going to have more time. I didn't get everything done I wanted to get done even. Thought I was going to have more time.
I swear, you'll take my money, but you won't let me build my deck. Yes.
you can't summon monsters in here? I think I knew that, actually. Yeah, it sucks.
Dead.
Oh, I'm not dead. It's just the most efficient damaging spell that I have, which is summon a monster, is no longer a option. Just got that Earth Elemental all wet. I love Quench. Quench is a great spell. People don't give Quench enough credit.
We're talking about D&D, like DDO, or...
Yeah, DDO.
It's like, it's okay in Magic.
Oh yeah, it's a fine magic spell. Not great in Magic. So, Quench in DDO is a burst of water, quenches flames, lingering fire spells such as Wall of Fire are dispelled. Your allies are cured of any lingering fire damage effects and receive plus 15 enchantment bonus to fire resistance. Enemies receive negative 20 to cold and electric resistance. The resistance bonuses increase. Fire enemies, such as fire elementals, take 2d4 plus 25 points of cold damage per 4 caster levels. So, there are not a lot of spells that hurt elementals at a good rate. And one of the more dangerous types of elementals are fire elementals. Because being on fire is bad.
Is it?
Yeah.
Never really thought of it that way.
Well, I mean, warm for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like it. Just that ability to be like, oh, you know what? You're full of ouchie. Stop it. The animation should look like a giant fire extinguisher, though. Get that nonsense out of here.
Yeah, get that nonsense out of here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, get out of here.
Get out of here. With your brains and such.
Uh-oh. Alright, killed it. That's good. Alright, well, let's see if we can detect the thing from here. No anchor found. Well, there's no reason to go in that area then, as far as I'm concerned. Let's open the prison door. Let's open the prison door and see if things get funky. What? How'd you get back on your feet? You big jerk.
Because they got funky.
He did get funky. Too funky for his chicken.
No such thing.
Too loose for this caboose. That is a show and or movie that I should revisit soon. I haven't watched it in a while. The Buffy TV show. Buffy was great. You know what fire elementals don't care about? When you
Fire
set
spells?
them on fire.
Huh. Funny.
Funny haha or funny hee hee?
Hee hee.
Ooh. So, I told you that we got the countertops on the way, I think, right? Well, not on the way,
Yeah.
but sort of pseudo on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went out today, and I started putting the child safety locks slash
Why? He's not
latches.
gonna be living with you.
No, but I want something so the doors don't flop around when we're driving.
Okay. For those invisible childrens.
Yeah, just for the noise and the rattle and stuff, basically. I put the first one on, and I was like, man, this seems really loose, like it's not going to do a whole lot of good. And then I put the next one on, and it was like 100% the other way around, where I was like, and I actually had to really put some effort in it to open. It's like, oh my gosh. So then I had the wife come out and try it. And she's like, oh, I don't know if this one's going to work. Like, pull in the first one. And then I'm like, well, then I'll try this one. She pulled the second one and couldn't get the door to open. I'm like, oh, man, I think we're going to have to get some handles.
Gonna have to get some handles.
Really don't want handles. But she's looking in various handles right now. I kind of hope she decides to go with the leather strap idea. I think it'll just be nicer. But who knows? Who knows what she'll decide.
This is a true statement. Never know what she'll decide.
No, she can be crazy.
Well, I mean, to be fair.
To be fair, everyone can be crazy.
Exactly.
I love her, but she can be real crazy. And then, hopefully, tomorrow I will get the front face of the cabinets in place of the other one. And then we should be ready to go. But it also depends on what happens Saturday at the arena, I guess.
Yeah.
Like if people actually show up and I'm busy all day Saturday playing Magic with people. So I think what I'm going to try to do, by the way, is turn this pre-release at home type thing into more of a league. Like a 1 week.
I think I saw you say something about
Yeah,
that.
like a 1 week league. I think that makes the most sense, doesn't it?
I mean, it makes sense. That way people can, like, build their deck, actually play them.
Yeah, like maybe let them play through next Friday Night Magic or whatever.
Yeah.
The problem is, of course, if people have guessed they got to be honest. But I don't know.
I don't know about that part.
Yeah. Which is part of the reason I'm just gonna have like funsy prizes. I'm not gonna have like real prizes.
Anything important.
Yeah. I think that'll help keep it down, maybe? I don't know. And just basically everyone who plays will get like some foils or something. Feel like it'll be the easiest and yet still be some sort of reason to play and do stuff. It's either that or I just have to build the best deck I can and sit there and be like the end boss with, you know, like a stack of packs and beat me for a pack.
Maybe.
And I hate that because then there's no, like, I get nothing then. Sit there and have to play a bunch of Magic and, I mean, I guess I get a paycheck out of it.
Who doesn't love a paycheck?
Yeah, it is good, but I'm a big fan of taking home, you know, a box or two of Magic at a pre-release.
Yeah, well, that's not the thing in Corona world.
Yeah. disappointing. That's all I can say. I would really like to have a lot of fun. I have not played that much Zendikar. Like, what was the one that came out not long ago? It wasn't even Zendikar, was it? It was like...
It was Battle for Zendikar.
Yeah, Battle for Zendikar. And that was it. That's all I played in Zendikar. I haven't played, like, any Zendikar outside of that. I had fun with that one. Like, that was a fun set.
Okay, Dad, give me a land.
Give you a land?
Yeah.
Did you put lands in your dick?
I mean, mostly. I got all these spells that are lands too.
Well, that's
I'm about
fair.
to take a bunch of damage.
I'm not gonna open that door. Last time I opened that door, that guy wrecked me. I don't think it was him either.
You can see this payoff right away.
Oh, one of the lands?
Oh, so I put a, what was it, Garmok, the Hydra thing,
Mm-hmm.
and then Enclave Mentor, and I'm like, okay, I need a land so I can play Lucranos to make it come in as a 7-drop, like a 7/7 for 4 mana. Oh, I guess I'll just draw this better card. Okay, if you're playing a landfall deck, and you have a rod, as long as it's your turn as first strike.
Like how Nate's... I feel like one of those people who doesn't know what's going on, but I'm still listening. I'm intrigued. There's
Oh,
the
so I have the... That's 2. Oh, it's 3. Okay, well, I guess I'm killing that. I didn't realize that Rod was 3 mana. I thought she was 2. I thought she was better.
No, she's 3.
But anyway, so I have the Mentor that doubles up my counters, right? And I top deck the Hydra that comes in with 3 counters, so I made a 3 mana 4/4, and if it dies, I will get a 4/4.
Right.
And I'm about to play this Wildborn Preserver.
Did you remember to put in a couple of copies of that 3 mana green instant that says add a 1/1 counter and then double it? The number of 1/1 counters?
Are you talking about the... No.
I was watching just like a completely random merchant video,
Sure.
and he was talking about how that card, like he wasn't mythic, and he was just like, oh, I should get to mythic really quick before the new set comes out and everything changes. And that was one of the cards that he was like just completely floored by.
So do you even know the name of this card?
I
Is
don't.
it the one that's like the Hydra one? It's like, it's got a Hydra on it and it says double a counter type thing.
It might. It comes in a... I could look it up. It's from the new set. Not the new set. The 2021 core set.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. Ooh, Lucranos is fucking good. 4 mana 7/7 is real good.
Yeah. No. Unhit that button.
What does this one do?
Oh, God. Stop it.
What's the number of land you control? Okay. Well, I think we're just gonna fight that.
Okay. Mental note. Be more careful on where we start our jumps in the future. Alright,
Oh,
2...
because it removes the counters. Okay.
Oh yeah, that black card that removes counters might start being real good, huh?
I was like thinking that Lucranos was about to make my Crackmaw bigger, but that's not how that works because of the way that Pharlan is worded. It removes those counters, so not quite the same. Alright, so yeah, I guess. Right, Pharlan with the last. Yeah, it's fine. Makes this into a 4/4. Can't really attack just yet. He's sitting at 6. Hit a land. I can Garuk and kill his.
Oh, green girl. I missed you. No, once again, I tried to set a fire thing on fire. 10 out of 10. Would not recommend you do it.
I mean, it seems like it's probably okay.
Alright, now back to me and my green girl here. Oh, she
Yeah,
knows
the
I...
red green landfall deck looks pretty good.
I mean, all the new hotness is going to be the new hotness.
Yeah, no one's been looking at this Crackmaw card at all.
I mean, a 3-mana 3/3 is pretty good, but when it dies, it makes another guy. Like, I imagine that'll see play eventually. Okay, I did not find the other thing. So, where else can that stupid... Where else can that stupid thing be?
I probably should kill a great hand now that I think about it.
Yeah. Great Hinge is a card draw engine, and
Well, so they got
it
this
puts a
what is
counter
it?
on it too.
A World Sculptor, which is it makes a bunch of tokens when it enters her lands, and then anytime a land enters, you can put counters on a planet you control. So he's just made a bunch of 4 or 5 tokens now that are rough for me to deal with.
Yeah, you need Wrath. I don't know if there's any Wrath now.
Yeah, there
Extinction
are.
event, right?
You can play the new, there's a black 5-mana Wrath that hits anything 3 or less, and then exiles them, and it exiles them in the graveyard,
Hmm.
and it hits planeswalkers.
5 mana though, that's a lot.
It is, but at the same time, it's like, I think for the extra mana to be able to exile from play and in the graveyard, and it hits a lot of 3-mana planeswalkers, so it hits Jace. This card. Flath, the World Sculptor. It's 4 red. When it enters the battlefield, create a 0/1 green creature token for each basic you control.
Must be in
Whenever
here.
land enters the battlefield, you put 4/1 counters on target planet you control.
Yeah, it must be in here. I have seen it be in here before.
They just put a migratory greatborn on and are triggering landfall like nobody's business.
Nobody business.
Yeah, needed to hit a land a little sooner.
Yeah, I think I see it back here. Yep, there it is. I don't know, Remington was busting my balls the other day about keeping a 2-lander I'm just like, keeping 2 landers is totally reasonable as long as you have plays and you can do stuff, Remy. Oh, no, never. It makes me wonder about his mulliganing decisions.
There's a lot of things when it comes to Remington that makes me wonder.
I don't think I care about this treasure, so I'm just gonna...
There's just Lotus Cobra.
Men deserve a fair share. Yeah, Lotus Cobra being back is sweet.
The people have been doing some busted stuff with it. It's still one of the things you really want to... And then you got that land Monocon creature.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So there's like this 6-drop that if a... It's basically a pattern Monocon for landfall triggers.
Oh, okay.
So if a land were to do something with enters, it doubles it. Right? So that means if you have a Lotus Cobra, land hitters makes you 2 mana.
I gotcha. Do they not call this new core set 2021?
What do you mean? It's just core set 21.
It's called core set 21. Okay.
I think I'm dead. Yeah, it's dead.
Invigorating Surge. Yes, it has a picture of a Hydra on it. This guy. Yeah, this thing apparently is like secretly the bee's knees. Now I know he was playing Yorval with it, which I think Yorval's in Eldraine, so it's still legal.
Yeah, it is.
So like, you play 2 or 3 things with Yorval. Yorval becomes like a 5/5, a 6/6, maybe a 7/7. You get a couple of hits in occasion, you know, some of your earlier stuff, and then he was also playing. What was the 1-drop that just rotated? Every time he played a creature with a bigger butt or
Pelt Collector.
Pelt Collector. So like, he had a bunch of 1/1 counter type stuff that kind of helped with it, and he was running 2 of them. And he was like, this thing is just like double strike your biggest thing plus
What's
some.
it called again?
Invigorating Surge. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, then double the number of 1/1 counters on that creature. Flavor text. For Hydras, most problems can be solved with the addition of a few extra heads. Rawr.
I mean, it is a Hydra.
But yeah, that card, like as a 2 of, or maybe even a 3 of, in a deck like that, you know, especially with Pelucranos, that 3/3 guy, maybe a Yarval if you have one. Like, it doesn't take a whole lot for a card like that to just go insane.
I just don't know if I've got room for it, per se.
Says sweet 2 of. Sweet 2 of. Oh,
I guess I
man.
could cut this Wildwood Surge, or Scourge. That's the 1X Hydra. It enters with a 1/1 counter
Oh,
on it.
yeah, that one's
One
okay.
more. I think I want to keep it, though.
It's okay. It's good on most of the points in the curve, and it helps with all your other stuff that gets 1/1 counters.
Get rid of this Wildborn Preserver.
Is that the Flash 2/2?
Yeah.
That one's good too. What else is
but
in this
it's pretty
thing?
mana intensive, so if you don't have, like I think if I would have had more mana, it would have been big enough to, like, do something, but I didn't have enough mana.
Yeah, but I just mean, is it as a 2/2 flash, is that good enough to get work done now?
I don't know.
Because I know I almost never put mana into it. I like almost exclusively just played it as a 2/2 flash.
See, I don't think that's what you want to do. Well, I better exit out.
And then you get the troll from the core set, core 2021, I think.
You mean the 2-drop?
Yeah.
For double green? Well, I'm trying to splash white so I can play the hardened scales creature. So I don't want a lot of double green.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm not playing your Vuln. It's triple green.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm just telling you if you wanted to, depending on how you wanted to go. Like, if the idea is to have this sweet 1/1 counters interaction-y type thing, that guy is very good.
If I cut white out, right, I just try to like not worry about doubling up my counters.
Right. Use the invigorating strike to double up 1 or 2 creatures at most.
Yeah, like one creature here or there would probably be okay.
Well, especially like one of the
play
ones
the
that
1-drop Shambler that's like a 1/1 and then it.
is that the one that when it dies it moves its counter?
No, if you target something that can, if your opponent targets something of yours with a counter on it, you make a 1/1, and it pays 1 tap it to put a counter on it.
Okay.
So like, the reason that's good is because A, it's a 1-mana 1/1 that you can make bigger. B, with all the other things that you're playing that will probably have a counter on it at some point, if they kill it, like, yeah, a 1/1's not big, but it's a blocker.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, really on turn 1, if they don't do anything to it, like, you could try to get it up to like a 3/3 or a 4/4 at some point.
Yeah, I'd have to take a longer look at what's going on in standard, but
Well, and that's the biggest problem right now, since there's rotation, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on.
yeah. Well, I was just thinking you also have that that 2-mana sorcery that puts a 1/1 counter on all your guys.
Well,
And that-
now there's
That card's real good in a couple of those decks, I think, too.
the rare modal spell. I'm gonna say, yeah, it's 1 and a green instant. You can put 2 counters on target creature. Target player gains X life, or X is the greatest power among creatures they control. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. So for 2 mana you get to pick 1. For 5 mana you get to do any of them. Any number. So like you get to do all 3
Right.
late in the game. So like turns 2 through 4 is probably like a removal spell.
Yeah, maybe. Or
you make something that was like kind of small, like you save a thing that was about to die.
right. Well, and that's where that troll is so good with extra counters because it gives itself hexproof for like losing a counter.
Yeah, and then there's
Like that's really good when you have extra power like that. Like one of the decks I was losing to in draft, they had play like that Hydra that you were talking about. They had played on 2 as a 1/1, and then they drop like that troll on 3 and keep a green mana up, so they could use it, and then the Hydra would grow,
yeah.
and then they would like untap, play a second creature, then turn and play that everything gets a 1/1 counter on it, and that's a real beating. This is kind of interesting. I don't think it's good enough. Well, it's close. I still don't think it. If this move silently was a useful power instead of move silently, yeah, I'm gonna have to put this in the pass pile. It's close. It's really solid. Smokescreen and Electrifying 2 are both good powers, but I don't think it's good enough. Oh, we leveled too. I didn't even notice.
I'm also a fan of this Luminar Aspirant. It's 1 white for a 1/1. At the beginning of your combat, you put a 1/1 counter on a target creature you control.
Okay. Yeah, that seems strong.
You know, especially in that, like, double your counters thing. Like,
Yeah, I don't
feel
think
like-
you need to double it every time. I just think you double it sometimes.
well, but even still, right? So you can play this. It makes any 1-drop that you play into, like, potentially a 2/2 or a 3/3.
Yeah.
And then the next turn, you go to combat, put a counter on this, you can attack for 4. I don't know, I like it.
I don't know, just black seems super good. And you start rattling off things like Panukranos and that 3/3 for 3, and
Yeah, that's why I'm splashing white.
yeah, it just makes me think I don't want to be splashing anything because I want to have the super
wanna make-
consistency of.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine. I mean, I'll probably cut it out and try it without the white and see.
Although, like, the downside is cutting white means that you don't get that. What is it called? Somebody's lieutenant, I think. He's a
I'm not even
3/4.
playing it anyway.
Oh, you're not? That guy's insane.
No, because the idea is most of your stuff is like, 'cause I have, what is it? A Garut, the 6-drop that makes wolf tokens. That's just like a good value card, right? Like 6 mana, kill a thing, draw a card, make 2 blockers.
Yeah. I mean, it can be
Some
very
number
good.
of the new Nissa,
Okay.
I want to say like 3, and that's like play on 4 or make it like take up a land. So that gives you like, I don't know, an untapped source really. Like if you want to like hold up a spell. Not if there's a whole lot of green spells, but there's black removal at 1.
So you got black removal. You have Ranger's Guile. You have.
Ranger's Guile could be.
You have.
I guess there's the new one, like put a counter on a thing or flip land spell.
You also. I mean, I don't know about for 1 mana, but for 2 mana, you also have the. What is it? Heroic something. All your permanents get hexproof and indestructible.
Yeah, hexproof and indestructible. But
both of those seem strong.
well, her negative ability is pretty good. You get to regrow a creature for however many lands you control. So, like, if you have 6 lands, you get a 6-drop or less.
Right.
So, like, they wrap your board.
Because they always do.
Because, I mean, they do.
Bastards.
You make your hopefully your token with your Hydra. Play that, play a land. Oh look, 5 loyalty. Kill this, put my creature back, hit you for whatever.
Yeah. Did you said you watched a lot of Seth yesterday, right?
I did, I watched a bunch. He
Did
did
he-
like this.
Did he make some comments that people would take as like we need to ban Lotus Cobra?
People have already started on that
Because
train.
well, that's
I
what I'm
don't think
saying.
it was-
Like, because he
It wasn't him.
It wasn't
He
him?
made the
Okay.
comment, I think, earlier today about I wouldn't take any of the streamer event stuff serious because people are just trying to do the most fun, ridiculous thing they can do. Here's the thing.
all I know is I
Lotus
saw him. All I know is I saw him tweeting him defending himself about it, and I'm like, that doesn't sound like something he would say.
No, I don't remember it.
Not
But
in a
then
serious manner, anyway.
Again, but then again, I mean, he probably, if he did say something to the fact it was jokingly.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Like I said, it seems to me like he's like, oh my gosh, too good, ban it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's how
But
the
he
whole, like,
he
I
has to
literally think
defend
there are
himself.
Reddit people already saying that they should ban it.
Oh my god.
Like,
I'm just excited to like break out my Lotus Cobras. Like, it's the
Here's
first
the
time in a
thing.
long time I get the advantage in standard.
here's the thing. Are they good? Yes. Will they do broken things? Duh. But they're a 2-mana, 2/1.
All right.
They have a spell
In a
that's
world
a
with-
flip land. It's
World
a
of
1
Shock.
red that does 1 damage to a creature, and it also can flip into a land.
Well, that seems good.
Seems like a way to answer Lotus Cobra. We have Eliminate. We have. Didn't they do.
They have at least one new -2/-2.
It's not -2, it like hits something that's 2 or less.
No,
It's a
there's
sorcery.
a 3-mana. Everything gets -2/-2. I think.
There's the big spell.
Yeah, I think
I mean, I thought this figure was in the format, but it's probably not.
there's. It was. I don't know if it still is.
But like, there's ways to kill it. You have all sorts of burn spells.
The enchantment was in the format for a while too. It might still be in the format because I feel like it was in
there's
Eldraine.
There's the Elspeth's Nightmare, that'll kill it. It's something 3 or less.
No, I was talking about the 1-mana -2/-2 enchantment specifically is what I was thinking.
Oh
of.
yeah, there is that. Deadweight.
Deadweight. Yeah, Deadweight's still in. I think Disfigure rotated.
It probably did, but Deadweight's still around. Like I said, there's the new Needle Drop spell. There's ways to deal with it.
Yeah.
It's not like it's. Yeah, if you can't deal with it, it'll kill you, no doubt. If
Well,
they
but
have
there's-
everything they need,
There's
to
not
kill you.
that. Like, we have 2 fetch lands in standard.
It's not the fetch lands that's the issue per se. It's like
Well, it is. It's part of it because that's what makes all the mana.
You have like the lithoforming, which is a scape shift thing, right? So it's like red, X, sack that many lands, and then you draw that many cards, and you can play X additional lands that turn, and you can play lands from your graveyard.
Yeah. And they printed Azusa, I guess.
They have the Zuza, they've got the Dryad that lets you have
Yeah.
another land drop.
Oh man, I'm gonna have all sorts of like mana ramp deck.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of things that you
Is
can
there a
do.
payoff for a big mana?
So there's like the 6-man guy I was just talking about that I lost to, because when he enters, he makes 0/1 plants for every land
Right.
you have. Rada gets good when you have a bunch of lands, because her activated ability gives her +X to the number of lands you have.
Okay. Doesn't seem especially great.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're in the deck, you might as well play her.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just mean like
I'm trying to think. There's
we don't have like a Fat Eldrazi. We don't have like a Banefire.
Trying to think. Like, there's nothing specifically. There's a lot of good answers. There's a lot of good things you could play. Because
I guess you can ramp into Ugin. Ugin seems like the best thing you can ramp into ever.
Yeah, Ugin's pretty good.
Like, there you go. That's probably the best thing you're going to be able to ramp into. And people should be able to deal with Ugin on pretty early. Well, preemptively deal with Ugin, I should say.
Well, I mean, there's.
Because didn't they reprint the Spyglass in Core
No,
set?
well, maybe. I think so. But even still, like, you don't. What is it? There's the new black spell that's 1 mana sorcery, right? But you can kick it for an extra 4, and it'll hit anything. Planeswalker creature. So, they ramp into Ugin, you draw this, they got their 1 activation of Ugin, and you kill it.
Yeah, seems good.
I
Hey,
mean,
Ritz.
there's
Salutations.
There are other removal spells for Ugin.
Yeah, like, I was gonna say, like, even that doesn't seem like it's the end of the world.
Well, I mean,
good.
like, you can play there's that 8 power dinosaur that cycles. That's like 8 mana. He has haste. So if you cast that for full price after they cast an Ugin, you just get to kill their Ugin.
Yeah.
There's ways to deal with it. People are just mad because they're seeing pros or professional streamers do these ridiculous things with land drops, and they're like, oh, honestly, the scoop thing is the thing that I think is the funniest thing you can do with a bunch of mana ramp, where you just make like a million scoop swarms. Because like you get to 6 mana, they start copying themselves. So then you do the lithoforming for like 5 or 4, right? And then you get to play an additional 4 extra lands that turn. Oh look, these 4 lands turn into 13 scoop swarms. Go.
Yeah, you just gotta get him haste.
I don't even know if you need to do that. Make enough of them.
I think you give him haste. You run like the Red God. And that's something else you can do with all that extra mana too, right? Doesn't he steal... No, he sticks things into play.
Yeah, he's a...
Sneak attack.
Yeah.
Biden says he can't mandate mask wearing everywhere, but he would enforce it on a federal property. Yeah, I heard him say that he can't mandate it. I didn't hear him say that he was going to enforce it on federal property, but I did hear him say that he would call all the mayors and make them do it. I know, I gotta listen. Like I said, I gotta listen to a little bit of the town hall before we started the stream. I know. I'm not really ready for rotation. Like, I usually really like rotation. I usually really like pre-releases. Like, those are some of my favorite times in Magic. I'm just not... I don't feel like I'm ready. I feel like this summer wasn't Magic. You know, I feel like almost this whole year hasn't been that way. And I think that's probably why I'm not ready for rotation. I feel gypped on what I should have been able to play this whole time and can't because, or never got to because of the coronavirus and the lockdowns, and you know what I mean? This is where you go, yeah. I don't like it when DDO makes fun of my weight. This hallway is too tight for your gigantic body. Oh, sadness. This once deadly traps had no effect on your giant form. What about my regular form? I'm not big boned.
Don't die.
Okay. Thanks.
You got lots of rats around you.
I did have a lot of rats around me.
It's a good thing all that ice fell on them.
Facts. Coincidentally, that all these people are getting hit in the head with lightning bolts too.
Man, you're just fortunate that these things happen to your enemies.
Yeah,
You must be the luckiest character on here.
certainly on the list.
I believe there's a Reaper. I believe you killed it.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, these lightning bolts came out of nowhere and hit it. Look how big I am compared to this lady. She doesn't even go up to my sexy boots. That's how tall I am. Aneem away. Oh, I got a cursed shard. That's gonna get fed to my trash can for sure.
Well, why is it cursed?
It curses them. It turns them, gives them the curse of shenanigans. Polycurse.
Yeah, great.
This weapon is enchanted with many diverse curses. On a critical hit, the enemy may be hit by one of these effects at random. Blindness, exhaustion. What, I missed it. Blindness, exhaustion. Bestow curse or innervation. It's probably okay if you're a crit machine. This character is not a crit machine. This character does not want to swing her weapon. She is the master of pets, my guy.
I've seen that.
I have all the pets. Like, 5s of pets.
All 5 of them.
That's right. Oh, I gotta pee again.
All that tea.
I know, and I have, my cup is almost empty. I'm gonna have to get another one soon.
Then you'll have to pee again.
Yeah, but then I won't feel dehydrated, so I'm gonna call it value.
I mean, I guess you want to like be hydrated and whatnot.
Did you crack something open?
It's for flavor, not for hydration.
Oh yeah. So I can take a full point in spot, I guess, or diplomat. Yeah, probably spot.
Haggle.
Like I have enough haggle right now. Okay. So we have a couple of interesting choices here. We could take heighten. We could take
Mixer of magics.
yeah, probably not taking that one. The Dragon Marta Passage. So we'd have access to D-Door. We could take the Wizard Pass Life Feat. That would raise our DCs just 1. But right now, Call Lightning is a level 3 spell, and our highest is, so it's only 1 bigger anyway. But it would let us raise our Entangle quite a bit. Yeah, we'll heighten, I think. That might be incorrect, but we'll find out. Oh, and now we can cast level 5 spells. So now we can cast Cold Breath. So now we get to run around in an animal. And we get to summon a bear instead of that.
Ooh, bears.
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I think we're going to run around. We're going to be in dog form. We're going to run around just slam Cold Breath like it's going out of style.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, is that what you would do?
That's exactly what I would do.
And then we can run around with Call Lightning. I'm assuming this runs off our cold spell power, which means we need to get a cold stick. Which we can do. Ride that pony.
I don't want to go to work tomorrow.
Call in dead.
I don't know how that'll work. Hey, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Not gonna be there tomorrow. I'll be back Saturday. I'll rise from my grave.
That's right. Turns out, I saw Jesus, and he said, go to work. And so I'm here. I actually forgot I have to talk to this person one more time. Gotta level my dog, Fin Fang Foom.
What are you gonna name your bear?
Oh, I'm not gonna name my bear.
You gotta name your bear.
No, it's a bear.
Obviously Baloo.
Tell me you need an emotional support day. You hear it's all the rage. Yeah, maybe in Texas, but here in Kansas, you probably get laughed out of the room with nonsense like that.
Tell him I can't come into work today. Magic set just released.
Yeah, that'll go over well too.
Actually, it probably wouldn't even bother them that much because it'd be like, oh, okay, you don't want 8 hours of overtime? Done.
Texas Puff, maybe in New California. You mean Austin? Rough. Oh no, I think in about 6 years it's going to be real nice to live in California again. Maybe 10 years.
Well, there won't be nothing there.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be great.
Got him.
The weather's going to be amazing.
I don't know about that. It's going to be hot as hell.
Nah.
Not about that life.
There won't be anything there, like...
Yeah, but it's just a giant desert.
No, not up against the water. It'll still be nice up against the water.
No, don't care. Water won't be any good.
Well, not that water to drink. You'll have to, like,
No, like-
diffuse your own water or whatever.
That water still won't be any good.
Oh, we got an echo of wave. That's not what we're looking for. That's not what we're about.
Need some ice. Ice hammer.
No. Oh yeah, I think the quarterstaff from this the echo of wave I think is a power the frozen storm. 73 to cold and electric spell power. That's gonna be the jam.
The bee's knees.
Yep, we're gonna go ahead and give up this spell power from this orb. This orb has done good work. It's been a solid player, but it's gone now. Does this happen to have spell power on it too? Underwater action, no. Does not have underwater, or does not have spell power. Or not spell power, spell points. Sorry, I'm trying to think here.
That's what I smelled.
Yep, that's exactly what it is too.
Rain fire go good.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so I think I'm going to lose some hit points. Put on this hat.
Ooh.
Yeah. I think it's worth it. We're losing, I think... Let's see, we go from 38 down to 20, so we're losing 18. But we're going from... we're gaining like 70 some spell points, and that seems value.
Seems legitimate.
Yeah, it seems good. Oh, here's a collar, potentially, probably a probable collar upgrade for our dog, actually.
Acid, huh?
Yeah, so right now he does what's called Vicious, which does 2d6 damage all the time, but it does 1 to 3 points of damage back to him. So this one will, now do around the same amount of damage, but he won't be hurting himself.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah. It'll work out close enough, probably. Might be a little bit of a DPS loss.
Probably won't notice it.
Well, the difference will be, does he stay alive longer? He can do a d6 less of damage all the time if he is alive more. I know a lot of people always ask about the fact that I stop and look for gear. I find it to be one of the most enjoyable parts of the game, is when you level up, you get that opportunity to take a look at your gear, or see what little hedges you can pick out. I am a big fan of that kind of stuff, so. Alright, like I said, I think we're going to spend most of our time in dog form here soon. So I know we want cold breath, and I think we're going to let fire thing go here. This is going to get all the... Oh, whoa, actually, hang on. That doesn't need to be always on. This needs to be always on. That doesn't have a thing, that doesn't have a thing. This does have a thing. Alright, and then since we are back to putting a stick in our hand, we may accidentally attack something every once in a while, so we should put Shillelagh in. Shillelagh! Then I would like to have Gust of Wind available.
Shit, I forgot about this guy. Karvek the Spiteful. He's 2 black for a 3/2 human wizard. Other creatures get -1/-1.
Oh yeah, the black. Yeah, that guy seems good.
Especially if you're worried about Lotus Cobra.
Yep. Does in fact seem good. I'm gonna try the Cold Lightning Storm over like a Greater Vigor or the Pack Amplitude. That could be incorrect though. It feels close to me. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom and then we're gonna start at the 7s. So if anyone happens to be level 7 and you want to come carry me through some High Reaper quests, send me a tell. Of course, we're on Sir Lona and everyone's welcome. Even if you can't do the carrying, it's still fine. You can come with me. I'll carry. It's fine. Not doing anything else today. Do need some porcupine quills. Think I can order porcupine quills online? Just be like, hey Google, where can I get me some porcupine quills?
According to National Geographic, porcupines have soft hair, but on their back, sides, and tail it is usually mixed with sharp quills. These quills typically lie flat until a porcupine is threatened, then leap to attention as a persuasive...
I don't know if you guys could hear it, but it wasn't telling me where to buy any. Which is sadness. God, my phone is so bad. My phone has had that... First of all, it's a replacement phone. I dropped my good phone, my first phone, and I was soaking my feet and had a phone call and it fell into some water.
Fell into your foot bath?
Yeah. So now I'm on a replacement phone and it's always been real janky.
What carrier do you have?
I have Verizon. But the real problem is that we paid our phones off this month. Like all of them. So now they're all going to have the, you just paid it off, slow down. It's like, oh, now your phone's paid for? This phone's terrible.
Matter.
It's terrible. Time for you to get a new one.
I say, that don't matter. My new one seems to not want to run very well.
Well, that's because you're watching all that inappropriate videos on it.
Only once a day.
Only once a day? That seems pretty good.
Well, I'm at work most of the other times of the day.
Well, it doesn't make me think anything.
Obviously. You know what you'd be doing at work all the time.
See, guys, people literally watch me. When I'm at work, it's on camera. People can go back and watch the vlog. Alright, I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and as usual, when I use the restroom, I'm going to take a quick 30-second ad break. We'll be right back, 30 seconds. Please stick around. Just mute the tab or whatever if you need to. I'll be right back, 30 seconds. Oh, so I got a weird brain chase. You ready for this? Then you leave.
Who? What?
You.
Huh?
Said I have a weird brain chase.
Okay.
So, do you make poses when you use the restroom?
No.
So I just did the Superman pee.
So, like, you had your cape out and you were peeing?
Well, it wasn't my cape that was hanging out, but I was standing in that Superman pose with the hands on my hips. And
Is
something...
that a pose, or is that just a way that you pee?
I think that's a pose, because I usually don't do that. I just happened to do that this time. And I was like, wow, that's a weird... Like, I just realized that I was doing it. I was like, man, that's weird.
I don't know. I feel like that's just how I pee sometimes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's a pose. So, yes. The answer is yes. Sometimes you pose.
No, sometimes I just stand weird.
That's a pose. That's literally...
not a pose.
That's literally
Sometimes
what
I'm just
pose
standing
is.
there. Look, sometimes I'm in the shower, I'm standing there deep in contemplating, and I'm Superman posed, as you put it, peeing. But that's not because I have to pee.
See, when I'm peeing and I'm deep in contemplation, I'll kneel down and I'll put a hand under my chin. You know, and
you'll pee all over your feet.
And the thinking. Well, I'm in the shower. Like, what do I care, right? If I'm peeing in the shower, I think in the thinking man pose.
Well, that seems like a lot of work for thinking.
But normally that's when I poo. It's more of a pooing pose.
That seems like a lot of effort for peeing.
Rhett says, I don't know. I feel like for it to be a pose, it has to be premeditated. I didn't think about that.
I like the way that he thinks.
But if you accidentally step into the Superman position to take a pee, it doesn't count as a pose.
Definitely doesn't count.
All right, that's all I was trying to get to the bottom of. I can't use a scroll in animal form at all. Okay. Remember that. Woo woo!
Why is that dude all wooden?
I made him wood.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what you do when you're a wolf. You make people wooden.
You make people burnable. Got it.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna spam Cone of Colds for days. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be hurting some people.
Because I'm a wolf now.
No. It's because you're using your dragon breath.
Aw, it's a dog breath. Dogs have the ability to breathe ice at people.
Apparently. Those are bad. Those are bad to have in multiple. Am I just gonna play a bunch of landfall decks? It's probably all I'm gonna play is a bunch of landfall decks.
It's part of their bitch enchantment tree. Oh. Seems rough. Ellery, can you pull that valve, please? I tried to fall down. You know, pull that lever for me too, Ellery. Thanks, girl. You're the best. Oh yeah. This is like worth. If anything gives us special bonuses to cold damage, icy stairs, cut like blades. Yeah, I need to take a look and see what else there is in the trees. I didn't look at my trees, but wasn't that worried about it once I knew that I could take this spell.
I'm fucking dead now because I need another black source.
I know when you're in animal form, like casting non-animal spells, they slow down a little bit. I'm really kind of counting on the Arcane Alacrity past life feat to kind of make up that difference a little bit. Fine. Fin Fang Foom, pull the lever, please. Thanks, bud. He was a soul of ice. Alright, where's Ellery? See if we can get a little bit further here on what we've got. We may actually have to get some more money. You may have to throw or jump in a voice and throw your Quasi Twist in your build so I can talk you out of it. Or am I going to talk you into it? Never assume that I'm going to talk you out of something awesome.
I will always assume that you'll do whatever you want.
What's my thought on PA versus precision and 2-weapon power attack versus precision and 2-weapon fighting builds? I don't really think I have an opinion either way, really. Like if I'm being super honest, like
What?
I like precision, so I tend to just take precision. Most of the time.
What?
I know it's a shock to like precision.
No, they're not. The spells aren't working the way they're supposed to.
Why the Wizards of the Coast product being weird? Well, you don't quite get the 50% fort bypass with one spell or one feat, but
So mad.
when you get your feat bypass, it's a lot. But power attack, if you're 2-weapon fighting, is 2 damage or 10 damage,
So
right?
dumb. I should have fucking killed them. It wouldn't let me cast my flip murder spell. It wouldn't let me kick my blood chief's thirst.
Well, again, I hate to say Wizards of the Coast with a product that's great. Seems normal. Yeah, it gives you 25%.
Let's see, it would have played the second terror. Wouldn't have done anything.
Should we go back for
Take
heal
that one
or
down.
for the
Take
shrine?
down.
Yeah, we should go back for the shrine now. Is this costing me? May not need this or want this to be big all the time. We might want to have a second one that is big underneath it.
However, I did try that spell you were talking about. Seems like it's gonna be good. Like as a 2 of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like a 2 or 3 of.
And I'd cut all the white out, basically.
Yeah, like I said, I tend to take precision. I like it a lot. Especially if you're gonna take it and then you're gonna take like grim precision and like put those things in there. I am a fan of those things. I think I'm worried about Ellery doing stuff. I would like, however, Fin Fang Foom to... Oh, I can summon a bear or an earth elemental. We should summon a bear.
So, like, are you the thing that's like tiger looking?
Yes, I'm currently this giant dog shape. But I'm made out of wood. I bark skinned myself.
Ah, again, extra flammable.
That's right. Just my skin, though.
Well, that's how I like all the meat stuff cooked.
Just the skin?
Yep. Skin only.
So just like you're like chickens, you just
eat skin.
I just want that skin to be cooked. Everything else better be raw.
Better be.
It's weird. Weird but
I
fair.
got through all the COVID.
Yeah. You were busy taking a dump all the time.
Got this salmonella, let me tell you. Cure. Well, time for me to go to bed.
Yeah, it's gonna turn to a pumpkin at 10 o'clock.
Well, it's a lot less about pumpkin and more about having to get up at like 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, if Arena was doing like, better.
Yeah, it's gonna be that way. It's gonna take them a while to get that stuff working right. It always does. Oh yeah, we don't need maximizing power.
Pretty sure I would have won that game at 2 life.
It's alright. Get some sleep. Hopefully we can see you tomorrow, even if you just come in and pick up a pre-release kit. Hopefully we can at least see you tomorrow.
We'll see. Unlikely that I'll be back before 8.
Where are you going?
Same place I've gone every day this week.
Okay. Is it the same place you were going last week?
Yep.
Okay, because I know where last week was. I don't know if we've talked about where you've been this week.
Same place.
It's exciting.
Oh yeah. Just hoping they say that we're not going to work Saturday. That would make my Friday.
Yeah, because then you can come play Magic on. Because I got to go to the shop and sit there all day probably. Have no tournaments. Make no things. Because Todd still wants to have something there in the event that people want to play. And he...
I was going to play Magic in my house all day.
Yeah. He wants to have the ability for people to come play. And if people happen to want to sit back in the back room and play an 8-person Magic tournament, he would sell them entry fees for $5 for prize support. And if people wanted to use their pre-release kits to play, he can't be held responsible because he didn't hold a tournament. That's going to be his plan to not get shut down by Wizards of the Coast if someone finds out there's a tournament. Which I think is fair. I think is a fair argument. But that means I have to sit at the shop basically not doing anything.
Alright, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Said hopefully we'll see you. If not, you have a safe weekend and go pick up your 5 or 6 kits.
5 or 6, maybe 1.
Oh, remember they're $20, so...
Ain't no point in picking up paper Magic right now.
Oh, I still pick them up while they're hot. Especially those. I mean, you're getting, what, 6 packs for $20? You're not going to beat that price. Well, I guess it's the same price, but you get an extra rare.
I'd say it's basically the same.
I don't know. I always feel like those packs are hot and regular packs are poop.
Maybe it's just your luck.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Anyway, we'll talk to you later. Have a good night. Get some sleep.
Later.
Toodles! Nate, everybody. Nate does a real good job of getting me talking about literally anything else but the game. They're hot because you can win good prize support generally. That's true. And the arena has, like, the best prize support. We had some people, like, give us a crap one time saying that our prize support was not as good. But then we pointed out to them that the entry fee is, like, half what everybody else charges. And then we also increased our prize support. So then people had to shut up. So we give out a pack every time you win a match. And we give out essentially 2.5 packs a person on top of that. But what I do is you can get them for So what we do is we call them points. So basically, you get like 2.5 packs of the top. We give out points based off of your final score. So if you're like one of the people that's 3-1, then you get so many points. 4-0, so many points, etc. And then basically you get one pack per point. If you want like standard packs or packs that are still in print. If you want packs that are like a little bit different, so like for example, sometimes we have like Modern Masters or historic, whatever, the various like master stuff, things like that. Sometimes Todd will go as low as 2 points a pack. So sometimes you can get some really good packs out of the deal for really cheap. He is just insane. He is too generous to people who come and play Magic because he wants his Magic community to grow and be like a thing. So he, like, in my opinion, over benefits them. For a lot of people who I don't think they treat him as good as they should. Alright, let's summon this guy and this guy. Oh my goodness, of course we get hit by a fear just as we're gonna slam down the biggins. Alright, let's get Ellery in here. Alright. These dorks come stand by Ellery, she'll basically get into auto heal everybody mode. Or she should. She doesn't seem to want to yet. You want to auto heal Pious? I really don't want to spend mana on keeping him up myself, please. Vila was in the AFK channel. That's weird. Alright, I know this spell's slow, so we want to be careful while we're casting it. There we go. Oh man. Yeah. I forget how much fun dog casting is. I don't even need the attack button. The trip is nice to have every once in a while, just to like crowd control something down, but if you were to consider that a irresistible dance, it's so good. Instead of an attack. Look at that. For 20 spell points, we're just like killing multiple things. Oh, look at there, I attacked. Attack some more. I can almost see spending some points in the falconry tree to be able to attack a little. like occasionally. I think we needed just a little bit more mana, but I don't think we got it. I think Ellery's tapped, right? Yeah, Ellery's tapped. Alright, well, see what we can get away with. Intimidate everything off of Ellery and onto me. Alright, Ellery, open that door. Okay, let's go shrine it up. I think that worked out fine. Again, we could use like this much more mana. 900 mana is apparently a little light for what we need at level 9. I'm not gonna worry about buffing. Well, I'm a liar. We're gonna do this buff. You get lightning bolted. Summon the bear. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, so I want to get back here so I can intimidate everything. Alright, how long did that take? Too long? 22? Yeah, it's too long. Still felt like it was good. We had to go back for mana one too many times. But it was fine. As long as we keep moving forward. Just skimming the Twitterverse here. See if there's anything interesting to discuss yet. So far, it seems pretty mild night actually, considering the political nature of the evening. All right, I have the moon shard, and I think the lapis. Yeah, I don't know why, but I love turning in these things. It's literally one of my favorite things. This is one of my favorite things. Turning in those shards, yes. button. Mm. That's delicious. I think we're just gonna give out the G or the H. And actually, does this enchant the weapon? Alright, so Magic Fang does look like a weapon buff. Oh, but because the stick is made out of bone, you can't shillelagh it. Lame. Okay. It's fine. Just a dog. Just a dog. Not a lady. Not a human. Just a dog. Roof, roof. Just a dog. Why are you attacking me? I'm just a dog, just like roof, roof. All these dogs. Just heard that we were. No, whatever. We'll look again. Maybe those guys saw that we weren't a dog. Maybe they thought we were a druid. Ugh. We're just a dog. Just doing dog things. La da 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 da. Okay, well apparently we're not very dog-like today. I'm gonna say we're gonna have to turn around and do some killing. But I wanted to wait till we're at the choke point. Ow! I don't want to summon my helpers, but I feel like if there's that much shenanigans going on, well, my helper's in the cave at all. Alright, well that took more mana than I thought it was gonna. I'm not gonna lie. Double or triple champ. And that Reaper. Interesting. Alright, let's come over here and get a little bit of that help. A little bit of Ellery Lovins. Alright, let's get the first two guys going at it while we bear it up. Bum bum bum. Alright, first guy down. Get everything down here in cone of cold range. I think we're gonna poof up here and open this chest and kill this hamburger. Hell, I don't have to kill those guys at all. NPCs will take care of them. The bear died, I think. Yeah, he did. That's sad. Aw, dang it. There's lots of shrines in this one, so I'm not as worried about like conserving mana. Jimmix Money, what's up, my guy? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Look at all these guys we made, man. Look at all the guys that are angry at us. We got knocked down. How we got knocked down, I don't know. We have 4 legs. If I wanted to trip something with 4 legs, it would not work. That guy tripped me. Again, if I was going to trip something with 4 legs, it would not work. Is Ellery not here? I feel like Ellery's got to be here, right? Ellery, you certainly did not sleep. Oh boy. So we're not doing the dog as a combat. We're literally doing it as a caster. It's a little bit weird for a dog caster, but I've always liked it. It's got a lot of real good advantages going for it that other things don't. We're going to cast this. See if we just like randomly start killing some guys with lightning storms out of nowhere. Where's the guy? What's this costing us? 70. And it shoots off 1 bolt every... Doesn't actually say. Come on. I mean, we're seeing the occasional lightning will go off, it's just not killing things. I don't know, maybe I don't want to be casting that spell right now. I really thought it'd be sweet. I mean, it's three cone breaths. I mean, it's not good enough. Alright, I would like to see what Ellery's bringing to the table right here. Because we're just going to scoot through these traps, I think. I'm not going to be cute about them. So remember that almost every single point is almost every single point that she gives is another cone. Double Reaper. It's fine. Let's get the big cones. Make sure that we're tearing people up here. Again, we can... I have no problem shining. I'm gonna buff. Let's put Ellery on the shrine. Everybody else is fine, I think, probably. In fact, we should leave them on attack mode so they can clean up any of this trash that shows up. Except for Ellery, who's supposed to be shrining. Go shrine. Good girl. And then I'm going to probably shrine also, after I renew these guys' buffs. feel like she should be topping me off. Getting me close anyway. So I just want to pick up all their lost souls. I feel bad if I don't. Feels like not eating all the parts of the buffalo. You know what I mean? So this trap in particular is one of the traps in the game that actually does hurt everybody. Monsters as well as players. So that's the reason why we're kind of running around back and forth here. Pious, you fool. Okay. Oh, there's a treasure bag. We can run through because our, especially once we quench, we're currently at 52 fire resistance, and if we quench, it should go up again. Did I just miss it? I must have just missed it. Lame. Didn't know you could dodge your quench. Okay. Maybe he just doesn't like angles? Seems odd, but okay. He was a man-eater. Smash everything. She had an explosion pretty quick. Okay, we should get another explosion. One more. Oh, there's one up here. There it is. And we even have one box here to spare. Look at that. We're gonna eat all the parts of the buffalo. Alright. 20 minutes was the final total. 22,451 Reaper. It's not bad for just screwing around on R1. Hey, cutie pie. Wow, you got a sexy burp and everything.
Alright, I'm going to bed. It's trash night. I texted Remy, but who knows? He's a bailiff. When they left, he's like, we're going to get something to eat. And then they never came back. I don't know. You guys try to... I took the kitchen... Oh, there it is. I took the kitchen trash out earlier, but like, you know, my office, the bathroom, your office, basically is what needs done. But that one back there does too, but... Is it okay? So just, you know... Good night. Oh, that's so rude!
Alright, come here. I kiss and make it better. I kiss and make it better. Come here. I know. You're your jammy master. Jammies are but for you to figure out. Alright. Oh. We managed to torture the wife slightly, as is our responsibility. What's up, baby girl? Come here. Queen, come here. Queen, come here. Hey, you little monster. Don't you... Oh, Jersey's on his way. Jersey wants huddles. Come here, Quinn. Come here, Quinn. Come here. Come on. Come here. Get kisses. Come on. You know you want the kisses. Oh! Oh! You licked me right in my mouth. That's not what I'm about. Not from fuzzy puppies. Only for sexy mamas.
What you doing? Let's go to bed.
Here we go, night-night. Alright. Okay. I don't need this thing repaired. Repair everything else though. We're getting close to the plat cap. We'll have to move some plat to another character. I think is reasonable. Actually, it was that one. That one happened to have a slot. It did not. Look at how much junk we just acquired. No. Yeah, that was it. We plat capped. Oh, no we didn't. Alright, so let's do a couple things here. First of all, run dogs, he'll eat you. That's true. That's true. The situation turns its ugly head. Alright, so I can't deposit like infinite dollars here. Because I don't have the big 4,000 020 whatever, that's fine. 420 is good enough. Anyway, I just had the first tier of the bank of the vault here. Also, I want to check the DDO store really quickly. I was told that certain shared slots were open. I don't need the platinum upgrade. I don't need the... I don't think. 100,000 at 2... Yeah, see, that's not a thing I'm worried about. Crafting storage, I don't think I'm worried about.
good, sir?
I'm good. How are you? Here we go. Shared bank item storage upgrade. 15, 10 slots. Yeah, we're gonna upgrade again. I'm good.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Oh no, I think that's literally every shared crafting. Or not shared crafting, shared bank slot. I think I purchased them all now. That's no bueno. Hey man, every dog has its day, and I'll tell you right now, if things get tough, things get too tough, it's gonna be their day. Day to go in my belly.
I wonder what you'll pick. So many choices.
They'll be the last things on my list, but push comes to shove.
Still doesn't change the fact that they're on the list.
That's right.
I got a migraine story for you.
Oh yeah? Do I need to like prepare myself to pretend to have sympathy, or
I guess maybe. I don't really have all the information, so I don't really know yet, but my brother-in-law had gone to his adult jiu-jitsu class that he goes to every Monday night, and he came home and took a shower, and while he was in the middle of the shower, he started having some issues with his mental capacity. He actually ended up talking and reverting back to like a 10-year-old child's voice and actions. The entire left side of his body started drooping as if he had just had a stroke. He lost all his fine motor skills, and all this shit just went down like a 15-minute window. So we had to do the whole ambulance thing and get him out and get him treated. And they thought for the first 6 or so hours that it was a stroke, and then come to find out, by the end of the night, they discovered that it was what they call either a myplegic or implegic migraine. Apparently, it was a migraine that was severe enough to basically take over his mental capacities as such. He has no recollection of the entire event.
yeah, I'd be
Kinda freaky.
surprised.
I never heard of that.
I mean, I know those kind of things do happen. I'd be surprised though. They tend to go along with mini seizures, or micro strokes.
Yeah, they said that it corresponds with autoimmune diseases as well, but he doesn't have any history of that, and he also has never had a history of even minor headaches, much less migraines. So I'm not really sure what the onset of it was.
Yeah, sometimes things just happen though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what am I doing? We have tide turns chain to do. What is it about that I just always forget the tide turn chain?
My favorite chains.
It's
And
like
it's
the-
saga.
Yeah, well, that's just it. It's part of the saga, and I just forget it like every time. When I check, I'm like, all right, level 7's what's left, and it's like, oh yeah, the tide turn chain.
Well, I am happy to report good DDO news. You want good news on your stream? Or
Sure,
bad?
why not? Take it all.
Good news for being Gimpy Red. I have been able to solo R2s on Heroic all the way up to Sharn so far on this life. It's
Sweet.
good for me.
Our R1s and
You just
R2s are
really
not R1 and R2s are not so far apart that I think you would have problems, but I know you're.
The only thing that's been more noticeable is just I feel like I have another like 10% or so of time that it takes to complete the quest. Is about all it is. It's a little bit slower completion rate, but I'm not really having a lot of moments of oh crap, I'm about to die or anything like that. So I'm kind of encouraged by it. Red's getting a little stronger.
Yeah, I mean it adds up.
Or I'm getting smarter, but it's probably Red.
A little bit of X, a little bit of Y. I know, like how many points do you got saved up now?
Reaper?
Yeah.
Like 142, something like that.
You do not have 140 something.
No, 41 or 42.
41 or 40. Okay. Like 141, 142. You should be well versed.
Not me.
Vilov says I did a whole heroic life on hard without dying. That's pretty good.
Nice. Well, now you got me wondering. Let me check how many points I have. 43, but I've only spent 39. How about that? I need to spend some more.
I know. Animal rights, in my opinion, is basically they get treated well and with respect, and then they get put down well and with respect. So just because I turned something into food doesn't mean I didn't do it with respect.
Respect, yeah, right.
Which you know because you fish. But on the flip side, I was watching, I've been watching this YouTube video or YouTube series, channel, whatever. They've been around for a while, I guess, but I've never heard of them before. It's called, I think, Simple Life Alaska.
Isn't that a Discovery series?
Simple Living Alaska. And they're a YouTube channel. It's a husband and wife, and they live in Alaska, currently off grid. And I don't want to go back to on grid. But I haven't got their entire history figured out yet. But they came up from Oregon and they moved to Alaska.
Real country there for a second.
Well, I was mid burp. I apologize. So yeah, 2 years ago is their oldest video. But yeah, they went from Oregon, where they lived. I'm pretty sure they lived off grid in Oregon, and then they moved to Alaska, and they've been living off grid in Alaska ever since then. And I don't know what else they do. Like, I haven't got into their whole history and all the things that they're doing, except for the fact that they're like raising their own food and they're doing they do all their hunting, they do all their meal prep and stuff like that. They do buy things, and they do have like gasoline and stuff like that. And I can't imagine that they're doing all this stuff just off of their YouTube income. I mean, it's possible that they are, but I don't quite think so. So I suspect they do something else, but they're out there doing stuff. Anyway, so they were breaking down I don't remember if it's a moose that they hunted or a moose that they found on roadkill. They've had both. They've had both kinds of mices. And sorry, I'm looking to see if I have a throwing weapon. I do not. And they were butchering one of the animals, and she made the woman, I think her name is Arrow, because she's native, made a comment that everybody should butcher an animal at least one time in their life so they can really appreciate where the food is coming from. Because it's
job. That's cool.
Yeah, because it's easy to just think food comes from the grocery store, and that's a real problem. That's a real thing. There are so many people out there who just believe that why would you hunt? Just go to the grocery store and get some meat. It's like,
see, I make a point, and it's a small thing. It's nothing like what they're talking about, but with my kids, my 10, 6, 5-year-old, I make a point of when we're eating something, I tell them what animal it's from and what part of their animal. And I usually pull the picture and show them, I'll point to the side or the leg or whatever we're eating. And
yeah,
it's actually raised a lot of interesting conversations with them. And they've never been disgusted by it. They've all been just kind of intrigued by it, to be honest.
Well, again, I think it's an important aspect to think about, especially in the kind of world we're in right now, right? Where there's massive, potential for, I don't want to say famine, but there's a potential for some lean coming up in a lot of people's lives. Lean that a lot of people have never had before, and it's the reason why people who went, like your grandparents, or anybody who survived the Great Depression, they're gonna have a freezer. They're gonna have a chest freezer. They're gonna be ready for a problem. They're gonna have extra food on hand, or things like that. But we have people here who can't grow salad, like in a salad bowl. Like, heaven forbid they try to have a chicken, or even worse, butcher something. But it could happen. Like, people literally just do not appreciate where their food comes from, in my opinion. So,
Or they appreciate the convenience of it.
I don't think, yeah. You just live like a normal person, and it's like 4 million BC. Thank you. Yeah, but think about it. If there's a mandatory lockdown, are you really going to count on farmers to get that food to you? You really think that truck drivers are going to get all that food to you? Like, you really think you're going to have grocery stores full? Like, I don't know about how things were for you guys, but here, there was some times where some stuff got pretty lean. You know? Like, it's a real thing. People may have to do some hunting. I just want to heal up a little bit. Just live like a normal person.
What's fun in that?
I don't know. He's a fisherman. He knows what I'm talking about. He's just being obtuse. He thinks because it has fur, that means you shouldn't eat it, or you shouldn't take care of it yourself, or this idea that a pet is immune to ever being food, which I can appreciate. I'm not going to say that I've ever eaten a pet. I mean, that's not really true. We've had pigs, and we've had cows that were basically treated like pets. They got eaten. But they were big farm animals. They were raised for that. But you get, 5 kids or whatever raising an animal, they're gonna treat it like a pet, regardless of what you try to do with it.
A lot of my students that are super involved in ag, and like right now, like this week, I've got real low attendance because about a third of the class is out showing their pigs and stuff and getting them sold and all that shit. So I don't know. There's still some going on, some of that education going on.
Yeah. Well, in Texas right now, there's so many pigs.
Buzz country.
Well, I just mean in general. Like, someone was saying almost 1 million wild pigs running around right now.
Oh, the javelina?
Yeah.
They're always pretty crazy.
Yeah, just nuts. Just nuts. Alright, let's go shrine it up. Oh, I guess we'll trip this guy. There we go. Oh, now, I can't wait to start traveling a little bit more.
How far are you out for that?
Well, hopefully we're gonna get our countertops ordered here soon. Found a place that has a bed that we can live with. So once those are in, then I'll start working on getting the floors down, and then it's last couple of big things will be all that's left. So like solar and the toilet, and then there's some little things in the restroom to do.
Well, I meant more like lifestyle stuff. Weren't you waiting on a certain thing to happen with your wife's job?
Not with the job. It'll probably be next spring, hopefully. I don't know if we're gonna be able to transition, or how quickly we'll transition full time, but
Hey, you got a house you need to sell or something?
We do, but I think it'll move quickly. Houses in this town go pretty fast, generally. Especially if I can get the egress window put in and turn this house to a 3-bedroom. 1.5 baths. I think it'll go real quick. So I'm not as worried about that. I'm more worried about, Remington's here. Remington was supposed to be hitting nursing school, but thanks to COVID and stuff, they cut the slots down, and he didn't get all the prerequisites as done as he thought he. Well, I don't know. One of his teachers. I don't know exactly what happened, but he took it online, and the teacher, the grade that was calculated was a B, which still wasn't great, but it's still a B. And then when the teacher turned in the grades, they gave him a D?
That ain't right.
Huh?
That ain't right.
Yeah. So, like, he was trying to figure out what was going on and just kind of, like, never really got it figured out. So, like, we've never actually heard back what happened or anything officially. He got a hold of a couple of higher-ups up there, but he hasn't rattled the chain again recently. And I think he's just decided he'll just retake the class someplace else. Or under a different teacher or something. I'm just like, you already paid for it once. You already paid for it and took it and did the whole class, and like, because you didn't snapshot or screenshot the final grade according to because it was all the computer did all the grading, right, for all, like, the finals and quizzes and things. So how did it go when the computer, being the one that did all the grading, from a B to a D? I just don't understand. So with that, and then the program he was going to get into cut more than 10 kids off of the roster. I guess they're not kids, people, because it's an adult school. But yeah. Hey, V-Love, what's going on?
So I'll tell you a quick story. So when I was in high school, we had this exchange student who was like an Eskimo kind of chick from Canada, lived way up in the circle.
This is going.
And so we're in class, and we just kind of befriended her, my group of friends, girls and guys. And then one of the guys said, "Hey, Eskimo, I was like poaching a bunch of animals." And she just looked over and said, "I fucking hated it. What do you think I'm here for?" I was like, "Whoa!" So after class, we were talking to her, and she goes, "It's horrible. I thank God I got out of there." She goes, "You have no idea how horrible it is when you come check a trap after 3 days and there's a baby deer stuck in your foot trap and it's dead because of exhaustion and a heart attack. It's cruel and horrible."
Yeah, I mean,
It's like when I was in Texas at my buddy's place, he's like, "Let's go deer hunting." I go, "Nah, I'm not a big hunter, dude. I don't really think it's right. If I go hunt a deer, take a butcher knife, hide in the bush, jump on it, and kill it, I'm good." It's like, "No, it's easy. Watch, I'll turn on our feeders and in a couple hours I'll come into my yard, we'll shoot them from my porch." I'm like, "You're a piece of shit." I'm like, "You're a piece of shit, dude. What's wrong with you? Why don't we hunt you? Why don't we let you loose in the mountains and we'll run around and shoot you and see how you like it?"
I am in Texas, and it gets worse than that. There are company retreats, I guess best way to put it. There's these businesses that will have these basically fenced-in livestock deer, for lack of a better word, and you get all these higher-up CEOs of the companies or whatever, and they kind of just chill in this air-conditioned room at the top of this tower as part of this little resort, and they basically bring out the deer on collars and leashes and basically release them in the middle, smack dab in the middle of this runway style thing, and they give all the CEOs their rifles and they just lower the window, kill the deer right there, go about their business, and they have, a full service that will come in and field it and dress it, and like everything like, what the hell's the point? Like, that's not hunting. That's picking out
See what I'm
meat.
saying? I agree. It's just go to the fucking store, dude.
So here's the flip
I
side
told
of a lot of that.
Cameron, they go, before you were talking, I went out to have a smoke. I told Cameron, Cameron, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna leave everything behind. We're gonna move to Alaska, 100 acres, and we're gonna build log cabins, and we're gonna set these traps to catch beavers and shit that don't bother nobody out in the middle of fucking nowhere, just so we can say we hunted and killed some shit. So we live off the grid. She's like, why would we do that? That's what you're supposed to do, I guess, because we just can't go to the store anymore, I guess. I don't fucking know. Don't ask me. I guess it's a cool thing to do, I guess. I don't know. It's like over 10,000 BC. Like, we've evolved. We've evolved now.
But we haven't evolved. We're still the same thing. The difference is that you are removed from where that comes from. And you just people have they have got to the point where basically we're so rich and so well off that people don't have to think about it. They don't have to know where their food comes from. They don't have to appreciate it.
I appreciate it all the time.
I appreciate it every time I take a bite.
But like, I've been in situations where if we didn't hunt and find something, we probably weren't going to eat.
So that was my life as a child, but
I get that.
So like, it is important. It's important to know that. It's important to have that ability, and it's could be right around the corner again. That's my point. And there's people out there who are recreating a lifestyle to keep it alive. You know, it's like saying, "Oh well, why would you keep these Native American traditions open? Because we've evolved." That's crazy. It's like, no, they're keeping their history alive.
Then every American should buy a cow, put it in their backyard, they don't buy milk, everything from the store, just milk their own milk. And churn their own butter.
I mean, maybe. I don't know if every American should. But there certainly
should.
should be people who do that, and you shouldn't look down on people who do that.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not looking down. I'm just saying, when you have the opportunity to not have to do that, you shouldn't have to do that.
No, I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying it's the law.
You know, it's like, hey.
But I'm saying, breaking down an animal one time, so you understand where your food comes from. Because again, there's so many people out there who.
I'm fine
they
with that
don't.
part of it. I'm just having a problem with people that set these traps out in the middle of nowhere and they don't check their traps for a week. There's a poor animal that's just been in misery for a week because.
I agree.
That's
I
the
would
problem I
prefer
have.
animals not to, like, if you trap something, that you check it more regularly. But I also realize that if you're going to have situations where, especially in the far north, the Arctic North, that you could easily be trapped out someplace for a week or even longer. Like, how easy is it for something to come through? But does that mean that your family should die?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, but that I get
girl
that.
said to me, she said she was over that lifestyle. That's all her
Yeah,
family
so she
did.
left. Congratulations, she picked a
Because she
different
was-
thing.
And it wasn't about like the hunting and fishing and harvesting. It was that part. She said it was cruel. She said
Sure.
her family would go to the Arctic and harbor seal. They would club them in the heads. They're friendly little seals, mind their own fucking business, just for. she
Yeah.
said
Otherwise,
I
her family
understand.
probably dies because they don't have enough food. Like, I understand where you're coming from, and I realize it does feel weird.
Putting sables in like a 4 foot by 2 foot cage, like 3 sables in them, and they sit there and they grow up as little babies for 3 years in a little tiny box cage for their fur and their meat. It just doesn't make sense. It's just like it doesn't make. Let's put somebody else like that in a cage. Hey, dude, I want to put you in a cage because we can eat you. You're meat. You're a human. You're so meat. We can eat you. So we're just gonna put you in a cage when you're 6, and when you're 14, we'll hack you up and we'll eat you. There you
Well,
go.
About 14, you gotta do it.
again, though, you're talking about something that's, again, raised for that. That is their purpose. And it doesn't. There's.
Like how the
Hang on, hang
How
on.
about the shark fins? The whalers catch the sharks, hack their fins off, and throw their bodies back in the ocean to float down.
I
to the same
I agree
spot.
that is not correct.
That's good. That's a good way to do that. That's a good way.
I agree that if you're going to take something, you should be more respectful of it. But I also will tell you that if you take an animal that's wounded and put in the ocean, something's going to eat it. Like, something's going to take care of it. The circle of life will continue. It's not like it's just going to, like, swim around with no fin. Or maybe it
How
will.
about this? take off its fins, whatever. How about you kill it real quick, stab it in the head. Don't let it float in water for an hour or two with no fins and it's alive. That's what I'm saying.
I think part of the situation is, and I don't know for sure, but I don't know how much other meat there is available on a shark. And I understand throw it away.
Rub it back in the water. That's what I'm saying.
But the problem is like, maybe it actually turns out to be a better use of the meat. And I'm not 100% sure of this, but I know like there are a lot of animals that won't eat something that's already dead. Like another shark may not come in and get it. Well, no, because you want something to eat it, because you don't want it to rot.
Crabs, lobster will eat it.
Yeah, they'll eat the leftover corpse, but you still need something to hit the main part to get started. Otherwise, it festers and bloats and gets disgusting.
Yeah, 6 miles to the bottom of the ocean in the middle of nowhere. It's gonna affect,
It'll eventually. Maybe it floats.
It doesn't float, it sinks. I watched a video on it. It's horrible. It was gross.
Again, I can appreciate people not wanting to see that kind of stuff. This is the same thing, like, then you shouldn't probably eat meat. You should be vegan. Right? If you.
No, that's what I said we've evolved.
No, we haven't. We're still meat eaters. We're still meat eaters. Are we not? You still need protein?
I don't walk around with stone clubs and,
Yeah, our tools have gotten better. The tools have evolved. The techniques have evolved. But at the end of the day, we're still little machines, little biological machines that take meat, need meat. Your body still needs it. Like, you can live without it. You can change and warp your diet and get your necessary proteins. But if you don't get the right balance of proteins, which means you got to eat like these other really unhealthy foods.
Well, protein powder, so like that.
Yeah, so you have to eat very particular type of thing, and it's got to be the right ratios, and those proteins are super processed and are unhealthy. I would much rather eat a natural diet where I get my necessary proteins and necessary amino acids from nature without having to have to go through a chemical processing thing, because my body's going to process and use it better and smarter.
My point is, if you don't have to go and do that, you shouldn't go and do that.
Okay. No one is saying
That's
that you have
That's all
to,
I'm saying.
unless maybe you're raised in a situation where you should do that.
That's understandable. But I'm saying, you, me, and Red, we don't have to say, you know what? Let's go out to Alaska, just go shoot a bunch of shit, just to shoot it and we'll eat it. It's like, no, we can.
But what if I want to?
You don't have to do that.
Well, I don't think that's what's being said. I think we're having two different arguments. Like, I think the argument that Sam's stating is that he feels like people should be educated on the experience of what they're eating, why they're eating, how it came to their plate. Not necessarily, hey, let's just go kill that thing to educate it. It's more the process of, hey, we're going to harvest this animal because we're going to eat it. But
I've done a chicken before. I was like, I'll never do it again. I just can't do it. Now if I have to, plane crash in the middle of the Andes Mountains, nowhere to go, I gotta do it. I get it. But I don't have to do it. That's my
Yeah, but there are people out there who choose a life that do that. Just like
That's
you
fine,
choose a life to
but
live in California.
I'm just about doing it humanely. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like what the CEO guy shooting the rifles up. They're probably not really good shots, but probably missed, hit it in the shoulder, hit the leg, now suffering. And they're drinking beers, laughing. I mean, that's. What if I shot you in the leg? I'm going to be laughing at you.
Oh no,
That's not funny now, is it?
No, I don't think anyone ever was arguing in pro of that. I was using that as an example of how ridiculous it's gotten in some places.
Yeah, I agree.
But again, though, on the flip side, if some
giraffe just to be a trophy hunter, put it on my wall. Like, why?
Again, those animals get hunted, and those are a huge chunk of the income for those countries and those villages. That's why.
Well, they're not getting my money.
Okay, then you're not a person that they're trying to sell that market to. But when your resources are like, well, we got this bull giraffe that's gone crazy and has killed 4 people. If we can get,
kill it.
Huh?
Then the locals kill it. It's out of control.
But the locals are going in there and saying, hey, you know what? We're gonna, instead of just us killing it and eating it, Instead, we're going to see if we can get an American over here that's been on a waiting list for 6 years.
But those
Get
people
them
that are
over
hungry
here.
and starving, right? In the middle of the Serengeti Desert, right? They don't have a lot of resources, so why would they have them?
Because it's the resource that they do have
Okay.
is that animal. Right? Again, if you look it up, that a lot of the countries, that is their chief export. You know, our chief export is entertainment. Right? Or at least it has been for a long time. Their chief export is big game hunting. Because people will pay $50,000, $60,000 to go out there and take a big name animal. And then they still get to eat it.
And isn't that how stuff goes extinct? Like, oh, we can have this animal anymore because
No, because they're very careful to make sure that they only do problematic ones.
There's tons of people that are killing gorillas in this place.
Yes, there are poachers. Poachers are terrible people. We all want to get rid of poachers. But those aren't the people who are going over there and taking a prize animal 99.9% of the time. Those are pieces of crap that are doing the things that you're talking about, where they go and they cut off the fins of something and run away.
Yeah.
Where they go in there and they slice off the rhino horn. Yes,
Would it
those
be
are not
considered
those people.
stating that This conversation has made me hungry, and I'm going to say goodbye.
Have a good night, buddy.
Yeah, have a salad, chicken salad.
A chicken salad? Oh, sounds evil to me.
Love you, long time, buddy.
Have a good one.
Okay.
But no, the point is that just because it seems terrible doesn't mean that it is terrible.
Fair.
Like, some people might think driving your SUV around or your Land Cruiser is terrible.
Give you a good example. I've done well for myself because I just strive to do that.
Sure.
Right. So.
And you get a lot of pride from that?
No. What I'm saying.
I'm
is,
just, real fast, do you get a lot of pride from the job well done? And the success that you've had?
not pride now. I'm humble that I made
Okay.
it for where I came from.
Okay.
I
Keep
mean,
going.
I could do a lot more and I could expand it and do more, but I just didn't have to. I'm fine. So that's like kind of my thing. It's like if you're doing it, you know, how am I trying to say it? Lost my train of thought. I don't know. I'll think about it again. I lost my train of thought.
Okay. Well, how about this real fast? So you don't want those kind of experiences, which I think is fair. Not everybody does. But now let's say that my wife and I, for example, we're going to move into our tiny house bus and we're going to drive around. Not everyone's going to want that experience either. But should I be allowed to have that life?
Of course.
So should somebody be allowed to live a life where they go off and they live off the land? Because I guarantee you, if you watch some of these videos, for example, like them, they're talking about breaking down the moose or they're breaking down the pig. They're talking about using literally every part of this animal. Like I was watching them break down this pig, for example. They talked about how they humanely put it down, and then they were taking out stuff, and they were talking about how you can use, if your animal's on like a raw meat diet, which theirs are, and the reason they are is because they use all the parts of the animal from all these animals that they use to live throughout the year, right? And they're talking about these are parts that your animal needs at these percentages, and these are animal, yada yada yada. Then they took the skin and they turned the skin into dog treats and stuff, and then they even broke down the skull and did all this stuff, and then they spent days making bone broth from the bones. They like literally used almost everything. Like every single piece got used.
I'm talking about like the irresponsible ones. I'll give you an
Sure.
example. When I was
I understand irresponsible people are pieces of shit, but most of them aren't like that.
So in my mid-20s, I had some friends from high school and I reconnected with them, Filipino guys. They're like, hey man, you gotta come up back up north and we're gonna have my buddy's birthday party. We're gonna do a pig in the ground thing. I'm like, okay, I know what that is. They put the pig in the ground, they bury it, blah blah. He's like, yeah, you gotta come over. We're gonna kill it. I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to be there. He goes, no, it's cool, man. We stab it a bunch of times so it'll bleed out. It runs all over, and then it dies. I'm like, what? It gets better for the meat. I'm like, hold on, you're gonna stab it a bunch of times, let it run around. You're gonna drink a bunch of beer, hoot, holler, and it's okay.
Yeah, I would put that in the
that
not.
doesn't make this logical sense to me.
I'd put that in the not particularly humane camp
That's what
personally.
I mean. That's what I'm talking about.
Personally, but
You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm at. I'm like, dude, what? I'm like, just buy the pig that's already been killed from the humanely at the store, just put it in the ground. Why go buy a live
is
pig?
that a culture
have
thing?
Have a sport where it's like it's cool. It's like that's not right. Dude.
But is that a culture thing? Like
I don't know
you
what
said,
it
they're
is.
Filipino, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it is or isn't, but it's just the point. We're since 2000. This is 1990s, 2000ish or so. This isn't 12 BC. Like I said, this isn't like we have to. You just don't know. You have to do this. That's how you do it. It's like no, we don't have to do that anymore. If you don't have to do it, that's me. That's what I'm saying. I don't need to prove to myself that, you know what, I'm gonna make a YouTube channel. I'm gonna go live up in the middle of Wyoming nowhere, freeze my ass off, make a house, just to say that I did it. Like why? Why? I don't need to.
Yeah, some people want to.
That's.
I'm trying to find for those of you who are watching the stream, I'm trying to figure out if that's a cultural thing to do the pigs. Like I know that some cultures do a thing where like hunting the wild boar is a thing of coming to age, and that's probably changed to like
These guys had never been to the Philippines. They were born and raised here.
Yeah, but if
Don't
it
like
still
their
comes down from like a
bush.
family tradition or something, I don't know. I'm looking to try to figure out what's. Again, that doesn't sound particularly. I'm just trying to figure out if it's a cultural thing. You see what I'm saying?
That's where.
I don't.
But they act shocked when I was like, I'm not coming over. Like, why? I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna come watch that.
Yeah, I don't like from some quick googling. I don't see anything like that. So.
I'm not gonna watch you bleed your pig out by stabbing it and let it run around till it dies and bury it.
Well, do they stab it a bunch of times, or do they slit its throat and let it do that? Because I could understand that.
Stab it. He said we stab it a bunch of times.
Huh.
And let it run around until it bleeds it out.
Yeah, that seems weird. Because I know that you bleed out a pig, right?
Yeah, I've seen it before. I've seen they shot the pig and then they come back and they bleed it out, like whatever. But
right. Well,
he
that's what
just
I'm
said
saying.
it makes the meat better when you do it that way.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to sell you on something, thinking that you would think it was cool or something. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that.
So.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that, or heard of something specifically along those lines. But I don't know. Again, I know that there are like the Spanish bullfight, for example.
That's another cruel
Up
shit.
until-
What the fuck is that?
Well, again, now they don't
Fuck with
hurt the
animal,
bull.
they stab it a bunch of times. It's like, really?
Well, that was
That's
some.
why when a bull,
That was
that's
an
why when a bull
older
stabs
thing.
them and it kills them, I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I'm not happy about any of that, but that doesn't happen anymore. They've got over that recently, like in the last
Mexico, they do
100
it
years.
still. Mexico still does it. They
Yeah.
bullfight all the time.
Okay. Like, would you?
And they do the same thing. They just have to stab it a bunch of times. It runs by, they move the cape, stab it. And then at the end of it, they hit the knife and they fucking look at it and they fucking, it's like, well, it's been stabbed with your fucking spear like 8 times. And then when it gores them, they're like, oh, it gore hurt to kill the guy. Well, he fucking stabbed 8 times and thought he was funny. Now he got paid back. Life moves on, right?
Yeah,
Cycle
but
of life, right? Cycle
Also,
of life,
it is.
right?
It is, but
There you
also
go.
keep in mind that there's again that's part of it. It's again part of a cultural thing.
If I go hunting a bear and I miss the shot, it charges me and kills me. Don't go. I don't want people saying, "Oh, poor Valentine." Now, fuck him. You want to go fuck with the bear? Got blasted. There you go.
Mm,
That's it.
I mean, I think whenever you go out to the wild and you're putting, and you're hunting something, you have an opportunity. But I can imagine the exact same people, somebody just like you, except that talking about fish and talking about fishing, like, oh, you know what I mean?
I very rarely keep my fish.
Yeah, but you
95%
still
I throw
still
them
hook
back.
them. That's torture. If you're you're grabbing them, you're pulling them out of their place, you might tear their
I heard-
mouth up.
Nope, they never get torn up. I use barbless hooks too. It's like a piercing. It heals right back up. I'm telling you, I don't use barbed hooks because it's
What?
inhumane. It rips the meat out of them or gets caught in their stomach. You know, you can't save them. They have to just kill them now because they're gonna die in misery. So that's why I use barbless hooks.
Yeah. See, that's another thing. I would, if I'm gonna catch something, I'm gonna eat it.
I'm a sport fisher. I'm not a catch and release fisher.
Yeah,
I'm a catch and release guy. I catch it and I release it.
Again, for me, it's a person like I don't. For me, it's if I'm doing something along those lines, it's because for me, again, it's kind of like the same thing where you're talking about, hey, that's like not cool or whatever. For me, it's like a matter of, again, part of respecting the animal. If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna disrupt its life, I'm gonna take it out of its home, I'm gonna eat it. You know, I'm there looking for dinner. I'm there because that's part of how I don't know, again, how I was raised. You know,
so people have no choice by the matter to live in the middle of nowhere. That's where they're at. They're born and raised.
Or if they choose to live that life.
My neighbor from where I live to go, hey, let's go drive to Wyoming. Let's go hunt down a friggin' moose or elk in nowhere. It's mind its own business, and we'll blast it and we'll have someone come carve it up for us. I'm like, why? How about we put you out in the wilderness? I'll drive around the car and I'll shoot at you with my 45 a few times and see if you make it out alive.
See, I can't give you this one.
Because me and him, this guy, we go to the store.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying.
But
so
there's a
most people I
pride.
know-
There's a pride of getting your own meat. There's a pride, and it can be better. And again, it's a very important task for hunters to cull things, because animal herds have a tendency to rely on predators, and a lot of those big animals, their predators man. Their predators been man for 10,000 years.
How about the buffalo population? Remember when the American Indians were here? It was millions. And when the settlers came over, they just slaughtered most of them. And then knocked down their population of buffalo like crazy.
Okay.
Still a very low population.
If
So
you
that's what I'm talking about.
if
Let's
you
say the white
rewind,
person
if you rewind a little bit here though, right? Rewind just a little bit. The reason why the Native American or the buffalo population was so high was because the Native American population was dying.
They had huge food source. Why would they die?
They were getting sick and dying, and they had a lot of village fighting, which is why you had this huge boon of buffalo. At least that's the prevailing theory.
I remember in college seeing pictures or teacher shows. What they did in this time period. And first pictures were taken. It was just rows and rows of buffalo just dead. Not their carcass, not eaten. Just shot.
No, most of them were harvested. Some of them weren't because there were so many. But a lot of times when you cull a herd, right? Especially at angry pack animals, and especially when you're talking about something as mean as like 400 buffalo.
Is there any animals in the world that are just nice? They don't fuck with people then? Because every time this conversation, it's always they're out of control. They're killing everybody.
No, I'm not saying they're out of control. I'm saying.
How about a rabbit? Is a rabbit okay? Can a rabbit live, or does it have to be? Is there wild?
Well, I mean, rabbits are delicious. They also have a tendency to overpopulate if you left them alone. No, what I'm saying is that
we overpopulate. Don't we overpopulate?
I feel like if something was harvesting us, they might consider us overpopulated, or they might not. But see, like, animals don't have the capability of spreading out across they can't buy a plane ticket and go to another country because there's too many people, or they don't move across the state because they want to be someplace else. So like an animal population, if left unchecked, will completely destroy their environment, and then they'll all starve, and then they all die.
I just think there's cruel people on the planet, man.
There are 100%. There are people out there who they don't do things the right way, and there are people out there who are just bad. But that doesn't mean that people who are doing it right, or people who are doing something to survive, those people should not don't get allowed to do something.
That's fine.
You don't tell somebody they're not allowed to do something because this person over here does it wrong. You're not allowed to take away my guns or your guns or anybody's guns because this guy over here commits a crime with a gun. You don't take away somebody's ability to put food on their table by hunting because this guy over here killed 7 buffalo or 100 buffalo 200 years ago. Right? But I can tell you from working with cows, I've never actually worked with buffalo. I've been around buffalo a couple of times, so I've never worked with buffalo. But I had a friend whose family raised cattle, and we would help. I would help occasionally, depending on what kind of thing was going on. So I've worked with with the cows, right? And I can tell you right now, you get 2 or 3 male bulls, like steers, because you cut off their balls, because you only want a couple of them making babies, right?
I'm sure they do humanely cut their balls off.
Some really do, and some have some crueler things. Like I had a neighbor who...
So let's cut his balls off the same way. That's what I'm saying.
Well, again, you're talking about from a time... People have different things. You have changed, and you think that this technique is not humane. Well, 80 years ago, this technique was humane, so I've known people who have used a technique that they thought was humane, but really it's not. Like, for example, I had a neighbor who they neutered their dog by tying a piece of twine around its balls, and once a week, just tighten it up a little bit.
Oh my god.
It died, and it fell off. In their mind, it was very humane. And I'm like, that doesn't seem particularly humane to me. Like, I would not do that technique. They're like, it's completely painless. They're like, it's completely painless. The dog doesn't get freaked out because it knows there's something going on down there and its body's taking care of it. It doesn't have a festering wound because you cut off the blood flow, so that the area that dies dies and falls off, but the area that gets an opportunity to heal. I'm just like,
is that neuropathy, which is massive nerve pain in my leg when it goes numb? It is so fucking painful.
Yeah, like I said, I just look at it, I'm like, that doesn't seem legit to me. But that dog was the nicest dog. He was a great dog. He was a great, nice, wonderful dog. But I've seen people who've done that same technique, and the dog's a terrible monster. So, like, is it the technique? Was it how it's raised? Like, I don't know. Again, to me, I would much rather, if you're going to neuter something, put it to sleep, you cut it, bam, you're good to go.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point. It's like,
but there are people.
We're not prehistoric people anymore, man.
No, but
technology now. We can do things.
But these are not people using technology from prehistoric times, V-Love. These are people less than 50 years ago. People within generations still do this stuff, and that's what I'm saying. It's like there are people out there who want to keep that part of the culture alive. They should be allowed to do that.
Maybe it's because I've suffered pain for so long from my accident.
I'm a person.
And suffering how fucked up it is.
I understand. I'm a person that lives with pain all the time too. But I'm still not going to take away somebody else's ability to do something.
I'm just talking about the cruel people, brother. I'm not talking about people that.
Sure, but you're defining cruelty from your perspective, not other things. Like again with the neutering, I've seen people put bands on to neuter animals. I don't think that's particularly nice. But when they're talking about it and they're like, it's the most pain effective and least likely for the animal to get hurt. I mean, I can't argue with that. I can't be like, that seems pretty crazy to make that statement. They're like, well, here it is. I've been doing it for 20 years. And infections aren't as high. The animal doesn't have an opportunity to just randomly get killed because of getting knocked out, like, and all this other stuff. And I'm just like that. Well, I mean, that's an argument.
So that's why I say I'd ask that male, let me try it on you for a week and see if it hurts or not. If you say, man, that's fucking horrible and painful, you probably should do it to your animal.
So, what? Again, I understand you're coming from this place of like, you would like to save the animal the pain,
Yes.
right? Right?
Yes.
But why don't you go live out where your donkey lives for a week? Maybe you move the donkey into the house in your bedroom. Go take it next time you go on a pedicure. Go take it for a pedicure.
The donkey has a plush big ass.
But you don't treat the animals the same as you.
I do.
If
Very
the
nice.
difference between animals and people is sentience. We don't. It's called animal instinct for a reason. Yes, I don't want them to hurt. I want them to have a good life. But
Yes.
you realize things differently than an animal that doesn't have sentience. It's kind of like why I think you got to be careful with like dolphins, for example. We don't know if they're sentient or not. We know they're really intelligent, and we know they have families and pods, and they interact. But is it more than animal? They don't know.
Why don't we just eat dolphins then?
We
Friendly,
we
get
do.
both of them, stab in the neck. every
People
little
people
bleed.
do. Some people do. It happens a lot. You probably have eaten dolphin over the years.
No.
Have you ever had tuna?
Yeah, I imagine.
Because I guarantee you, tuna within your lifetime had dolphin in it at one point in time. That's why 30 years ago they started putting on there dolphin free, because they found different nets to not hurt the dolphins, and instead of just getting processed with the tuna, they do a better job of making sure they don't hurt the tuna. Things adapt, things change. But 40 years ago, because you're 45, right? You'll be 45 in a couple of weeks.
Get the 28.
I guarantee you, if you at around between 5 and 10, if you had canned tuna, there's a better than average chance that there was dolphin meat in there.
Okay, fine. I had dolphin then. I don't fucking know.
Well, see what I'm saying though? Things change.
They're going out to hunt dolphin just to eat dolphin. Because
Yeah.
someone's gonna say, "Oh, they're a culture animal. They're hurting people." Okay,
Yeah,
they're hurting people.
Well, see, I'm not a person that's gonna limit myself based off of what somebody else says. But again, I'm a person that probably would not want to hunt a dolphin. But I know there are people who they eat squid and octopus. We think they're very intelligent. The going theory is if humans were to die out, octopuses would be the next sentient animal on the earth. They're the ones most likely to evolve.
Chimpanzees.
If they were going to become smarter, they would have done it already.
I think they're like in the Stone Age. What we were in the Stone Age.
No,
They're pretty bright, man.
we
Like,
branched.
turn
They
lighters
didn't.
on, smoke cigarettes. They can pop bottles off the tops and stuff. I don't
Sure.
see a squid pop of a Heineken and drinking it.
Sure, they can manipulate objects. They can do things that are done, but will they make a hammer?
Will an octopus make a hammer?
That's what they're saying. They think they might
Oh,
in the
right.
future. It's like they give them thought and logic puzzles. They solve them. They think the current theory
the
is.
octopus will grab a car next. That's what you're telling me, right? The octopus will pop in.
I don't know. The thing I watched on them project that, again, if man like mysteriously disappeared, like teleported away, right? That octopuses would become like the size of a bus, and they would evolve to be on land, and they would become the next sentient species. They're not saying that they're necessarily out there inventing technology, but they
Killer whales will be flying planes too.
maybe. That's
Okay.
you know what I'm saying. Like humans have been working on
Those
shit for a
people
long
are-
time.
Those people are smoking a lot of dope.
I don't know. These are maybe. I don't know. But
I'll
this
say
was
educated. I
this
know
was a
educated people out
documentary
there,
put
right?
out by like National Explorer, I think, or National. What's the one that has the magazine?
Geographic?
Yeah, it was a National Geographic documentary.
I know a lot of smart people with PhDs that are not fucking bright. They can't drive a car.
Well,
So I don't always fall in that thing just because they have this, that, and the other.
yeah, I'm just saying that
And
I
look at the
don't know.
coronavirus. You have all these doctors, right? They have all different opinions on coronavirus, but they're all
Yep.
experts and PhDs and MDs,
Yep.
right?
People look at evidence and come to different conclusions.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, okay,
I'm not a person that
I
particularly.
can barely work a computer. I can barely play a video game. But like on my other computer, I get on Pro Tools, I can make music and dial it in like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Right. I can coach, I can teach, I did all that stuff. Did radio. But if you told me to go do like beginning geometry, I'd be like, whatever, you don't care. Whatever, circle, square, shape, whatever. I don't know it. It's been many years. I don't really care about it. But some people are like masters at it, which is fine.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I know you.
I'm not against hunting. I'm not against any of that kind of stuff. I'm not. I'm just against the cruel part. Like where they like I said, those two guys told me we're gonna stab it, which I let it run and bleed, and then we're gonna butcher it, put it in the ground.
Again,
That's not normal to me.
I'm not sure how. I would have to talk to those people to understand what they're trying to do. And it's if everything that you say sounds correct, it doesn't sound like that's correct. You know what I mean? Like that sounds incorrect to me. I would not be very pro that. Now, if they said, yeah, we slice the throat and we let it down and it runs around and it stays alive and continues to do stuff, you know, until it dies of blood weakness or whatever, I could understand maybe that being okay for the meat or helping the meat or whatever. I don't understand stabbing a whole bunch of times and then letting it just like run until it dies. I don't understand that. So I don't know how they explained it or what they really, maybe they explained it poorly. I don't know. That's why I was looking.
It's called the pig slaughter.
You found it?
So
it's called the pig slaughter?
It the pig so that you can then use a knife to bleed the pig. You don't want the pig to be in pain, but you want them to die. You need the heart beating until the last of their blood flows in their body. So they're suffering.
Alright, where did you find it?
It's called the Grown Network.
Okay, you have to send me a link.
Okay.
Because I'm curious. Because, again, I would like to know what this is so we can see if it's...
Let's see, this is one I found. I'm trying to find another one.
Again,
I texted my buddy, and he said, look for it. It's online. It's not hard to find. I'm like, alright.
Yeah, I just haven't found any sort of, like... When I look for slaughtering, they're talking about slaughterhouses and other...
Right, so this is what he texted back to me. Just take it. This is what he sent back. He's like, oh my god, I can't believe you remember that. I'm like, yeah, I'm talking to my buddy about this thing and he can't find anything on it. He goes, what is it? How do you do it? He's like, you stab it in the rear back quarter with what they call like a shortened spear.
Mm-hmm.
And the other person stabs it on between like the rib cage underneath, and you let it go around until it starts to bleed out, and then it will collapse, and then you can cut it short afterwards. But it has to run around for at least a few minutes.
So, did you ask him if it's a cultural thing?
Let me see. Let me ask him.
Like, I'm curious actually about this. Okay, here you go. You put it over here.
That's just the one thing I found. He said you can probably search the internet and find it because this is how we've been. You know, okay, here it is. My ancestors have been taught that way. That's how they did. Nowadays, a lot of people just shoot the pigs in behind the ear.
Yeah.
It'll run around for about 20 seconds, but then you must start to do it quickly, or the heart will die and the blood flow stops, and the meat doesn't taste as good.
Okay, yeah. So
for 3 minutes, their pig was gonna run around and be squealing and dying. But it's
Yeah, see, I don't think that's a probably.
Yes, he said yes, it's cultural, but I see why. He says I see why you think it's cruel.
Yeah.
Now we're all older. We're older now. We're in the mid-20s.
Yeah.
But they were thinking, but then it was ha ha ha, funny. I'm like, that's not cool.
Yeah, like I said, I could understand again if it's a cultural thing, why they would do that.
Not cultural. He said his ancestors from hundreds of years ago, but he's not cultural. That's what I'm saying. He's a.
Well, but it doesn't mean they don't have some sort of ritual that you that you keep doing, even though you don't really do a lot of other stuff.
I get you, but that's what I'm saying. It's like he says, oh, now you just shoot back at the ear and run around for like 20 seconds and it. I said, okay.
Yeah, it sounds like a much better way to do it to me. Like that's the way I would probably do it.
But my point is, we've had guns for a long time.
We have.
So.
But not everyone has. Like when the guns get to his family or culture, you know.
I know his grandparents are from here, but his great grandparents are and beyond are from Philippines.
Yeah, you remember how I was telling you the other day that my sister started to, one of my sisters, Rosa, started to embrace her Hispanic roots.
Oh yeah.
And then we were eating at the kid's birthday, and then she just pulls out this cake and just shoves the kid's face in the cake.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell is that?
People do that at weddings and shit all the time.
Yeah, and I was like, what the hell is that? And it's like, oh yeah, they made them eat it. They're like, yeah, that's the Mexican thing that you have to do for your birthday. That's the culture. I'm like, that sounds terrible.
One cake for us to eat, one kid for this kid's face to get smashed in.
Right, but then the kid had to eat it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's terrible. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't sound like a particularly fun day for me.
No.
You know? So, like, but I get it. Like, you're trying to continue to be part of a culture and experience a culture that, because you don't have a lot of that.
I don't know if that's all Spain or not, because when I was in Spain, it was there when one of my friends was having a birthday, and that was not even there.
Yeah, I don't know. They said
I was facing it, so it might be a Catalan thing, you know, a certain part of Spain, Barcelona area. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Something that carried over from part of it to Mexico.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I have no idea, but I'm just saying there are different cultural things that I don't necessarily agree with or think that that's great, but I can understand why some cultures would like to continue to maintain the history.
But the problem I have with it was that they thought it was like funny and it was like going to be a cool thing.
Well,
that's the part that
they probably did. They probably didn't think about it.
So remember they always talk about serial killers, right? What's one of the things that when they're young that happens? Usually it's like sexual abuse or torture of animals and stuff.
Yeah, but that's not the same.
That's what it made me kind of think of like, dude, you're gonna watch torture of an animal. That's not fucking.
Yeah, but I would not put that in the same, at all in the same camp. Like when they talk about serial killers torturing animals, they're intentionally keeping an animal alive, skinless for like as long as possible, or
I guess you're right. I guess.
Like terrible things.
It just made me think that.
I understand. Like I said, again, when you told me about it, what did I say? I said that doesn't sound very right to me.
Yeah.
You know, and I agree that doesn't sound good.
You're gonna kill a chicken, right? Either hack its head off real fast, or do that weird ring your neck thing, which
No.
I think I wouldn't be able to do because I was afraid I would like not kill it and it would be suffering.
See, like,
you don't go, hey, let's grab this chicken, let's rip one wing off, let's cut a foot off.
I agree,
It's like, why?
and so like I'll tell you when I grew up, we did the cut a chicken head off, right, and run it around. Okay, let it run around, pump the blood out, stuff like that. I hated that part. I thought it was crazy. I thought that was
I would die.
yeah, but I did it because I did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have eaten. But now when I got my own chickens, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna get these, and we'll have chickens. I'm gonna grow my own chickens, you know. And I did a bunch of research on my own, and now I know the proper way to put a chicken out of its misery, as opposed to what because we have more access to knowledge.
Do
So
I
like,
know how you do it?
huh?
Do I want to know how you do it?
Yeah, it's real easy. It would make a lot more sense to you.
Shoot it in the head with 45?
No,
Easy.
if you turn a chicken upside down, all the blood flows to its head and it falls asleep.
What?
If you take a chicken and you turn it upside down, enough blood goes to its head that it falls asleep. So what you do is you do this thing that's they call it a lot. I've heard other people call it different things, but the name that I've heard it called the most is called the chicken bucket. So basically what they do is they take like a 5-pound bucket or a 5-gallon bucket, and they put a hole in it that's more than large enough for the chicken to comfortably go in, right? But this way it's got something to support its shoulders and neck and back and everything, right? and they'll turn the chicken upside down, and they'll put it to sleep. They'll hold it till it falls asleep, and then they'll put it in this bucket. Then they'll hang that bucket up on a pole, and then they'll slit the chicken's throat in such a way so the blood pumps out, and then the chicken just goes to sleep and never wakes up.
So wakes up with his neck cut open.
Doesn't wake up. It never wakes up. It's always asleep.
So I cut my throat, I'll probably wake up.
Right, because you're not like the chicken. Chickens don't wake back up after that. If they're turned upside down like that, they don't wake back up. But see, if I would have told you that, I'm like, yeah, they slit their throat. What it was literally your first thought was, oh man, that means they're gonna wake up like split. They don't. They just go to sleep, and they never wake up. I literally cannot think of a more humane way to put an animal down.
Yeah, just shooting ahead of 45 is instantly dead. Not waking up, not even a chance.
Maybe.
Like,
What if you miss?
What
if you miss?
Not gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put it in a bucket. I'll put it to sleep like you said, and I'll shoot in the head with my shotgun. How's that? That way, there's no chance of waking up.
Yeah. Well, there's no chance of it waking up. You just turn it upside down.
I'm just saying, man. It's just, like I said, when a plane crash, I gotta do it. But Jason doesn't have to do it.
Sure.
I'm okay
but
with
now, you are capable. You're capable of doing anything.
I'm capable of doing any of that. I'm capable of killing a deer if I have to. I get it. I understand.
But if
I'm
you
not knocking for people who have to do it. I'm just talking about the bad people that think it's funny and they do it cruelly. That's my point. That's
Yeah.
my thing.
That's fine.
That's it.
I can appreciate people
I
not
agree
wanting
that's
to,
fine.
not wanting to torture an animal. I can appreciate that. Like, I'm not pro torturing animals.
Well, let's say you were, but you don't talk about. Here, I'll give you a better example. My mom has a lot of cats up at her house, and when I go to visit her, I go, "Oh, Mom, let's go trying to trap this cat." She said, "Okay, we'll trap him. I end up getting the trap it, get it fixed, blah blah blah." Because neighbors and other people will drive over to court and just drop off animals, right? My brother she's like, when they have babies, just fucking drown them. I'm like, see, that's a piece of shit. I'm not gonna take a kid and that's a newborn and just go fucking drown it.
Well, that
person.
That is a thing that people have done, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with taking. We had this terrible cat. His name was Tigra. My mother-in-law brought it to us. She saw this bag on the side of the road, on the interstate, went and got it. It was this cat. This absolutely terrible son of a bitch cat.
So, I mean, who puts in that bag on the side of the road? That person, what should happen to them?
Nothing.
Okay.
I think that person should not have pets. I think that person should know better. But I don't think that person should be, like, punished for something like that.
Shouldn't get a fine, go to jail, never have an animal again.
I mean, I would agree with the not owning animals again. Like, they should be, like... But I think it's not something that needs to be enforced by penalty of law.
Let's say your dog went missing.
Okay.
I go, hey Sam, check us out, man. I was driving the road and I saw this bag on the road and it was kind of goofy looking and I go, holy shit, that's Sam's dog in the fucking thing. Hey Sam, I found the guy who did it, I saw him drop it off. You gonna go there and shake his hand? Hey man,
No.
don't do that again, man.
I
Nothing
would-
should happen to you.
I would
Should go to jail,
probably be
should
really
get a fine.
pissed. I'd be really pissed. I would probably end up in an altercation and I would be in the wrong.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like, there has to be some punishment, you just can't...
No,
put
it doesn't
your
have to
animal
be
in a
by...
bag.
There doesn't need to be a law that says that if you're not good with animals, you...
Take it to a no-kill shelter. It's not fucking hard.
But those still get typically killed too.
No, they go to foster homes. I know we did it for years when I was younger. My mom, we
I understand that's what they think that's what you get told a lot.
I worked at one for 6 months.
Yeah?
Not
And
one animal was killed.
There, maybe not at that particular time, but I know that there's some that still get eventually, like animals that stay there long enough will eventually get put down. Like I've known animals that have had to that's happened at no-kill shelters. Because our shelter's a no-kill shelter. Right? Here in Salina, it's a no-kill shelter. But something came out and they ended up putting down like 10 dogs or something that year. Like it happens. It's just less common.
Well,
Because
I don't know 6 months. That one I know they're all either sitting on as rescue, adopted, or like us.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I think that too many people turn to death and killing a problem too early.
That's like my mom's house. Like she's like, oh, another cat showed up. So we were at her house one night, smoked a cigarette up front, and this car pulls in her court, and I'm sitting in this chair by the front door so the light was off, they couldn't see me. And I hear the door open, I hear the kids say, do we really have to? And I hear the female voice say, put the fucking cat out the door. So the car pulled off, and I walked up there, and there's this cute ass cat. Guess where she is now? She's in my fucking house.
Yeah.
My best cat I ever had.
It's good.
So that person should, in my eye, be punished for it. If you don't want to have a pet in the beginning, don't get a fucking pet. You just drop them in the middle of nowhere, say good luck. Because if you don't punish them, they'll do it again, they'll do it again, they'll do it again, and then it's someone else's responsibility. Which I'm fine with the responsibility. It's not their fault. They didn't ask to be dropped off.
So, let me ask you this, because you've been pretty good about dialing things up to humans, right? So, and right now in the news, one of the things that's big in the news, right, is ICE is giving women hysterectomies that are in ICE custody. But what they don't tell you is that they've requested an abortion. Okay? So, love it or hate it, depending on what shitty side of history you've been in the United States, if certain people have wanted government to give them an abortion, it has come with a hysterectomy. It is most common through the Native American lands. And people will tell them, look, you don't want to come here for an abortion, because the hysterectomy is mandatory. Sterilization is mandatory, you get an abortion. So, if we were to take your logic, right, does that mean everybody who's had an abortion has to become sterilized?
What's that do with a cat being dropped off by some piece of shit?
I'm just saying, like, I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question because it relates to what's going on in the news, and it relates to kind of in the theme. Like, they don't want a baby anymore and they kill it. That means they shouldn't have a baby anymore, right? That's all. That's what I'm asking.
Sure. I guess, whatever, I don't know. I'm confused, we'll go with it. Whatever you want me to say, I'll say it. Whatever.
Well, that's just it. I don't want you to just say whatever. I'm just saying, like,
I don't know the
if
person
they,
that comes through legally having an abortion to get a record to do with some piece of shit drop off a cat they didn't want.
I'm not saying that a person that comes here illegally and wants an abortion should be sterilized.
Well,
What I'm saying is, if somebody,
Aren't they the border agents, the ICE?
ICE, it is happening at an ICE facility, yes.
Okay, so
What, according to a whistleblower, what is going on is women are asking for an abortion, and part of the abortion procedure for whatever is going on is sterilization.
so it's either like have the abortion and get sterilized, or go back to where you came from and keep your baby.
I don't think you're allowed to just go back if you're
Reported.
caught. Yeah, you have to go through the reason why they're still being held is because they don't have enough immigration judges yet.
Or documentation. They can remember the documentation of who they are, where they're from.
Yeah, but I think if they had more immigration judges, they could process more people, and then they could go back home.
Well, you already know my view on dumb people having children. They shouldn't be having children.
Okay, so you do think that if you have an abortion, you should be sterilized, or forced under penalty of law?
Fine.
Huh?
They agree to it.
Okay. So if somebody gets rid of a cat or kills a kitten because they don't want a kitten anymore, they're not allowed to have kittens anymore, right? Like that guy who dropped off the kid says they can't no more. You can never have a pet again because you got rid of this kitten in an unhealthy way.
Exactly.
Okay. So, see where my logic's kind of like dialing from?
Now I get it. I just was about the context. Like, was this a random person? Was someone picked up? Was this something
Yeah, see, now
This is what I feel about it. That person drops off the cat. I'm thinking to myself, okay, let me go find where they live. I'm going to put the lady in the car, whatever, out in the middle of nowhere, and drop her off with no food, nothing else, and say, good luck, make it back to town.
and
They'd be like, why would I do? Well, what did that thing do?
I would really hope that person could get back to town.
I'm just saying, like, what did that guy do? You decided to go get a kitten at the store, PetSmart, and now you don't want it, or you're moving, and you don't try to get rid of it, and you're just going to drop it off at someone's house.
Yeah, I feel like that's not typically how that I feel like what happens is people don't do a good job of spaying and neutering their animals like they should. Like, they're not responsible pet owners, which is why I always talk about, people need to be more responsible pet owners.
All my animals are fixed. My donkey's fixed, my pig's fixed, everybody's fixed.
Yeah. I feel like that's good. You should have, I don't know why your donkey needs to be fixed, except probably makes it more...
It's less crazy.
Yeah, it's a guy donkey?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I say that makes sense that keep it from going into not season, but whatever the male version of season is.
Rutting, is that what they call it? Shit.
Yeah.
And he's full of shit, man. Did I tell you how he washes himself?
No.
So we leave my pool before you come in the back door of the back of the house. I have air misters set up, and you can walk into I have a double shower, outside shower. So this motherfucker, when it's hot outside, he walks over and stands in it with the misters are on him, and the fucking shower thing just goes on.
Oh yeah, it sounds great. Sounds like
It's
a smart
funny.
animal.
I thought it was an accident, like he did it by accident.
He might have done it by accident to start with.
He does it all the time. Yeah. But he does it all the
It was
time.
probably an
It's so
accident.
fun.
He went, oh shit, this is great.
Yeah.
Animals
he's
aren't
full of
dumb.
shit. No, I didn't know. And my pig is hella smart. That motherfucker's crazy smart.
Yeah. They say pigs are very close to the, right up there with octopuses. I don't know why they don't think...
If you say their octopuses are smart, I haven't really heard that, but I'll take your word for it.
Oh yeah, they're hella
If
smart.
they're a pig, then hey man, then maybe they can fly a plane one day, I guess, whatever.
Yeah, they're hella smart. Octopuses, dolphins, they are genius. Compared to animals, or for animals, right? But yeah, I'm just trying to, as usual, to lessen the broad strokes that you're putting out there, and make you think about
get too excited
about some of the things. Yeah, you do. You wear your heart on your sleeve.
That's what Cameron always says, all the time.
And you're,
She's always
I think, quick to anger and relatively quick to forgive. I don't know. Haven't had you mad at me, so it's hard to tell. And we haven't talked about Cameron yet, because last time I talked to you about stuff, you're like, dude, I'm not going to talk to you for 3 days at least. And then the next day you texted me like, yeah, we're going someplace. I'm like, wow, that was a quick 3 days. What the shit? 6 hours ago you were ready to leave her, give her the house and fucking leave in anger and never come back. And
I'm gonna have a smoke. When I come back, I'll tell you about it.
Okay.
You'll laugh.
I'm laughing already. ABC. All right. Let's see. So we have the saga experience. We still have the pit we can do. What else can we do? We can do Delira's. We can kind of wait on Delira's till next level if we want. We can also wait on the saga for next level, although I'm tempted to get it now because I feel like it decreases. It's hard to really tell though. Oh man. No, we're not going to do anything for the dog until next level. Next level we'll do some stuff for the dog. I know. I love trying to make people think about these kind of questions, especially when they, and B-Love does it all the time, where he's trying to put himself in the place of an animal, or put others in the place. I love trying to make him think about that stuff. But nobody tell V Love this. He'll have to go back and watch the stream. But there's some things in there that I do think that is wrong and probably correct. Like, I definitely don't think that somebody who mistreats an animal in a particular degree of mistreatment, same thing with like a child or whatever, they shouldn't have that opportunity to do those things again. But I think they should have the wherewithal to know that. But maybe not. Maybe people are dumb. Like Michael Vick, he should never be allowed to have dogs again. Right? That's like the most famous case I can think of. But there was you hear about every once in a while, like Florida man. There was a guy who was boinking his dog. I think that guy should not have dogs again. You know what I mean? People who leave their pets in a car probably shouldn't have pets again. You know, things like that. So on one hand, I do agree with what he's trying to say. On the other hand, I don't feel like government needs to be the person that steps in and enforces these things. So that's where I, as Samus, try to roll people back and slow them down and, hey, slow your roll a little bit. But again, you gotta make people think. Gotta make people think through their statements. Alright, so let's zerg through the pit. I'm not gonna do a full like teaching moment of the pit. If you guys have questions that you're watching and you want to know stuff, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer any questions. But mostly we're just gonna tear through this thing and kind of just get this experience. I would love to make 2 levels tonight. We should be able to pretty easily. Should be able to get to 10 without too much difficulty tonight. Oh, there's a Faminger Reaper. Let's get that going. Alright. I think the dog's breath will kill these things. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's dog breath a couple times. People do not give dog breath enough credit. That was the wrong dog breath spell. Alright, I am going to go ahead and do the jump. I don't like making the jump. I feel like it's too easy to make a mistake and land someplace you don't want to, but I can read the map, so, and like I said, we're not doing a teaching situation, so we'll be fine. I'm going to clean the aggro on the way in. How much does this cost? 5 spell points to go back and forth. We'll need to probably hit it before we go up. Hey QQ, what are you doing? Getting in trouble? So I need to be able to hit that button. Alright.
I'm back.
Good.
Okay, so let me give you a little backtrack. So I never told you about Araya's mom. So Araya's mom and my nephew dated, and they thought it'd be, they were in this little love mode, and she had a full-time job at Best Buy. My nephew was kind of working part-time. They did a lot of partying together. Booze, coke, the whole shebang, right? So she kind of grew out of that. My nephew didn't want to grow out of that. So my nephew's problem, he drinks as he blacks out. So he doesn't like no shit he does. So she was just tired of that. So now my nephew's like probably most guys I know, not all but most, that are that thing of like, I don't want my baby mama dating anybody unless it's me, or should I a new baby daddy or a new boyfriend, can't get around my kid kind of bullshit stuff, right? That whatever that's called, guy macho shit, whatever it is. So she found a new guy. Now they have a newborn. So my niece's little brother's name is Donovan, and he's 3. So prior to me getting my niece, I had a kind of a problem I was thinking about. Like, okay, so I'm going to get custody from my nephew, but the baby mom is still around. So I really want to have that be an issue. Like, if I have to give the baby mom money to help support Araya if I didn't take her, that looks bad. Like, why is my uncle giving, like, basically kind of like child support to help raise my niece, right? So I first asked her, and she was totally for it. She's like, I was hoping you would actually say that because you're so good with Araya. You let her put makeup on you, do your hair. She's always happy to see you. She always wants to go see Uncle Jay. I said, it's not a problem. I just thought that may be an issue. She goes, wouldn't have been. So now she has a new guy. He's a good guy. So my niece every day talks to her mom. I always tell my niece, when you call your father or you call your mother, I just want to know. I don't want to know what you talked about. I don't need to know how long you talked to her for. I just want to know if she answered, contacted, sent you a text back, she's busy, something. So mom's always good. There's only been a handful of times where she hadn't like responded. One time she was sick, one time she was working like a double shift, so she just couldn't get back to her. Not a problem, but she got back to her. So after me and the Cammy and the whole nephew and the new girlfriend bullshit, so I asked her right that morning. I said, hey, this is kind of what happened. Didn't give her the full details, but just a little gist of it. She's like, well, me and Cameron get along so much better now. You know, I view her differently. I said, well, okay, it's good to give her a little respect, a little time. And she's it's new to her too. I mean, she's a lot. I mean, it's sad to say, but she's closer to her age than my age. It's kind of weird thinking. I guess.
She's basically a kid.
It doesn't sound right, but it is what it is. So she's like, well, I said, well, what do you want me to do? I said, it's me and you, right? It's me and you. So if things not going to work out, I got to make alternate plans, move on. I mean, this is me and you for the rest of our lives. Until I die, I'm responsible for it. She goes, no. I said, I'm not going to talk to her for a few days. And I think she was a little disloyal. She's like, no, just call her. I said, okay. So I call her. And then my niece is like, well, call her and then we can all meet up for lunch. I said, okay, you want your dad there too? She goes, yeah, dad, all that stuff. So I call her and I say, hey, come back to town. I was waiting for you to call. And I said, well, bring the other 2 dummies with you and let's meet at our favorite Mexican place we can get. So we got there, and I told my niece, sit at the other tables. This is an adult conversation that you and I treat you like an adult. This is not for you to hear. I'll let you know what's going on. Then you can come over to the table and discuss. So I just basically talked to them. So at first I asked the 2, because the phone my nephew uses is under my name, so I can check any of the texts, phone calls, any of that shit. So I asked them, I said, well, we both had COVID, and I said, this is the honesty time. I said, Dave, what's my big thing? He's like, honesty. I said, okay. Did you both have COVID at the same time? Did you both give it to each other? One give it to somebody, blah, blah. And they said, yes. I said, okay. You've been doing this for 3 months. And I looked at Stephanie, I said, this is the honesty time. Remember this. I said, have you been seeing anybody else the last 3 months? Because I don't know what your relationship's like. Dave was like, oh, we're together, blah, blah. She's like, yeah, we're together. I said, you can tell him the truth then? Because it wasn't a couple days ago. But she kind of got quiet. And my nephew looked at her like, what's going on? I said, she brought over another guy at the house for dinner. So the dude let them alone. They were all chummy. Check, well, I consider us seeing each other, kind of dating. And I was like, well, I thought we were dating. I said, see, that's bad communication. I said, Stephanie, there's another thing I want to tell you. You know he has a child. And you know he doesn't talk to his child, spend time with his child. So don't you think that's concerning? You being a little selfish that you want to take all the time with somebody else who doesn't even time with their kid? So why would you think they have full time for you? Well, I really didn't think about it that way. I said, so personally, if it was me and I was dating a girl who had a kid, and I'm noticing that they're never calling their kid, never talking about their kid, they want to go see their kid, it's probably a problem. I'm probably going to ask, like, why? Like, what's going on? Why don't you talk to your kid? Well, I guess you're right. I said, I don't want to be right. It's not about a right or wrong. I just need to know where you guys stand. I said, Dave, you made a promise a long time ago that you would always contact your child, try to be better. You've gotten cleaned up. You're not on the booze anymore. So is she more of a priority than your kid? He's like, well, no. So you need to make your child a priority first. She could be also a priority, but she has to be first. I looked at Cameron. I said, Cameron, I'm going to tell you something. My niece is my #1 priority. She goes, I understand that. I said, not saying you're not important. I love you very much. We'll probably be married one day. We'll probably have a kid one day. So she kind of got like happy, giddy looking. I said, I was telling you, this is my first priority. I was pointing to the table where she was sitting like 3 or 4 tables away, where she really couldn't hear. I said, my niece wants to say some stuff to you guys. I'm not going to be at this table when she does. And she's going to come back and tell me what her final verdict is. I don't know what the verdict will be. So that's all I had to say, basically my piece. So my niece went and talked to me for about a half hour, and came back, and I guess everything was fine. I didn't ask my niece what she said, what they talked about, I didn't ask any of that. You know? That's it. So we're all fine. I asked Cameron, everything okay? She goes, yeah, she was really good about it. Everything was fine. And my nephew called her today once, and then he called her twice. And I told him, I said, you were too busy down there playing grab ass, and your daughter asked you to come help her with her homework and show you some stuff that she's proud of. So that's the problem I have with it. You know? Then I told basically Cameron, I said, you can't be disloyal. I understand you want to protect your sister, but you guys need to tell me stuff from the beginning. I don't want to wait 3 months and then hear some stupid news. You know? Because at this point, if you've been dating 3 months and you haven't talked to your daughter in 3 months, that means she's been a priority over your kid. So that's all I have to say, basically. So after that, everything was fine. I've actually kind of like got over it. I'm not getting mad anymore about it. It's what I had to say. So now they all understand that my priority is my niece. So there should be no more shenanigans, no more thises, no more that's. This is the way it is.
So, right now, where you're in your life, I feel like all those things that you said is probably fine and correct. However, and you can, oh God, are these backwards? Probably backwards. I must have. Always have to look at this orange wheel, because the orange wheel is on the one that this one needs to be on, and for whatever reason I don't think about it, so I had to look. All right, so anyway, so right now, as essentially a father of one, and in a pre-marriage relationship,
Committed.
that's fine, committed relationship, whatever you want to call it, pre-marriage, I think that your head's all in the right spot. I think maybe again, you kind of went a little crazy. I mean, I already had, I told you all the things that I thought the other day. But sounds like Remy's home. This had better be Remy. Otherwise, I gotta go shoot somebody. But well, she was here earlier today. So, but I will tell you, when marriage happens, your priorities need to shift. So, Cammy's number 1, and then children are number 2. It's just because together.
That one?
Correct.
No way.
Kids.
Alright, when you're 12, get the fuck out.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you become married and you... Oh my God, did that not pull? Oh, I can't believe I jumped down here. When you become married, you guys become a team, right? And as a team, your job becomes raising kids, growing a household, building a future together, etc. Okay? You can't have somebody more important than your teammate. You can't. So your teammate is number.
Tell my niece that she's number one again.
Correct.
No way.
Yep. You go, look, babe. I love you. I love you. You will
psychology.
always be a top priority in my life.
Unless I have a wife or I'm dating somebody, then you're second.
No, I didn't say anything about dating anybody. I said because you're not one person anymore. When you become married, you and the person you marry stop being individuals and start being a team. You understand what I'm saying? And you can have other people in that team, like your niece can be the key, your children can be part of the team, but it's always going to be you and the wife as a two-person team. It's always going to be you two. Like, it doesn't mean that you can't have united fronts, etc. Doesn't mean that you have other people at the top. Filthy Casual has joined the conversation. He's like, man, this is a weird.
Fun.
I think it's great. I think it's important. Like, it doesn't mean that you would sacrifice one over the other. I've looked right at my wife and I told her, look, if you and Remy were both trapped in a car and couldn't escape, I'm probably going to save Remy first. I know I shouldn't.
So there you go. That's number one priority.
No, it's not. My number one priority is her, because together we are a team. Together we take care of not just each other, but Remy and everything else. We're a team. She doesn't feel that very often because I tend to be like, I feel like part of our teamwork dynamic
But Ryan's not Cameron's responsibility.
But she will be the second you guys become married.
Oh, fuck.
Because what happens to you guys cease being two individuals and you start to be one team.
It's already hard enough having her to pick from practice or do stuff with her because she hates doing it. That's sports.
She's got to become it. And there are people out there who maybe that's not the part of the team that they're good at doing. You know, maybe she's not ever going to be the kind of person that goes and picks them up from sports practice or whatever. But when she gets her heart broken by the first boy, maybe she'll go there. You know what I mean? Like, just because you're part of a team doesn't mean you take care of everything together. Some people have roles they're better at than others. Do I even care about this? I don't think I care about this. I just want to get through this quest today. But what I'm trying to say is that the team becomes number one, and then the team takes care of everybody else. That's the way it becomes, man, and it has to be. Yeah, this is out. So when you finally decide to get married, if you decide to get married, you have to keep that in mind. Like, that's a important thing.
Is this going to replay on YouTube?
It might.
Replay it off camera and watch it.
Okay. But that means the same thing for Cameron. Right? Your priorities, right? The things that are important to you have to be important to her. And same thing with you. The things that matter to her, which it seems like you already have a lot of those things that are important to you. That's why you're getting a house overseas so she can get educated. And you're talking about things like her priorities, the things that were important in her life. And you're making plans for those things. Like, you're already taking on a lot of those responsibilities.
I think one thing I'm also fearful of, and I actually realized today, is like, if me and her do have a kid and get married, will that kid be more important than my niece?
They shouldn't be more important. They should be the same.
I agree.
At a very, very, like...
But I have a feeling it will be like the evil stepmom kind of a thing. Like, you're not
There's-
my kid. This is my kid, and I don't want that to happen.
Well, I will tell you from experience, it takes
Well, you have that, yeah.
it takes a special person to be able to take. Hey, what's going on?
I'm here for your trash.
Nice. Don't forget this one.
Yep.
And
They
then
got the trash.
the utility room restroom needs taken care of also, and there's that box right there.
Yep.
Okay. But what was I saying? It takes a special person to be able to take another person's child and keep and make them at the same spot as their own kid. Whatever. That's why I got NPCs. Deal with it.
And at this point out, I don't ever expect her to raise it right. I just raise it myself. She's just kind of like what Buddy said. It's kind of like you guys are like college like roommates. They just have sex the way we act sometimes. That's when Cameron will say like I'm emotionally uninvested. I'm emotionally uninvested. It's just I just see things as simple. It's like a yes or no question. You can pick her up, yes or no. Well, I might. Am I his sister? Might go to lunch. Well, then don't. Okay, that's a no. I'll pick her up.
Right. Well, that's fair. That she should be able to say. She should be able to answer that question. Oh my
Sounds like pulling teeth. It'd be simple stuff like, hey, you want Chinese tonight, or you want me to cook Italian? Oh, I don't know, whatever. So then I'll cook Italian. She's like, well, I really wasn't feeling Italian. After I've cooked it and done, I'm like, then fucking tell me.
Well, then you.
I'm not a mind
And
reader.
this is what you're getting. Believe me, I understand arguing over things like food in particular. That's my wife and I. That's like the thing we argue about.
So I just don't understand. It's like, what do you want? You want nothing? You're not feeling well? Tell me. I won't cook as much. I'll put it in the oven. I'll put it in the microwave. I mean, I don't get why this has to be like a. If you really like each other, why it has to be like a. I have to decipher shit. If you ask me right now, Jason, do you want to play DDO right now? I'd be like, well, I don't know. I'm kind of talking on the chat. I really don't know. It's like, no, I don't feel like playing right now. Pretty simple.
50 casuals like lol. Yeah, it's. All I can say is communication is hard, and having an ability to come to shared experience or agreement or whatever is very difficult.
All right, do me a favor. You need to explain filthy how I am as a person, kind of. Because I think I'll kind of mess it up.
How I think you are as a person?
Like my mentality, like my thinking and stuff is.
So-
I guess people think I'm weird, but I'm actually like normal.
No, you're not normal. So
I believe in not beating your wife, but I guess everybody else in the domestic violence is crazy high, so I guess that's popular. That's what we've
there
been doing.
are
That's
people
not
who
weird.
are like that. That's everyday lol. Yes. So V-Love lives very much in a world of how the world should be and not always the way the world is. So V-Love has a very good moral code. I think I would give you that.
Yeah.
And I would say that you feel like the world should live up to your moral code, but other people have different moral codes, and it takes you by surprise when other people don't always live up to your code or how you think that.
But I'm not
things should
naive.
be.
That's one thing I'm not.
I don't know about that. I think in some areas you are. But I think in a lot of other areas you're not.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Totally fair.
So, like, to me, I think a lot of situations you are, especially in, like, the political thing and, like, trying to explain why some people are just never going to come around or never going to do things, like, that feels very naive. Like, you have a lot of blind spots there. Same thing with, like, relationship stuff. You've always felt like relationships should be cut and dry, and relationships are so messy, so shades of gray. Which is why I'm trying to explain to you is that you and Cammy get married in a couple of years. She should be 100% on your priority list, and she should be.
Weird.
She's number one is what I mean. She
Okay.
100 on a scale of 0 to 100, right? So Cammy is 100% number one, all the way up there. Maximum maximum priority. That doesn't. What I'm trying to say though is the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't mean that Uriah isn't number 99.999999. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say you guys get together and have a kid. That doesn't mean that your kid doesn't become tied at 99.999999. Okay? But don't be surprised that Cammy puts Araya at 80 and puts your guys' kid at 9999999.
Why would
Okay?
you do that?
Because for a lot of people, it's hard to put somebody else's kid at 9999999.
I was adopted, and my whole family took me as their own. I mean, no one ever talks about. I'm the only one who ever talked about adopted. My brothers and sisters never bring it up. They go, "You're not adopted. You're our brother. You're our brother." My
Yeah.
dad, same way. He was like, "Yeah, he treats you the same
And-
as the other children."
And that's very special. That is very special. But I will tell you from experience, I know, because I have seen the other side. I have seen the side where people put everything else first. Again, my stepmother treated me like I was worse than the dogs a lot of the times. Right? Like, so bad.
Is there a way I could find out if Cameron would be that way? Would treat her differently if we had our own child?
I have no idea. I don't think
Is it
so.
just a guessing game? Like, I gotta just roll the punches. Good luck. If it is, it is. It is, it isn't.
Well, I think so, and I think that,
But should I take that risk?
yeah, I think so.
The thing that my kids on my
Well, and
my
it
nieces
comes with
and
time too, right? And it comes with the adapt. You know, like, it comes with a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like, just because you don't know doesn't mean you don't try, right? Like, there are people out there
Sure.
who you know, they don't think
I'm
they're
sure if
like
I
butt
asked her,
stuff.
She would be like, if I asked her, she'd probably give me the answer that I would look for, right? No, it would never
Sure.
do that.
Sure. Hang
Well,
on
I
one
don't know.
second.
We'll
The
say it,
Slavers
yeah.
is taking forever. 58 deaths. I don't know what you guys are
Wow.
doing, but whatever it is wrong.
You need to repair, first of all, you have no gear.
Filthy Casual says they chose to adopt you. Your girlfriend is not blind to this, but it's not really her choice. I feel like if you,
But I've been with her girl for 3 years. So like it's 2 weeks. I've over,
yeah,
She came in a relationship with my niece already here.
Legendary 8. It's pretty tough. Yeah, like, it was baked into, oh my god. It was baked into the cake when you guys got together. It shouldn't be a surprise. And if the relationship moves that far, it shouldn't be a surprise. But again, I'm telling you, I don't want to say she's a baby, but she's young and inexperienced in these things. And
she wants
only,
the baby so bad, the kid's so bad. she
sure,
just
but
always
everybody
wanted it.
everybody does when their hormones kick
Yeah.
into position. When hormones control so much of your life, man. Like, my wife would cry herself to sleep some nights because it was like, not ready for another kid, babe. Sorry. Like, for reals.
Wow.
You know? Or when we tried, when I'm like, you know what, let's do it. I'm ready. God, I'm just getting thrown everywhere. I'm like, let's try. And we tried for like 4 years to have another kid. Couldn't get pregnant. Like, it happens, you know, and that's when we started looking into adopting and foster kids and stuff like that, and it's just insane. So, like, there's lots of people out there who could do it. I'm just saying, don't be surprised out there if when you're giving 100% to Cammy, and then you're giving 99% to Uriah, and you're giving 99% to your kid, like...
But like Mariah's so good, I don't have to give that much attention. She doesn't really.
Yeah, but
see
she
it.
doesn't.
She
I'm not
knows.
talking about attention. I'm talking about.
But I mean, she just is really self-reliant. Already knows about a lot of how banking works. I mean, also I taught her, teach her all the time. And she was the only one day she goes, I don't need to be coddled all the time, Uncle JJ. I'm good. They always ask her, you okay? Need anything? Every time I see her in the house, she's like, I'm fine. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. that's one of those things talking about how girls mature faster than boys. But I guarantee you later in life, you're going to need somebody. Because it feels like that's what happens. Then boys will turn around and the boys won't need you. Again, I'm not trying to make it a sexist thing. I'm just trying to say that's, from what I have seen, that is how the lifespan works out.
There's gonna be girl emotions that she's gonna be talking about, and I'm a guy. I don't really know.
Not just girl emotions. I'm just talking about, like, there's a reason why they're called daddy's girls. You know, it's never mama's girl. I mean, it is, but usually that's when they're younger. But when they're older is when they start to, like, say shit like, oh, I don't know.
I really want a boy. If you have a kid that's a girl, can you trade it in to somebody else for their boy?
No.
Do you want a boy?
No. But you can raise it apparently now and it can trade. You don't know.
No.
It might have girl parts, but it might be a boy.
Yeah, my niece is playing low-level soccer now with the boys to get ready for a move to England, because the girls are going to be tough as shit.
Huh? Good. No, I think a lot of people get a lot of fear about stuff, and again, as long as she's not like secretly putting holes in your niece's hands or flicking cigarette butts at her or putting her head through a wall, I think you're fine.
Concern is that
shooting her
one time and one time only.
What?
I want to get married once and one time only. I want to be like my friends and my family that have had 5 soulmates, and they have 4 kids by 4 different people. Every one of them was the one, the soulmate, I'm in love, my partner in crime. It's like, I don't want that. Or I think I'm 45, I'm filing now, and I'm committed marriage for 3 years.
Oh, I mean, that's...
I could never find that.
That is an admirable goal.
But I always get shit from everybody. Why don't you marry you? Have kids?
I'm not giving you any shit. It takes a while to find the person.
Oh, my mom constantly.
Sure.
It's like, what's wrong with you?
A lot of people out there don't get it. A lot of people out there don't care. The culture has shifted.
That's what I'm saying. I tell her, so you want to be like Jared's son, my brother, who's been married 40 times and domestic violence, and shouldn't get pet on her, or my sister Cindy, who's just a coke addict and married a rich guy for a bunch of money and just lays in her bed all day. You want what you want? Because they gave you grandkids? Look, you already have 3. How many more do you need? Like I always said, man, I'd rather be happily single than miserably married.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of those things. Said, I think more...
I would just have a hard time marrying somebody, I think, that's been married before, and saying, I'll turn around and think to myself, you're telling me the same thing you told some other dude, like 10 years ago. Like, I'm not different.
Maybe you are different. Maybe they can explain it to you.
I'm saying, it's like, well, hold on. That guy was your soulmate. Why am I your soulmate?
I think there's a...
One time only. I thought I want to be married all the time. It's one done for me.
I think there's an opportunity for people out there to realize what they need is different, or people could grow apart. Like, they don't maintain a relationship, or they don't... Like, there's definitely situations where you may have thought or wholly believe something. So, like, let me see if I can...
Even when I was in like high school, my friends were like, oh, my girlfriend, dude, they're forever through college. I'm like, dude, you want to eat Taco Bell forever? I'm like, we're 16 years old, man. We're football players. We're having fun. We're going to go to college. Like, I'm not trying to drag along to junior high school. I'm going to college next year.
Did we not
and
even
it's a
use
pen pal relationship. And they all, most of them did that, and they're all divorced and miserable. And then some girls that were opposite. They were great because they had a very compatible relationship. They were very solid together. And those were just like fun. They were just fun, but then like, it just, I don't know, their logic never sat with me.
Well, and it's good. I think people need to... There's a lot of stuff in this to unpack, and I have a hard time trying to word it all together in a way that makes sense, but...
I mean, if we lived to be, say, 90 years old, why would I want to get married at 16, 17 years old? It'd be all
well, because, one, you don't know how long you're going to live. 2...
Well, I'm just saying you live to be 90. Let's say you did. Everybody lives to be 90 as you die.
Okay.
It's like, man, I barely lived like 1/8 of my life, and I gotta be stuck with something I might not want to like in a year or 5 years.
Yeah, but that's
Because now it's our first boy, first girlfriend, this puppy love stage, and people just romanticize. That's why the word love scares me all the time. Because like everybody else says it all the time.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
hey, what about the girl Stephanie last week? Oh, screw Stephanie, man, she's a jerk. Like, well, you said you loved her 10 times the other night.
yeah.
So they
And
feel that word
maybe
out,
did.
and they don't really know what it means.
Maybe he did. Maybe he loved her. Maybe he really did. But again, opinion, like, and this is one of these things that's hard for me to get around to you and try to make you understand. But let's say you grew up believing something like something in particular, right? Let's say like here's one. There might be life out in the universe outside of Earth, but there's definitely not alien life in our solar system. Okay? Okay? But and then I tell you, like, no, they found evidence that this week that in Venus there's a gas that's definitely a byproduct of a living organism that must live in the clouds in Venus, because this byproduct gets destroyed by the natural environment. So there has to be living creatures, living microbes that make this gas for it to stay. Because it's a random Gen 1, it's not, I mean, it's fine. But the Vine lights this new thing in the last, like month? Right? So like, now I've given you evidence, your worldview has changed, whatever. So now it's like, the likelihood that there's Earth or life inside our solar system, it's probably just microbial life, but the proof is there now that it's possible, right? So bam, now your worldview's changed. So like, when you're younger, right, your worldview is this big. I'm holding my hands like a circle, right? But then as your worldview starts to grow and expand and change, if you don't do a good job of working on your relationship and growing that worldview together and making sure that you continue to grow together, which is what I'm kind of how I'm talking about priorities, right? Then your worldviews could grow in such a way where they don't overlap as much anymore, and you can find yourself in a way where maybe you're not as much in love anymore as you used to be, or physical changes could, in addition, can damper things, and then this and that and stuff can like work against you.
Yes, I don't want that.
Yeah.
What do
So
you call it? I want to feel like right now how I'm with Cameron right now. I want this to be in 70 years. Well, I'll be long dead by then, but I don't want that drop off, that thing where we have to rekindle it, spice up the relationship. I want it always to be this way.
well, and that's going to take lots of work and lots of communication. I'm not saying that you can't do it, because there are people who do, but it takes a lot of work and a lot of communication and a lot of growing together. And I feel like you both could do that. Sounds like your relationship has the potential to make that happen. But I know there was a time where my wife and I, we thought about calling it quits. You know?
See, I don't want that to be an option.
I moved out. I realized that my migraines were having a negative effect on me, and I was mean and angry and didn't treat people the way that they should have been treated. But I didn't realize it because my pain had grown so much to a point that I didn't know what to do. Right? Like, I just did not physically understand, and I thought I was doing a good job. Right? Like that first year when my migraines kind of dialed itself up to that 6 or 7 all the time pain.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to explain it. I just hurt, and I was mad, and I was angry. And my worldview had changed, and I grew like this into this angry, hateful little thing. And my wife was like, I can't come with you on this journey. And I don't understand what's going on, and I don't know why you're mad all the time, and I don't understand it, you know. And it that's what it took for me to be like, oh shit, we need to work on this and get stuff back in order, because I don't want to be without you, right? But I don't know how to get from here to there. Like, I can't put us back together again. So how can I? What can I, like, how can I fix it? What do we need to do? Well, we went to counseling, and the counselor at one point told us, she goes, it's going to be up to you guys. You're either going to stick together and make it work, or you'll get a divorce. And I was like, that is the shittiest advice I've ever heard. But she was right. We either were going to decide that we were going to stay together and figure out how to make it work, or not. And then, so we decided to stay together, and I kind of did my best to try to be less mean and not let my pain come out, and that made it worse, and things didn't always work out. And then finally one day she basically was like, look, you just can't, if you're not going to work on this pain, then you can't talk about it, you can't take it out, you can't acknowledge it anymore. If you're not going to work on it. And that was like the moment where I was like, you're right, I'm not working on this pain. That's I need to work on it. And that's where I started streaming full time. I started seeking every different medical thing I could get my hands on. Like, we refocused my entire life around not being this hate ball of pain anymore. And 3 years now, I'm finally at the point where I feel like I'm not this mean, hateful, spiteful thing all the time. My wife still feels I'm really judgy, you know, and it hurts a lot, but I don't think that she feels like I'm constantly taking my pain out on her and everybody else around me.
I think I'm kind of like your wife in our relationship, because, like, you know, like, I didn't have to move to England. I didn't have to do that. I had to try to have a honest relationship. But I took that responsibility on because I wanted Cameron to work full time, get more experience, and go finish school, you know. And I felt like I was getting shit from her afterward, because I was like, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to help me with work. You don't have to do these kinds of things. It's like, you know, what happened when she wanted to help and I let her help me. If she'd been like my real helper, I would have fired her. You know? But she kept telling me, like, for women, we can handle multiple things. We can have a baby on our hip and mow the yard or talk on the phone. I go, but you don't need to do that. You just need to, like, mow the yard, or, you know, or just, you don't need to do anything else. Everything's fine. I work from home. I don't have to work that much. All my music's online. I worked so many months to, like, triple the hours I usually would do just to put out so much content that I don't have to do anything. You take care of the niece, take care of everybody else, like, make sure the animals are fed, do cooking, do the laundry. And I would still get shit back, like I'm not letting her do enough. I go, you don't have to do anything.
Right, but she...
But then when she tried to do something, what happened? Was it that clusterfuck?
Things are not going to be perfect.
I understand,
but
like,
like,
about the business aspect, like, if you'd have done this, you would have gotten fired, and then it doesn't
sure.
help.
Which is good that you took the opportunity and let her know what's going on. Actually, hang on. I think the first thing I'm going to do...
I mean, you can't be at a place at 8 a.m. You suddenly go to the Starbucks line at 7:45 that's got 24 cars in it. You cannot be late. You cannot be late.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm not that particular instance. What I'm trying to say is that, again, you have a particular lived experience, worked experience. Like, you're there. She's not there. She doesn't understand how some of this stuff works in your world yet. And she was trying to say, hey, I want to understand your world better. That's all. And that's what she, you know, in that case, you know, and we talked about that. But I really think that a lot of the things is a matter of, she sees that you're doing all this stuff and building your guys' future, and she wants to be your partner, and she wants to help build your guys' future together. And you're saying, look,
she's doing a great job. We're doing a great job of that. She
right.
is.
And you're saying, look, I want that too, but how you're going to help us build our future together is by you getting all this nursing stuff done, getting that out of the way so you're ready to take your career wherever it is you want it to go when you're ready for it to go there, so we can focus on building our family in 3 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right? But in her mind, she's like, well, I want to build with you now. And you're like, this is how you build. You help me build by getting this stuff done so we can focus on us when the time comes. But that's not what she's seeing. She's seeing you two.
We talked about this 3 years ago.
I'm just saying, man.
So that's what I don't
when
understand.
talking and communicating is not the same thing always to everybody. Some people you might say something, but that doesn't always land or whatever. Sometimes you got to do stuff. Like sometimes it's you got to. I want to help you try to do the business stuff. Okay, well, and you gave her a shot. Has she pestered you about it since?
Once in a while, she'll kind of be like, she says she thinks she can probably help me with other things besides doing that. And I'm like, in my head thinking, no way. No way.
Oh, that's why I told you to just tell her that she does help. She's your muse, and be done with it.
She gave me shit too. She's like, won't you write a song for me and sing it to me? I go, because I can't sing for shit. And I'm not a performer. It's not what I do. I've never done that. But I know when you're in the studio with musicians, I hear you playing something at the house, you playing. I said, yeah, because that's what we do. You know, I'm not having a rock star bring over his girlfriend so he can serenade her in my studio. I mean, it's uncomfortable, but I just don't do that. And so you never know, Cameron. You might get, a rolled up scroll with burned up edges. I might write something for it. I might find a medium to do it one day. When you're trying to like make me and tell me to do it, that's not how writers work. You can't tell Stephen King, go in your bedroom right now, write me a novel about my life, like his wife would tell him. He'd be like, well, this isn't how it works. I don't write like that.
Oh man, I hate will-o-wisps.
I hate him too.
I'm trying to figure out how to. I just want to get through this. I think I'm just gonna leave. I can live here. There's like 2 champion will-o-wisps, and my person just is not good at.
Do you think somebody could be married and not be madly in love with them, but love them a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
So I'm still getting her that for me. She asks me once in a while.
So like.
Are you in love with me? Do you love me? I love you very much. And I feel like she's making me want to tell her like.
I gotta kill these
will-o-wisps. I love her a lot. I will marry her one day, more than likely. But I just haven't that thing to where it's like, if she wanted to shit in my hands and dip it in a toilet, I would let her do that. I mean, it's not to that level, you know what I mean?
So, again,
and
the thing to keep in mind.
I love her dearly. I mean, you see, I'm talking about protected her, people with honor, and
Sure.
the guy in a Pilates class, and I could be like, dude, like whatever, man, whatever, but I don't care. I just kind of like her. No.
So again, the difference is that men get to this place when they decide they're ready to get to this place. Okay? And women get there really quickly.
Sam, I told her that. When you told me that last time, I told her that. And she's like, well, men just don't know, men aren't educated on women's feelings. That's what she told me.
Well, that's probably fair.
But I don't know what that meant. Like, is there a class? We could take a class at college for that? I don't know what that
I
meant.
mean, I don't think... I think it's a matter of, like, learning them and paying attention and communicating. Like, it's funny, because my wife gets mad. She's like, you don't know what's going on. I'm like, I know exactly what's going on. She's like, no, you don't. Like, I do. And then I'll be like, X, Y, or Z, or whatever. She's like, shut up, you don't know me. And and I'm like, that's it. I nailed it. Like, I got it. But I don't, it's not 100% of the time. Like, I couldn't tell you what's going on right now, or whatever. Or like, I started getting the habit of, I'm not as great at this as I should be, but I know it's going to take her like 20 minutes to wrap up whatever she's doing and then get ready to go get something to eat, for example, right? And she's going to sit there, and I find this to be super aggravating about my wife, but she's going to sit there and she's going to basically decide where she wants to go based off of what she wants to eat. Okay? So it has, I don't know why I came here. It has nothing at all to do with picking a restaurant. Okay? So in her mind, she's not picking a restaurant. She's picking where she wants to go eat. Like what food she wants. And then once she's basically, like, when she's like 99% sure between like 1 or 2 things that she's willing to eat, then she'll be like, okay, we can go to this restaurant. And that drives me insane. Absolutely insane. Because I'm just like, why can't you just go to this restaurant and then find something to eat there? Well, what if I don't like it? Well, what if... I'm like, but I've gotten to the point... And I got... Well, that doesn't happen. But I've gotten to this point... I've gotten to the point that I understand. I understand where she's coming from and why she thinks this. And it's because, you know, this is her mindset. So it's like, I realize that it's going to be this amount of time to do that. So if it's like it's 5 o'clock and I have to eat by 6, right? Because otherwise I'm outside of my eating window, which I'm trying to lose this weight, which means I have to make sure that I've done eating by 6, right? Like this is armor, right? Please be armor. Oh, it's taking too long to load. So like,
so why don't you switch it up and then actually pick the one she's going to want to go to? That way she can't be like, oh, I want to go here. Okay.
I've tried lots of different things over the years to try to motivate her, but I realize now that the way that it'll work. Yeah, this is a weapon. The best and most effective way for this to work is actually going to be, this is armor. Yeah, this is armor. Is to just like prep her in advance. So like if because she'll get there, she'll figure it out eventually. It just takes time. Why did this person send me a message? Oh, it's my sister-in-law. Why is she messaging me now? Weird. Okay, another West Coaster not realizing that it's 12:30 at night, although I'm awake, so I guess it's fine. But I know now, it's taken me a long time, but I figured this out, that she's going to need 20 to 30 minutes to like decide things in advance. So if I think, because I can get a pretty good idea if I want to go eat before my first meal, like before 2 o'clock, I can go, you know what, kind of want to go out to eat sometime today. I really don't I don't want to cook something. What if I put the bug in her ear at 2 o'clock that we can go eat when she gets off work?
She'll be ready to go.
Right? Well, she won't be ready, but she'll be thinking about it. Yeah, she'll be thinking about it. And even though it drives me insane, because also in this math of hers that she's doing, she's like, well, Sam doesn't like this food. So where's he going to eat at the restaurant that I want to go to? So maybe I don't want to go there because Sam can't eat anything there. And I just have to tell, like, look, don't worry about that. Figure out what the hell you want to eat. And if I don't want to eat there, I will tell you that. I'll say, hey, that's not what I feel like eating. Pick something else. But by the time she's gotten to the point that she's picked the place, in my mind, the place should be, hey man, we're going to go to, what's a restaurant in California that you like? Someplace, just like a burger place.
Chipotle.
Okay, Chipotle. You'd be like, hey man, you want to go to Chipotle? We're like, sure. And then when we get there, I'll look at the menu and I'll be like, a rice bowl or, burrito, or I don't fucking know what else is at Chipotle. But something.
Yeah, you can have a whole bowl of just meat. Chicken,
yeah.
Or,
Perfect for you. And I'll look at it and I'll be like, bam. But that's not how my wife thinks about that. And I've figured that out. And it's taken me, we've been married almost 21 years.
Wow.
Okay? There's gonna be shit like this. There's gonna be shit that you're not gonna understand or figure out until way later. It's just part of it. So when she goes, yeah, I guess you don't understand women, it's probably right. It's probably true. There's probably some fucked up shit that you're not gonna figure out.
At least me and Cameron like all the same foods.
I used to think my wife and I liked a lot of the same food. But my wife, the thing with my wife in particular when it comes to food, is she gets tired of things. And then when she's tired of those things, then she doesn't want them anymore. You know what I mean? Why? Do I need to go level you up? Do I need to log out and log back in? I bet you got to log out and log back in. Let's start by leveling him up first. See if that fixes it. But anyway, what I'm trying to tell you, a list of many things, is that you're going to be doing some figuring shit out together. Okay? That it's just part of what goes along with the ride. You're gonna have some percentage of stuff you'll have to figure out. And that's okay. You don't have to have everything figured out at once. Or in advance. Oh, I guess you're not done.
Yeah, takedown, you haven't given a trip.
I don't really want him tripping. I really don't. I want it to not take literally any aggro. I want everything to ignore it and to try to kill me. That's because I want this thing to just live.
There's bluff stuff.
Yeah, I had to take bluff. I really don't care. I just wanted to get whatever chip in damage it can get. I'm gonna just log out and log back in. But it's not like they don't know what the fuck they're doing at the time. Oh, this is okay. This is back in relationship advice time when referencing the people that are together, and then they grow apart. Again, it's a matter of your world size being different. Also, the other thing to keep in mind is that men, again, will be in love or be married or whatever phrase you want to call it when they're ready. Okay? Women find Mr. Right. Men find Mrs. Right now. No, this thing's probably just fine, right? Like, it's not great, but it's better than this. Better than the Barovian hand wraps. Yeah, I've already got it slotted and everything, too.
Those kind of nights are good.
It's fine. I think it's fine.
Double strike on it, mythic moves.
Yeah, my main thing is I really want the defenses to be in here. And I do like Deadly and I do like Double Strike. But for my dog, I'd rather it be like Vorpal or, you know what I mean, like randomly kill a thing, Manslayer, some random power like that.
I believe it.
But it's fine. This will be okay.
Put the rubies in it and everything. Yeah, it's perfect. Might do damage to you.
I mean, it'll definitely do more combat damage than me, for sure.
I just like where we are in our place, which is great. Honestly, it's great.
Hopefully, you guys can grow together and continue to be in a similar place. But that takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of figuring out ways to talk to each other, and not punishing each other for stupid shit. But being like, hey, you know what? This makes me mad, or this upset me. Doesn't mean I don't love you. Doesn't mean blah blah blah. But I want you to know that this is not okay with me. And we need to figure out a way to kind of, like, move on, figure it out.
I always told her, just don't lie to me, don't cheat on me, and just treat me with the respect you want to be treated with. That's just really it from the beginning. That's it. I don't want to hear, like, another year, like, it's all changed. Because I'm not going to change that way. I'm going to give her the respect. I'm not going to fight her and cheat on her.
I wonder what you'll pick.
Like the day she told me a long time ago, she's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm going out with Ray. He got some money. He sold some music. He wants to go to the strip club. That's where we're going to go. She thought I was like joking. And I plainly told her to her face. And when I came home, she's like, why do you smell like perfume? I'm like, I told you what I was doing. So it's like, even though you can tell them the truth, they still think you're like not telling them the truth. So that's what's confusing.
Well, again, maybe not them, but her.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I comprende.
That's kind of like where it gets confusing to me sometimes. I'm like, hey, where are you going? I'm gonna go to Walmart. I'm gonna go pick up lunch, pick up this, that, the other. And she's like, oh, what are you really gonna do? I'm like, that's what I'm gonna do. Like, why would I do anything yet? Why would I tell you doing something and not do it?
Going whoring.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably, like, if I was like pick up the phone and call an ex-girlfriend and go, hey, well, I'm gonna go bone. I can tell Cameron, hey, I'm gonna go bone this chick. She's like, whatever, no, you're not. And I'd be like, no, I really just went to bone this chick. You can really tell him the truth, and he's still like, think it's not the truth. That's why it's weird.
Yeah.
Even though I wouldn't do that, I'm just saying it's like you can tell them. Like, I'm gonna go stab your car tires with a knife. No, what are you really gonna do? I'm really gonna go stab your car tires with a knife. I'm just about the honesty part. That's with me. That's a big thing with me. Like I told her one day, I said, if you ever feel like you don't want to be with me anymore, and this and that and the other, you can tell me. I don't want to be drugged along because, like, oh, we have a kid, or this or that. It's like, just tell me. It's fine. If there's something I'm doing wrong, tell me. It's fine. Don't not tell me anything. That was a problem in the past. Not emotionally invested. I still don't know what that means.
I think you probably moved past that point, bro.
No, I know, but it still sticks in my head. Like, I don't want that to come up again in 10 years, 20 years. You know what I mean? Well, I understand. Anyways.
Alright, I gotta figure this shit out. Huh?
Is it bug? Is it bug still?
Is what bugged?
The pending or something?
No, everything's fine. No, I'm trying to figure out the set. I think it's gotta be fucking Beacon of Magic, which is lame because I don't want a cloth. Like, why don't they have a leather version of this? This makes me so mad. That I have to not... Like, there's not a set that I can wear that's like a spell casting set that's what we're looking for. Yeah, I think I have to put on this set if I want a set. And it's so good. Like, 20 to universal spell power, +1 to spell DCs, some magical resistance rating, your cap goes up by 10. Like, that's a great little set. And you want this Storming Cord, right? If you're going to be electric and ice, like, that's 77 stacking shit. Like, that's great. But, like, do I really care about the Birdfinger gloves? Not really, but it's fine. It's fine.
Get that displacement on it.
Yeah, which is good. It's an improvement over my thing by 5, which, again, it's fine. It's not really what I want. Not really what I'm, but the fact that this is just only available in a cloth really makes me mad. Like, why isn't there fucking a medium armor of this?
Oh, it's only cloth and what, plate?
Cloth and a docent.
Oh, wow, that's weird.
But they're like, oh, shield casting, you gotta be this. Like, alright, it's fine, whatever. Barovian set it is. Which means it's probably over here.
I sent Cameron a message right now. So you gotta watch Sam's restream on YouTube, but make sure I'm not home when you watch it.
You need to be like, as usual, Sam, dropping the knowledge. Marriage counseling. I should start sending you a fucking invoice for marriage counseling.
I think
in advance.
Filthy cause helped the most. Do you agree with me? 75% of people are divorced that were crazy back in the day.
Oh, you think that was what's going to help the most? Okay.
I think so. Pretty good knowledge there.
Okay.
Thanks,
Whatever. We'll see. We'll see in 2 years which one's keeping you married.
How about being at 75% divorce rate, right?
Yeah, if you're not listening to me.
You should have your wife sitting with you one day when we talk about this.
She laughs so much. I tell her about this stuff and she just laughs.
Like at me, or laughs like because it's like what we talk about is true?
A little bit of both. She just can't believe. She's like, how do you...
I can be laughed at, so...
No, it's not as much that. It's like...
How do you think you know so much?
It's because I tell her all the things, right?
Yeah.
So like, I go, yeah, we're talking to V-Love, and I was talking about this, and I told him that. And then she'll just laugh, and I'm like, what? And she's like, but you're like the like most unfeeling person around. I'm like, you really think that's true? She's like, well, kinda. I'm like, whatever, get out of here, shut up. You know what I mean? It's like, and I explain whatever. It's like, she's like, I just don't understand how you're the one explaining this to people. I'm like, babe, I've always been the person with the knowledge. I've always known what's going on. Just because you don't want to believe it.
That's the thing, yeah.
You know, we went to marriage counseling. It was crazy because my wife had all these complaints about me, right? Oh, he's this or that, the other thing. And then the person would ask me a question, and I'd be like, you know, so, what do you do when you're upset? Or how, like when you come home for whatever? I'm like, I come home, I say, look, babe, I really just want an hour to decompress, and we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know, and then she would look at my wife, and she'd be like, is that what he says? And she would be like, yes. And she goes, is that not reasonable? And she goes, well, yeah. And then my wife would get so mad because she's like, she always agrees with you. I'm like, yes, this should not be a shock because I'm not a bad husband. Like,
You're not beating her.
yeah. She's like, so he comes home and he plays video games to escape his migraines. She's like, yes. So he doesn't go out drinking. No. He doesn't cheat on you. No. He doesn't do all these terrible things. She's like, no. So what you're telling me is he just does this thing. Yes. It's like, do you realize that there are women out there where their husband's cheating on them or beating them or all these things, putting out cigarettes on them? She's like, yeah. And it's like, your complaint is that he comes home and says, give me an hour before we talk about whatever, and then we can talk about it. Like, that's one of the this is one of the things that I specifically remember. And she's like, when you say it like that, it sounds really shitty. And she's like, right. Because he's a good guy. Like, he wants you to be happy. That's why we're here. She's like, I know. It's like, well, that's how it is.
Does it seem weird you had to have a mediator in the room to make them realize that?
No. Not at all. I mean,
Because you could tell her the same thing and she'd be upset.
but here's the
person
thing.
says it and it's like, oh, it makes sense.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, it's easy for somebody else to give you advice, but the people who care about you the most, it's often hard to take their advice. I give Tobrell advice all the time, or used to. I finally learned with Tobrell. See if he's actually listening. He's not. So I actually learned with Tobrell, I can't give him advice. He won't listen. Somebody else can give him the exact same advice, and he'll be like, oh man, I wish someone would have told me that sooner. And then he'll be like, oh yeah, I was talking to so-and-so, and they suggested XYZ. And I'd be like, I told you that 2 weeks ago. He's like, yeah, but it wasn't right then, or it didn't make sense, or something. You know, and it's just how it is. I've learned that if I try to give Tobrell advice, it's gonna fall on deaf ears. You know, I've told him for a long time. You're not making your wheels are spinning in Denver. Right? I love you. I want you to be happy. I hope I'm wrong, but I really think what you need to do is come back down to a slightly smaller area where you have a closer support system and you can get going. You know, maybe you get set up with somebody's friend or a friend of a friend or whatever.
He's a program guy, right?
He is, but financially he's fine. Financially he can go back to job in Denver if he wants to. Like, he can find another job in Denver That's not
Why
the
are
problem.
you in Denver for the work?
He's in Denver because he likes it.
Oh,
He likes
so
the city.
He just picked a city and just went there, kind of thing.
No, he visited several times, but yeah, like basically, like he took a job right out of school in a small town. Didn't like it. Resented being in a small town.
That was a Nebraska one, right?
That was in Nebraska, yeah. And he spent some time in Denver, liked the area, liked the people. Feels like the kind of environment there is the world that he wants to live in, which I can appreciate. But he's been looking for love now for years, and he can't find her. Can't find Mrs. Right. And I'm like, and he starts making these. He keeps making these comments about how he's just gonna be a Spencer, or he's never gonna be able to have kids, or all these things. And I'm like, maybe it's where you're at, man. Maybe it's where you're looking. Like you're fishing, but you're not fishing where the fish are. Like there's plenty of fish. I'm like, I get that. Before COVID, he was going out on dates like nonstop. He was turning over ladies like, I don't know. He was constantly dating new women to try to find one that was interested in making a relationship go.
See, that's probably the wrong problem. Too soon, too fast. Even girls get scared off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like a lot of things, but I'm like, I keep saying, like, man, maybe it's time for you to come back. You don't have to come back to Kansas. You could go to Nebraska. You can go where your brother's at. Like, you go someplace. You could go to St. Louis. Go someplace where you have a better support. He's all alone. He's isolated.
See, your chat's got the right advice, like I said. Searching for love, the worst thing you can do.
Right. Well, that's... I think that if you want it, you can look for it. Like, you can find... Again, with a guy...
He thinks like a speed dating mentality, right? Hey, I'm Redwillow, how you're Samantha, you're Stacey.
Not necessarily.
Let's have a relationship.
Not necessarily.
If he's going on that many dates, that many girls,
like
man,
he just...
time.
Yeah. I feel like he's very much like, hey, let's go on a date. If you're interested, we'll go on a second date. Or whatever. And just kind of sees how it goes. But I think that, personally, knowing him, he's just in a spot where he doesn't get to, like, fully relax. So it takes him a while to get relaxed. And I think once people see him relaxed, they're going to be really drawn to it, because he's a wonderful person. He's one of my, like, I love him almost more than anything, you know? Like, my priority list is my wife, my son, the stream, and then Tobrell. Right? Like, he's right there. He's on my fucking, like, short list. You know? I would do anything for him, pretty much. You know? But I see him, I get frustrated, and I can't keep watching him be frustrated over the same things. So I finally, like, I'm done. You do whatever you gotta do.
It's like me and Cameron, when I first met her, I was seeing 2 girls prior. Almost 40-something days went by. And then I just decided, like, this girl's the one I kind of want to hang out with. But I've been the same person then as I am now. I wasn't like I had to relax more, loosen up more.
Well, and again, I don't think he's... Yeah, I don't want to infer that he's a different person. I just want to say, like, he's definitely... He needs to, like, relax more and be him. Like, apparently he went on a hike with a chick the other day. And I'm like, sweet, right on. Like, that's the kind of activities that I think he needs to move into. Also, and this is me being an old fogey, I think he falls into the bedroom a little fast. That's
fast?
just me.
First hour?
Oh, I mean, on the first couple of dates. And this is me, right? Yeah, I feel like, look, man, maybe not shag, maybe not shag until, like, the 3rd date.
Cameron and me were 5th date.
Like, oh, man, that's ancient. I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe leave some mystery. Like, get to know him. But now on the flip side, I know people who have had successful relationships, so they date specifically, like, look, I'm dating to get married. So on the first date, we're going to have We're gonna have really uncomfortable conversations.
Mormons. Alright, gotcha.
Like, where do you see X? What is this stupid? Isn't there a cloak for wisdom? It comes out of the quest I just did, right? What is that stupid cloak? Ah, silver threaded cloak.
Maybe his conversations pre-sex and after sex are different.
I don't know. I've not had sex with Tobrel.
You know what I'm saying is? Like, you get a girl, like, back in your high school, wherever, you get a girl to bed, tell her what she wants to hear, you get her to bed, you're like, ah, it's kind of boring, move on.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's okay, I'm just guessing, I don't know, I'm just giving out suggestions, maybe.
Yeah, all I know is
maybe he's a sweet, innocent boy, then he gets him in the shack, and then he's like, hey, wanna get married? Or like, what?
I don't suspect that's the case. I'm not gonna say it couldn't be the case. I just...
Maybe he had the Debbie Downer syndrome after the first hopping.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
I just think that it behoove him to have a support system around a little closer, so when he's out doing something with the girl, like, it's always just him and her.
How long has he been there?
Denver? I don't know. It seems like at least 4 or 5 years or whatever.
You guys have a group of friends?
I don't think so.
That's probably the problem, man. Girls pick up on that shit too, man. Like,
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that...
people to hang out with. What's wrong with him? Why is he by himself lonely? He's been here 5
I mean,
years.
he gets on the line. He hangs out with us. He, you know what I mean? Like, he interacts with things. He goes out. He dates girls. You know, he does things. He does things on his own. Like, he was going to the gym and he was going to martial arts and
male friends out there. If he has a job out there, what's causing that?
Say what? Why doesn't he have friends? I just think he's a person that's...
If I moved to St. Louis, I'm there for 5 years, and I have no male friends.
Well, I just think he's hard to make... I think he's just hard to make friends. Like, he's a guy who maybe doesn't make friends. Like, he makes friends, but he just... I don't know.
He has acquaintances more than he has friends, then? Maybe?
No, like, I don't know. It's weird. I've never really heard of him talk about making new friends in Denver, but he had friends in Sydney. You see what I'm saying?
All right.
Like, and he still does things with those people. Like, he'll drive to Sydney to go do stuff with those people. But, like, I don't know. Maybe it's hard for me to kind of figure out because I know him. You know what I mean? And it's like, you should be...
Let's say I didn't know who he was, but you mean you know each other. And I said, hey man, there's this guy I work with named Terrell. I think he's kind of a cool guy, but he really doesn't want to go hang out. Who knows? Does that surprise you?
I don't think he... I think he would be willing to go out and do stuff. Like, that's not the problem.
That's what I'm thinking.
But he... Okay, maybe this is part of the problem, right? Because you just said... I work with or whatever. He when he moved to Denver, he was working at home. So, like, his office was at home. He would go to the gym. He would go he'd like date stuff, and and before the corona, he started taking like Taekwondo again or whatever.
Okay.
Right?
Where's he meeting his girls at? If he's just at home?
Online.
So that's the problem. You're getting that non you know, mannerisms. I can see, I can feel you, touch you. How you doing? Shake a hand.
Yeah, I don't know. I said, to me, I think that he just needs to go. Like, so we have friends in Kansas City. He's got lots of friends in Kansas City. Dustin's in Kansas City. A bunch of friends that he went to college with are in Kansas City. A couple of people from our high school are in Kansas City. Like, he could have a network there to help, you know, be in situations where you're doing group activities or whatever. You know, like, you could do that. We have friends who live in St. Louis. He can do the same thing. And I'm just like, but he feels like leaving Denver will be like giving up. Like if he has to make it there.
Should move to SoCal. You could get a wife in an hour.
Maybe. Well, and I just, you know, I make the same jokes with him that I do with everybody. That he should just
I mean, Is he
order
on
wife.
Facebook for girls in certain areas? Is he on Tinder?
Yeah, I think there's Tinder. There's all the different apps, and there's.
Tinder's dangerous. It's dangerous. Tinder's very dangerous because you can. Yeah, I would.
I think he does all the. I think he does all the various dating apps. I know he was doing Match for a long time. He may or may not still be doing that. I mean, he's very good at that stuff, and he's really good at working those kind of systems. Like I said, he goes on lots of dates. He'll go on several first, second, third, fourth dates, but they don't progress into. And part of the problem is that he'll move on with the woman, and he'll stay in a relationship that when we talk about it doesn't seem like a positive relationship, but he'll stay with the person because of physical stuff or whatever. So like he was with a woman in Denver for like 2 years, right? They went to Paris together. They did all this stuff. Like they were really, in his mind, they were going forward. And I'm just like, don't get too attached, man. This woman's crazy. And then, you found out later that she was stepping out on him. And I'm just like, I told you, man. This girl's bad news. It's like
Charms chat.
Going to be really harsh now, but he needs to get out of the house and go to a pub or something. Yeah, well, that's just it. He doesn't drink.
He's antisocial sounding.
I don't think he's antisocial.
Well, hold on. I had a buddy named Egon, known for years. He would only do the same thing. We'd take him out to movies, to a bar, we'd double date. He's super not that way. But online, my computer, on Match and Tinder, he was like a Casanova guy. He would meet girls, go on dates. He even flew to Iowa for this chick, and she was showing him pictures that were like 5 years older, and she looked nothing like what she was. That's the crazy thing about online dating is you don't really get that graph of who that person is.
Yeah, but I think
you just can't.
That's not something that he's. I don't think that's so much of a problem when you can make plans to go on a date the next week or whatever. When you're in the same city, it's not like he's dating across country.
But people are on their best behavior. I'm saying
Sure.
You run into a girl at Starbucks. Hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah. It's right there. There's no time to compare. Do that whole thing of you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I understand. Yeah, like I said, I think he works hard at stuff, and he's gotten to the point where he's brilliant. I cannot say more positive things about him. Okay, there's not enough positive words in the world out there for my friend. So I feel like he needs to meet people organically. And I think that would really help. That would really help. So, where meeting somebody in the way that he's meeting people, I think is not helping him as much as it would be nice.
Here's another thing. He meets a girl online. They go on a couple dates, and then she's like, "Hey, I want to go to this great dance club in Denver."
He's down.
Not that his staying. It might be a comfort zone for him. It might fuck him up.
No, he loves dancing.
I'm just assuming, just to say whatever,
Sure.
Something that not under his usual. And girls can sense that. It's okay, not like things people think like. There's things that Cameron does I don't really like, but I still do and support and wouldn't tell her not to do.
Yeah, and these are things that for Tobrell, I can literally not think of something that he was not down to go try. I can see something that he tried once and he doesn't want to do again. For example, which is, I find this to be absolutely bonkers. But now that he's in Denver, he goes to all these concerts, right? He goes to concerts like crazy, right? We grew up in small town Kansas, and it's oh man, he sees Metallica. He's he watches all these bands whenever they come in, But then we went to Gen Con, and we went to a True Dungeon, and it was too loud and too noisy, and he couldn't keep his shit together. And he's like, "Nah, I'm never doing that again." I hated it, the whole thing. And I'm like, but you go to all these concerts and you're rocking out to shit, and I'm like, but that was too loud, that was too much, But yeah, he's always been like that. He's always down. He never went whitewater rafting before, I don't think. And then
too clingy.
somebody
He's always
went,
too much.
somebody went, hey man, let's go whitewater rafting, and he's like, fuck yeah, and they went like with less than a week's notice, they went whitewater rafting, like hiking, like all the activities there in Denver. He's open to all this stuff, dancing, like he was taking ballroom dancing classes, he was taking all sorts of stuff. Again, he's just
I like the guy. He's always been nice to me. It's just,
yeah, he's just an amazing
and
person.
talks of,
He
like,
just
what-
hasn't found the right woman yet to like I don't want to say get him to loosen up, because he's not. It's just that's the only phrase I can think of.
Now, is he dropping these girls, or are they dropping him?
I think sometimes it's A and sometimes it's B, like if there's not a spark. Like I definitely hear that there are some women that he doesn't have a spark with, and he lets them know, but then I definitely know that there's women the other way around where he's like, it's really weird, I thought we were hitting it off.
Maybe he needs to have different conversations with them.
Well, I think that's part of it. I think there should be a I think sometimes he's in a position where I think he's dating for the long-term relationship. And it's different when you're having a conversation with somebody and you're trying to date for that.
I agree.
And
Rushing it.
Well, I don't think you're rushing it, because I think if you go in with your eyes open, but I don't necessarily know that he's dating women specifically that are also looking to figure out long-term relationships. Now, again, it's a very popular and common thing for Jewish relationships. To
He's
the
Jewish?
first, like, no, he's not. But
Oh,
like
okay.
for the first 3 dates, to be very much like almost more of an interview process. Like,
Same
okay,
one.
this is
You're Mormon, you can't say one. Yeah.
yeah, like these are the kind of things that, you know, I want to move forward in a relationship. I just don't want to be doing this. I would like to, you know, and I think that there's dating for that, and there's dating for dating. And I think that transitioning to both of those things, like from A to B, I think he's dating to date, but he's also dating to like move on into a longer relationship, or he's hoping that these will develop into that instead of going into that first. Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah,
like
like-
air all of
I
his
like-
dirty laundry, but
No, that's fine. It's just conversation. I like me and Ken. Like from the beginning. Here's my life. Here's my lifestyle. Here's my work. Here's my career. To kind of take it or leave it. And she was like, "Well, this is my goal. As long as school is what I'm doing." Like, that's great. It aligns perfectly. You like fishing and stuff? Never really like really nature that much. It's okay. You can come along. I'll teach you. She's like, "Oh, I'd love to learn." Same with her stuff. You know. I'll talk about her when I get there. And it was just like gradually kind of just got to where like, okay. So does she like to do that? I don't like to do like I don't personally like to go shopping with girls because they take too long. But I still like to go with her because I spend time with her. I mean, get a pedicure, we go to lunch or have coffee, or you know what I mean. So I make it turn into something that's fun for everybody. That make sense?
yeah.
So maybe that's the thing that he kind of maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, I'm
I
just trying to-
I
yeah,
just think
I'm
he's
trying
he latches on to the wrong women early, and
It's
doesn't
possible.
let go soon enough. That's what I feel.
My nephew, that's what he is.
Like, I feel like this last girl he was with, for example, he people told him that she maybe was not great. Oh no, she's wonderful. Like, okay. Like, if this is the girl that you want to stay with, God bless you. I'd always tell him, like, look man, I just want you to be happy. That's all I want. All I want. Like, yeah, I appreciate it. And then, I don't know, this girl can die in a fire as far as I'm concerned. Of course, anybody that I find out's intentionally cheating on somebody else can pretty much die in a fire.
That's what I'm saying. So you gotta find out their baggage, their history. They have a boyfriend, ex-boyfriend they talk to you. They're so flirty. This and I mean, just all kinds of things. God, you have to just check what's down. But you always have to go into it.
That's what I'm saying. You
I
go
went-
in.
I went in every relationship thinking like the bad. So if the bad happened, I could be like, oh my god, I didn't know. I always have to have some type of preparedness.
Yeah, but if you go in there looking for bad in every relationship, you're gonna
Well,
find
now that
it.
you're looking, it's like, I'm not going to be that one that's going to be like, oh, I told you so.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you just have to have that assumption.
I don't know. I just wanted him to be happy.
I have no idea. I don't think she's ever cheated on me. But if I thought she was cheating on me, I couldn't be like, oh my god, I'm so devastated, the world's going to end. It's like, you just have to have something that says it's a possibility.
Yeah, and see, and that even that he was like, we weren't we weren't married, and they're blah blah blah, and I'm just like, man, you're taking this way better than I would have taken it. To find out this after the fact, he's like, well, we're not together now, so to find out that she was cheating on me when we were together, like, how's this help?
You just moved on. Right, next.
Yeah.
Can I cry over a girl or do something about a girl that cheated on me 6 years ago or something? Like, who cares?
Well, this was the girl who this was the latest serious relationship. Oh,
maybe that's the problem too. Maybe he thinks that something's a relationship, and they think it is just seeing each other.
No, this woman in particular was bad news. He was the rebound. They met when she was getting a divorce.
Oh, that's not going to be a rebound, dude. It's like
yeah.
101.
That one, this girl in particular, he was trying to hang on to a rebound. Like, he was the rebound. He didn't want to be the rebound. Like, that one's fine.
But he could change the rebound.
Yeah. So, like...
You gotta let her find somebody else. She cheats on him, and then you kind of put your cape on and kind of say hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's true. I mean,
I'm not saying you're wrong. Not saying you're wrong.
Remember I was talking to Cameron at the studio? I asked her, is that your boyfriend dating him? And she said, no, just a friend. I guarantee you, if he was a boyfriend kind of guy or an ex-boyfriend, we would not be around. Because I'm not going to be the second fiddle. Just something that you're still hooked on, or still have feelings for. It's not happening. So I'm doing homework.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I just wish him the best. Wish all my friends the best, though.
I hope he does well.
Yeah. I don't know. I gotta get him out. I gotta get the bus going, and like get him in some other places. Like, oh man, I'm in here. This place is awesome. You're gonna love it. Come visit.
How about this? Kidnap him, drive him to Denver's airport, and send him to England and hang out with me for a couple months.
He would probably like it there. We got friends in England. See, that's just it. We have friends in England. He could literally go to England and do the exact same mindset that I'm trying to tell him to do.
And he's single and by himself, so he should be traveling.
Well, he was gonna. That was the plan. He was gonna travel this whole year. That's all he was gonna do this year. Was he took off? He quit his last job around Christmas, right? And he was gonna travel, like basically this whole year. And it turns out he's getting fucked by COVID. So like he was that was his whole plan.
So he's looking for Miss Right, and she's not even in Denver. She's probably in England or Italy.
Who knows where she's at? He just wants to go look.
But he's not going to know unless he branches out to go.
Right. Well, he had plans. He said he was planning on going. Just COVID shut him down. And the culture in Denver apparently is really crazy right now when it comes to the COVID stuff.
And super liberal too.
And I'm just like, jeez.
Yeah, because he could program from a laptop or right?
Theoretically, he could work from remotely in lots of places, assuming they let him. And right now, with the way the COVID stuff is doing, a lot of people have gone full remote. So you can work from anywhere. It's just, I don't know what's keeping him from traveling now, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree, man. I just had no issue with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a chance to talk to him. I know, like, right now they're obsessed with this Final Fantasy 14. So I've kind of been leaving them. Plus, I know part of this is on me. And it's not right, but I'm just going to own up to my part in this in advance. People can call me a chicken shit or whatever if they want, because it's totally true. But I feel like a little bit, as one of the more right-leaning people in my group, of friends, I feel like they're kind of avoiding me so we don't get in an argument, and I'm kind of avoiding them because I don't want to start an argument or get into one. You know, like if they start making comments about something, then I'm gonna be like, because it's me, I'm not gonna be like, shut up and just let them trash things or whatever. I'm gonna like, no, really, blah blah blah, and then they come back and they, you know what, like it's just, so it's a little bit on me not going out there and engaging and doing stuff with them, and part of is I feel like it's on them. Like I look over right now in Discord, Terrell's in the defense chat by himself. He could come up here, but then when I mentioned that the other day, he's like, well, you're busy working. And I'm like, all right, that's fair. Like, you don't want to come in and bother me, but you're welcome anytime to come hang out, shoot the shit. Like,
That's what I do.
yeah, like a lot of people do. And it's totally fine. It's totally awesome. People can come in and shoot the shit. Like, yeah, well, I don't want to mess, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, that's fair. But in my mind, I'm like, is he really saying that, or is it really just an excuse so we don't get in a fight? You know what I mean?
Because I'll also left for, we don't do that, we don't fight, it's just, it's living my whole life.
Yeah, well, we don't get in a fight either, but I know that we've had conversations that started off innocent and then they turn into a political discussion, and then I walk away feeling fine because I'm comfortable in my, you know, like I'm good at defending my arguments because I think about them all the time, talk about them all the time. I got stuff to like back up my points of view, etc., etc. And then,
They don't do their homework.
and some people are a lot less ready for that.
Like my sister's like that. She'll quote CNN all day long, but actually look it up online. She finds the answer and she doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, so like, I don't want to again have a particular conversation about something, but there was a time where I'm gonna try this, I guess, where we're having a conversation and he was saying specifically, and I for those of you out there who are about to like hear me defend Trump or whatever, part of me says sorry because you may not like that, but part of me is like, whatever. So like, a comment was made by one of my friends, like along the lines of like, oh, I think Trump's going to try to do some tricks to just make sure that the election gets skipped, right? Like there's no election. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like what are you talking about? And they're like, well, I think it's the kind of, like, they know he's going to lose, so he's going to work the system or whatever, so there's no election or skip it or whatever. And the conversation turned into like, that's crazy. It's more likely that this will happen instead. And then I start explaining the situation, like, it was more likely that, like, can you give me some examples of what you think will lead to this? Like, why do you think this will happen? He's like, well, I don't really have any examples. Because I'm like, if you were telling me about the administration that bombed American citizens, okay. Or the administration that weaponized the IRS and targeted specific political opponents, like, okay. Or the people who, well, that doesn't matter for like purposes of them doing something that I would consider tyranny.
Oh, like my sister said she voted for him. Like, you're gay, why would you vote for him?
Well, right, but I'm just mean like, when someone is going to do something that I would consider tyrannical, like not have an election or ignore an election, like the list of things that would lead me to go, yeah, that sounds like it's in the same vein, right? Like killing Americans, imprisoning journalists, stuff like that, right? Like, these are things that I would put in that camp that would be of a line that I could be like, yeah, you know what? I could see the person who did those things do that.
Not bring back hostages, negotiate for their release.
Right. Sure, things like that. But, like, these are not things that I feel like none of those, there's not, like, give me an example that Trump has done that you would say is in that vein. Anything. Well, I don't have an example. Like, okay. well then why is this a fear? And then it would turn into a political conversation, and I could like whip out data, like, oh well, just Trump does nothing good. I'm like, what are you talking about? X, Y, X, Y, Z. Well, at the time we had this conversation, it wasn't then. He hadn't done it then, but like that would be one of the things that I would say now, like the peace deals in the Middle East. Like I talked about moving the embassy to Jerusalem. I talked about, at the time, the COVID hadn't come out, and I mentioned the insane trade deal with China, like more than $1.2 billion in trade deal for food. Like, you know how much money that is for Kansas? Like that's insane.
Mexico, Canada trade agreement.
Yeah. Like, I listed off all these things. Like, I had like 5 things, bam, at the time. And I could still list off like 5 or 6 things on top of that now. Right? He's like, oh, well. I'm like, give me some examples. And he's like, well, I don't want to sit here and have to be encyclopedia whatever all the time. Like, I'm not asking for... Right, exactly. And that's where I'm like, well, you can't just broad stroke this shit and expect me to take it at face value. And we had an argument. Like, it turned into that. And it wasn't like a fight. It was just like that kind of discussion. And I'm like, and ever since then, it's always in the back of my mind. I'm always thinking about that every time I talk to my friends. Because I don't want to get in that position. Like, I'm actually debating about blocking some of them on Facebook until the election's over. Which I never would do. Like, never in a million years would I do that with anybody else. You know what I mean?
Did you see the Supreme Court judge order Ohio or Pennsylvania to overstate unconstitutional?
No, I did see that some stuff had happened in some different places, but I didn't see the specifics. Yeah. I've been, if I haven't been streaming, I've been working on the bus all day today. Like, there's been no in between.
I can't remember what state it was. Ohio or Pennsylvania. Supreme Court unconstitutional overstate.
Yeah. I do know that while I was while I was working on the bus, I did get a chance to listen to like some of the Timcast stuff.
Oh, about the hidden voters, 67% say they can't vote if really get fired at that one?
No, I mean, but that was a thing I mentioned a while back. No, what I'm thinking of is oh god, now I'm blanking on which point I was trying to make. Bill Barr has figured out like some ways to prosecute some of the violent rioters, specifically.
Rico through Antifa, that one?
Yeah, maybe. Like,
that did against the mob back in the 70s, 80s in New York?
Yeah, they've got a way now to like persecute some of the people that specifically are committing certain kind of crimes. Like, there's a couple of lawyers that set fire to a police car, but then there's
45 to life. So they're getting charged with 45 to life.
if they can win, right? Yeah. And it's like they're like, man, this is insane that setting fire to a like already tore up police car is going to get them 45 to life, and they're like going on about, oh, this is how they make an example of people so they stop doing stuff. And then he's like, but Trump using this, there hasn't been a protest or a riot or whatever in 6 days in Washington. Like, why?
Yeah, those Antifa guys got caught, that bad stuff, and then their mugshots got put online. And so they're all upset now because they lost their job and it's messed up their life, all the damage to their job found. They were fired them.
Yeah,
I'm not. Now they're upset about it. It's like, oh, okay, but you can fire somebody else for their beliefs. But now you're upset that you got, because their mugshots are, it's public record. Once you get arrested, the mugshots public record. So.
Well, I don't know. My point is that these are things that I find to be really interesting and beneficial, but I know that my friends are not going to say that.
What did they think about all that rioting and violence and destroying people's property?
I don't think they're certainly not pro that part.
My sister always makes an excuse. They're angry. Just let them vent. Because it's not her property that's being destroyed or ripped apart.
Right. So yeah, I would not expect. Whoa, we super dead, right? Probably. Yeah, we super dead. Man, that trap is gonna wreck us. We gotta get it. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you didn't want to be a trapper. You didn't want to be trapping. I told you to trap.
Nah, it's alright. Wow. I just did not expect that trap to do like 600 points of damage to me. It's alright. It's all good. I can just leave.
Or two, you know, you
Nah, it's okay. I didn't need a room level. We just leave.
It's alright.
We just leave. Yeah, that trap hit us hard. I wasn't expecting that. I did not expect that. But like, if having a conversation along those lines would not probably go over very well.
Yeah, I just can't imagine me and my friends I've known like for so long ever saying like, oh, you can't be your views, I can't be your friend. It's like, dude, it's just
Well, that's just it.
conversation.
I know people, and I'm not saying that my friends are those people, but I am saying I know people who have lost friendships and lost, like, they won't talk to people now because of whatever.
If you've been friends with somebody for so long, you already knew their stance on stuff, so why is there a problem now?
Well, so, like, for example, one of the people in particular that I'm talking about, right, she feels like she lost her brother. You know what I mean? Like, literally she says that. She's like, yeah, I lost my brother because he supports Trump and he won't let it go or whatever. I'm just like, you lost your brother. Like, that's not something you do. You don't lose your brother. You decide that you're not going to talk to him anymore or whatever. And that's what she said. She said, I can't talk to him anymore. He won't get over, he likes Trump or whatever. And this is a person I would have thought was totally reasonable, in my opinion. But she won't talk to her brother now because of his political leanings. Like, and I just don't want that for me and my friends. You know, these are some of the people that are some of the most important people. Like, I was they were at my wedding. I was gonna say I was at theirs, but honestly, a couple of my friends got married without even like really letting me know. If I'm being honest.
Well, it's funny. It's like my best friend was in town. My buddy Ray I saw. We all went out to lunch today, and we were talking about politics. My friend Ray's on the left side, but he's like more moderate Democrat. My best friend Amir's kind of in the middle. He's more right. He's a Jew. There's me, who's like kind of just a moderate, but I just believe in like law and order and like don't be an asshole and go burn people's shit down because you're pissed off. We all had text people like we're all just figuring all that stuff, but we all started laughing. But the bottom line is we have to worry about our family first, our friends next. Fuck her. That's what it came down to. It wasn't like, dude, if you're gonna vote for Biden, I can't like you. Or Jason, you might vote for Biden or Trump. You're not really sure yet. And here's like vote for Trump. It's not like we're like all gonna be like, oh, fuck all you guys, dicks. We know each other for 30-something years. You know? It's like there's no way that would ever happen.
Yeah, well, I said that I would have said that about my friends too, but I'm not so sure now.
Because we know where we've all stand in our whole lives. We vote for who? I voted for Obama the first time, but then I found out he was against gay marriage. Because my sister's gay, and my nephew's gay. I didn't vote for him. But my sister still voted for him. And she said it wasn't a big deal to her. I'm like, what? But if Trump was come out and say like he was against gay marriage, you'd be like, oh, so he's a fucking gay hater. It's like, well, I don't get it.
You know what you should do? You should find a thing and be like, and just text her that. Be like, oh my god, I can't believe this bombshell came out. Trump admits, like, new undocumented, or not undocumented, person close came forward and said that he hates, like, and dropped like the F-bomb or something. And
I told her, like, we came on the phone, I said, you always want to ask me why I never voted for Obama the second time. And I said, I never wanted to tell you this, but I thought it would make you upset your feelings. Because you're like one side. I said, why? I said, he was in gay marriage. So I asked her before I voted for him, I said, is civil union to you the same as gay marriage? She goes, no, it's totally different. So which one's which? We all want to be in gay marriage, but you want civil union, which is bullshit. Because she had a civil union at the time. And I said, okay. So I went, didn't vote for him because of that. My sister's gay. I'm going to support my sister. My family first, right? Kind of thing, right? So I told her last week about that. I reminded her of that. She just hugged me and fucking got all sad. I'm like, well, I'm just trying to tell you, you keep busting my balls all the time about this shit, your propaganda. I tell you all the time, I gotta take care of my family first. Fuck everybody else next. That's what I fuck every Wednesday. You know what I mean?
sure. I said
Like,
from.
I'm not gonna worry about either president that will never be in my life. If somebody doesn't have like to help me and my family and just, you know, and then for me, I gotta think of my friends and the business and then the neighbors and then the common folk and whatever.
Oh, I'm sure those common folk appreciate you looking out for them.
But you know what I mean, Sam.
You down on you up on your heel, looking down for us.
Yeah.
We down here in the slums appreciate
common
you.
folk as like we are just common people. We're not politician level, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right.
I shit eat sleep like everybody else does. I drive a car like everybody else does.
The-
I have a 1996 Chevy pickup that has this college motherfucker. Like,
Nope. The difference is you have nice cars and it must be fucking nice.
I have one great car that I had restored because I always wanted one since I was a kid.
Must be fucking nice.
You're right.
No, I don't know. I hear these stories and I see these stories, and some of my friends are so far away from me now, and they've moved further. You know, and when you try having a conversation with them about it, it's like.
But that's the thing where it's like, why do they move so far? They can't give you evidence why they move far. Right?
I don't know.
If they would give you like all these things that like Biden's done that's good to them, I bet you'd be like, that's great. I bet you'd be that. That's great. I have no problem with that. And vote for who you want to vote for. But when
I
they
still
can't
feel they can
give
vote
you
like
anything,
whoever they want to vote for. I just.
But you know what I'm saying? Have a leg to stand on kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I told my sister all the time on her phone, I give her all these like 3 peace deals, and she wants to sign a petition to have not get it peace prize. Like, why would you do that? There's so many people that you are friends, you have Jewish friends. It's important for those people. They're your friends too. Why is it a big fucking deal? Why would you say you want to be white or you want to be black now? That poor people are horrible to black people. Like, why is it okay?
Yeah, that's just an insane statement to me.
Like, you should never be ashamed of who you are. No matter what you are. Black, white, Russian, Swedish, Ukrainian. You can be ashamed of your people, that's fine. Like, some of them are ashamed of white people sometimes, the stupid shit they do. But it doesn't mean you go, oh, I wish I was Southern, you know, like Latino. It's like, no, I don't know exactly Latino, so I don't know if that's good or bad. I like being who I am.
Yeah, man, it's a weird time. Like, I can understand if you're. I don't know. I don't understand the race thing. I just don't.
I agree.
I just don't get it. But the fact that I don't get it, somebody's going to be like, "Oh, you're a racist," because I don't understand.
I asked my friend Ray that day. He's darker than the Ace of Spades. I said, if I voted for Trump, I think he does great. You think I'm racist? He goes, why would you be racist? Your best friend's Jewish. I've been your college roommate since '95. We've been friends, working in the ministry. We love each other. We're all homeless together. I know you're not that person at all. He's like, I know you just hate the bad trash of every race. I go, thank you. I hate all trash. If you're trash, every race has trash. There you go.
Yeah, no. See, I'm just waiting for the
If you're a
post.
clan member who spews hate, you're useless. If you're a recruiter of blood, someone cracked a kid on the street corner, you don't want to go to work, bottom line.
All I know is I guarantee you, before this is over, somebody that I care about is going to vote or going to say something along the lines of like, if you're going to vote for Trump, you're a racist bigot. We're not friends anymore. I guarantee it. And I would rather avoid the people that I'm most afraid that are going to say that and mean it.
I mean, that's fear-mongering. That's like,
Then-
you don't vote for me, I'll kill you.
I'm just saying, the people that I worry about saying that the most, like the people I'm afraid if they say that, what will happen?
Just tell me you're going to vote for Biden. And just
I
somebody sees last
can't.
year.
I won't. I can't. That's not who I am.
I agree. I wouldn't either. Like,
They,
but it's sad that there's so much of the majority out there that say that they're afraid to say they want to vote for it because they're afraid of backlash to their jobs or people on their businesses.
yeah, it's true.
But what about the Hispanics, Latinos, and Asians and the white people that vote for Trump that like him? What are they called? They can't be
Uncle
racist.
Tom's.
Isn't that just
Not
crazy?
real black
Like
people.
my sister, they're not really gay.
Yep, not really gay. Uncle Tom's. Like it's true. Trump's gonna have the highest black vote than any Republican president ever.
Did you see the Latino vote right now?
Yep, Latino's really high.
56%. That's on the Harris poll, which is another one of the really good ones.
Yeah.
Because the bipartisan poll, they had 100,000 people. I think they polled 100,000.
Yeah, it's gonna be big numbers.
And my friend who's a Hispanic who came here and now is a citizen said the reason why last man wants Trump is because he's going to stop the bad ones from coming in and let the people that have been standing in line for years trying to get their citizenship get their citizenship. They've been working with a green card. They came here on a passport. Blah, blah. They didn't just come over and just hide for 10 years and then be like, oh, I've been a nice person for 10 years. How do we know that? We know your name. We give documentation.
Yeah, I mean,
And you get amnesty. It's like, well, what the lady that's standing in line next for 6 years trying to get into the country legally, and you came illegally. Like, I could imagine going to England, I'm in England, and after my visa's up and passport, and I come back, going, no, I'm just going to stay. And stay for 10 years, hiding under the wings, and then have them say, why don't you just amnesty? I'm like, no, I'm a citizen. I don't need reserve health care for me.
yeah,
Shouldn't be
well,
under a welfare program.
I hate to say it, but that's not the argument that they're putting out.
I don't know what the argument is. It's confusing. Like, what is the argument they're saying they want to do?
They've been here. They've lived the life. They deserve to stay. That's the general argument.
Like, how's it a fair argument?
It's not. That's not the point. You know, or the Dreamers kids. The Dreamer kids are the ones like I'm the most, and they're not even kids. They're 35. But the Dreamer people, they were kids when Obama like took the law into his own hands and just like bypassed the law.
But he
Like-
deported 8 million of them, and then built those cages. So why were they?
That's true, but the Dreamers were not. Those were what, 8,000 kids or something that came over. They've never known someplace else. They've only known the United States. Like I get that kind of stuff, you know. Like you can't be like, all right, time for you to go back to Mexico. But I've lived since I was 2 years old. I lived in the United States. Sorry, well. Like, I get those kind of cases.
I agree, but I don't get the 21-year-old who came over and then stayed for 10 years. It's like, well,
Right.
you know.
Well, and I'm a person that's a lot more open bordery than I think other like some people. So like, for example, immigration. Was it like 65% of Americans would like to see the United States have less open borders? They would like us to reduce the number of people that come in every year, et cetera, et cetera. Because we let in something like 5 to 7 million people a year for the last umpteen years. And, 65% of the people would like to see less. And they're not saying, like, none. They're just saying, maybe we don't do this many million. You know, maybe we roll it back. And I'm a person that's like, hey man, if someone wants to come over here, they don't do any crimes, they
got ID, documentation, for the record.
well, if they come forward and they declare their intent, like, hey man, I've been in the United States for 3 years, and I've been hiding because I'm afraid to go home or whatever, and they go, like, if I was president, right, bam, my policy would be like, or I would try to get the law changed, because I wouldn't just like make it the policy. I'd be like, look, this is what I'd like my policy to be. Someone comes forward to any courthouse in the United States and says, hey, this is me, XYZ, turns over their fingerprints, turns over their DNA, fills out their paperwork, and says, I would really like to become a U.S. citizen. I go, okay, cool. I need your address, phone number, contact information, everything. And then you have 6 months to take your U.S. citizenship test. You know?
Yeah, if you move, you have to report where you move.
Right, you gotta give all this stuff.
You have to check in once a week online or something.
Correct. If you commit a crime, or you know, they're gonna use this information in the database. They're gonna know. They're gonna hit this database. And if we find out you did a crime or whatever, you're gonna get arrested. Like, and you'll be deported and you won't be allowed to come back. And if we catch you over here,
For 5 years, whatever.
no, never.
I mean, like a jaywalking ticket. I mean,
Nope, never.
Okay.
Okay, maybe if it's not a
Non-violent.
maybe if it's a misdemeanor, maybe I let it go. But if it's
DUI is a misdemeanor, so no DUI.
no DUIs, I don't think DUIs should be misdemeanors anyway. That should be
No drug offenses.
correct. No, nothing. Like, you get a parking ticket, okay, it's fine. You
Yeah,
anything less serious than a parking ticket, you're gone. Okay? So, like, and then you don't get it done in 6 months, but you tried. Okay, here's another 6 months. Like, stay documented, stay telling us what's going on, etc., etc.
Yeah, you have 3 chances to do it. The third
Yeah,
chance, you don't
whatever.
get it,
I don't care. Like, I don't even have to put a limit. I just want you to take a test every time. Like, show me that you're trying. That's all. Because I genuinely believe in immigration. Like, I feel like it's good. Like, people should be able to come if they want to come here. I feel like it's great. I just need to know who you are. I need to know who you are. I need to know that you're working to become a citizen through the legal process. Like, right now, the legal process is like a lot of hoops. I agree.
I don't want to go to your house one day, you know, to check up on you, and you got, like, your whole family from Mexico illegally. It's not
Right.
happening.
Like, and I don't want to have to go check. You know, but
But I might check. Be careful, you never know.
sure. But I literally lived in a town where, because we had that meat packing plant and they didn't do a very good job of, like, checking things, you know what I'm saying? So, like, we had a real illegal immigration problem in my town specifically. I knew a guy. This was before ICE, whatever the Homeland Enforcement Agency was before ICE. And he said he caught a guy. And I only know this because, again, my sister's father was illegal. He never became legal here in the U.S. But he was here all the time, right? Like, the closest time that he was legal is when he married my stepmother, and that was for not even 6 months. I think maybe it was 6 months. But he took off when he thought he was going to get deported anyway, so he disappeared on him. But and he ended up having 3 kids with her.
Wow.
But yeah, he just kept coming back. But anyway, so immigration guy is like, look, man, this is your third. This wasn't him, but another guy. He goes, look, man, this is the third time I've caught you. I'm gonna drive you back to the border myself and make sure you get across. He's like, all right, cool. So he drives the guy to the border, right?
Texas border.
Yeah, to the Texas-Mexico border. Drops him off, gets him across the border, takes him all the way into Mexico, right? Drops him off in some village in Mexico, and then came back home. He gets home, checks the guy's apartment or whatever because there were other people living there. Checked his place. The guy was already back. Okay,
Wow.
so he's like, look, man, how did you get back already? He goes, it was easy, man. Like, you dropped me off. I spent half the day with my family in Mexico, right? And then I got a ride to the border. I got across, and then in wherever, I forget where it was at, I got a ride with a trucker that was going north, and I got to Kansas City yesterday, or Wichita or whatever, and then I called my friends and they came and got me. So it's like, while you stopped and slept and, you know, took 2 days to drive home or whatever, I was back in less than a day.
You should just kind of bury him in the field. There you go. End it.
No.
I just fucking around.
And he's like, all right, well, stay under the radar or whatever going forward. Like, that was it. Like, he tried taking that dude across the border 3 times. The guy just, like, told him straight up. Was like, look, man, I realize it's...
Fingerprint him and everything? Fingerprint him? Take him down to detain?
I have no idea. I think so. Like, he'd been in the system. Like, everyone knew him. This, according... I mean, that's what the enforcement officer said.
I don't even know how they get jobs these places. Because they're not, I had to have a job. I had to have my ID, my social security, everything got copied. And
yeah, I mean, there are places where they don't look.
you have to file taxes. These tax businesses have to. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh my
I'm gonna
gosh.
go to bed. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm probably about to do the same. I'm tired and I just got wrecked in this quest. This hero's Bane caster. I hit her, but she didn't die. Oh, so I'm gonna have to try to gibbers. I gotta kill her, her sister, and her other sister. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to get a different hireling for going forward.
You play in the morning, right?
Probably. I gotta do some stuff on the bus because it's gotta be done. But yeah, I'll probably be on for at least a little bit in the morning.
I'll log in if I got my rogue. Is that level?
Sounds good.
Yeah, maybe it's a trap experience for you.
Hopefully, if you can find them.
Yeah, I know where that. I'm gonna use the Pirate's Cove tomorrow too. It's open for a few days. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I need to check to turn in some stuff.
Alright, man. I'll take off.
Alright, have a good night.
Camera's in there. She's been looking at me for an hour. Remember, look at me.
Well, heaven forbid your girlfriend slash fiance looks at you.
Yeah, get that look. I'm sure you get that look in the lens.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Come go to bed, piece of
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Go to bed, you piece of ass.
Yeah. So, alright, I'll see you in the morning.
Have a good night.
Later, buddy.
Alright, well, we somehow, against all odds, succeeded in cleaning up this nonsense. I know, this is aggravating. We were doing so well, and then Ravenloft has just been wrecking us. Maybe I'm just tired, too. It's hard to tell. Alright, I'm gonna switch Ellery up so she starts healing. Try to get the dog to come back to life again. Oh, he's alive. I don't know. Maybe maybe it's time to give up on trying to do it all and just play it like you would a caster. It's also possible it's time to move off of cold spells. Move into fire spells. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Or maybe I'm just being hard on myself. I mean, we did get there. Like, we did get through the quest. Probably. We did take a death. It's hard on myself every time I die, I guess. I don't know. Let's go see if we can succeed here. And like I said, we'll probably call it an evening after this quest. It's 2 o'clock. I'm tired. Certainly feel like I'm getting rickety wrecked here. Oh, I should have hit this button in advance. Alright, so she's down. So at least, even if we die here somehow, we've at least won the experience. I can't say like it'll be a surprise if we died here because, man, these Earth Elemental champs have been real. Alright, Velo's in bed, allegedly. I'm going to dump him in the AFK channel. And none of those are champs. Alright, we're just going to recall right here. Alright, well everybody, I think we're going to call it an evening. I don't know if there's anyone else streaming. I don't know how many people are actually watching this right now. Let me pull up this page and see what it says. 3. Warble streaming. It doesn't say dirty streaming. Oh, Voodoo's on. What the hell is Voodoo doing streaming this late? Alright, let's throw things over to Warble anyway. Alright, so we're going to raid Warble. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Hopefully you guys had some sort of enjoyment over the conversation this evening. And if not, maybe we'll get better tomorrow. Alright. So the plan is to be here around 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, which is in, what, roughly 8 hours? 9 hours? A few hours, so hopefully I can get a couple hours of sleep. Hopefully you can get a couple hours of sleep. Or, you know, if you're overseas, have a wonderful day. And we'll see you guys in the morrow. Toots!